Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 826, Where to Find the True Meaning of the Law? Seeking the truth even if you are determined to die. Master Taiyu, how about selling this to me? Luo Chen suddenly asked, and the lively atmosphere in the hall because of the discussion of the Bigu pill was quiet. Deng Taiyu was startled at first, and then his face showed joy. If the Dan sect wants to buy it, of course it can. I came first. Mr. Yao's words with hidden anger came immediately. Deng Taiyu frowned slightly. Mr. Yao, but you didn't bring me anything that satisfied me. Do you still want to use the big cake and the painting to exchange for the treasure I finally mined from the Misty Lake? Mr. Yao's face flushed. He wanted to get something for nothing. Everyone knew it, so why say it so bluntly? Deng Taiyu was really going too far to give him face in front of everyone. However, he didn't know that Deng Taiyu was already very tired of him. Mr. Yao clenched his fists and said unwillingly, Luo Chen didn't put forward any conditions. You are willing to sell it without even looking at the price. Deng Taiyu hesitated a little, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the handsome young man. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. There are 3 purple gas anti-poison pills in it, 4th level. It has a good effect on preventing toxins that can confuse the soul and hurt the spirit. Although the value is not high, it can barely meet your previous request, Master Taiyu, right? Then, he turned his hand and shook it, and a storage bag appeared. Of course, our sect is not a person who takes advantage of others. There are still some spiritual stones here, which can be slightly supplemented. Master Taiyu, what do you think? This attitude was full of sincerity and impeccable. Not only did he barely meet the other party's previous request, but he was also willing to give a batch of spiritual stones as a supplement. Compared with Mr. Yao, the superiority is self-evident. Especially the words taking advantage of others, when they were said, caused many people to secretly glance at Mr. Yao. Who can't understand the hidden meaning of such a low-level trick of pointing fingers at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree? The old man was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. But this time he didn't say anything else, because anything he said would be inferior, and he just stared at Deng Taiyu with a pair of turbid eyes. Deng Taiyu looked a little hesitant. 3 4th level pills can defend against the poison of the soul, which sounds okay. But this is slightly different from what he really wants. But after meeting Luo Chen's sincere eyes, he nodded heavily. Okay, let's do it. But forget about those spirit stones. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Oh. Deng Taiyu asked tentatively. Spirit stones Deng is not short of for the time being, but I want to talk to Danzong privately. I wonder if I have the honor. So that's it. Luo Chen smiled. Although he has been in seclusion for these years, his reputation has become more and more famous. And because he is in seclusion and does not see outsiders, it is extremely difficult for many people to see him, let alone ask him to do things. This Deng Taiyu wants to take this opportunity to trade with him. He nodded lightly and uttered a word, yes. Bang! There was a sound of patting a chair in the hall. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Mr. Yao stood up, glared at Luo Chen and Deng Taiyu fiercely, and then left Shaoyang Mountain without saying a word. No one spoke in this extremely inappropriate scene. But everyone's face showed an intriguing look. In the final analysis, neither of the 2 alchemists fully met Deng Taiyu's conditions, but Deng Taiyu abandoned Mr. Yao, who had always been on good terms, and chose Luo Chen of Danzong. Everyone knew clearly what this meant. That is, in Deng Taiyu's heart, Luo Chen's importance was far above Mr. Yao. Their alchemy skills were temporarily ranked. As one of the parties involved, Deng Taiyu sighed slightly at this moment, but did not make any move to retain him. Hundreds of years. Mr. Yao had repeatedly disappointed him, and the other party was quite old, and he was more focused on the inheritance of the sect, and he was less and less concerned about his own affairs. He would not continue to hang himself on this dead tree. And Danzong, this thriving tree with lush branches, might be worthy of his reliance. The transaction link in the Shaoyang Mountain Hall did not stop because of Mr. Yao's angry departure. Under the promotion of Elder Lu, it continued in an orderly manner. Luo Chen also made a move from time to time, using spirit stones to buy some of the materials he needed. Thanks to the corpse of the Frost Eagle Demon King, Luo Chen obtained a huge amount of spirit stones after Luo Xianbao Pavilion processed and sold it. This made his previously dry wallet full again. However, it was not appropriate to use spirit stones to buy materials at this barter exchange party. After all, most of these long-known Yuanying true immortals were not short of spirit stones, especially in the current situation. They wanted to exchange resources that could increase their strength. But Luo Chen had the reputation of Danzong, and many people were happy to give him a face in some small matters. Time passed slowly. Because there were many true immortals present, each of them had a rich family and many useless resources, so the exchange of resources lasted for a full day and night. When the next day dawned, the disciples of Dongyang sect presented fine wine and cakes, and the heated trading session gradually came to an end. Because of this session, the relationship between most people was relatively closer. Elder Lu struck while the iron was hot and announced the beginning of the session of exchanging cultivation experience. There are too many people in this kind of thing, so it is easy to talk too much, so they took turns, one question per person, one by one. And the first opportunity to ask questions, Elder Lu gave it directly to Luo Chen. No one questioned. Luo Chen was not polite, and after a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. This sect has heard that the great way we seek is the true meaning of the law. But the true meaning is hard to find, only the powerful can capture it. For the nascent soul, unless it is a peerless genius, few people can comprehend it at this level. I don't seek to comprehend, I'm just curious about one thing: if I get the true meaning of the law, how should I continue to practice it? The atmosphere in the field was silent for a moment. When Luo Chen proposed the 4 words the true meaning of the law, many people became interested. Originally thought that Luo Chen was going to ask how to comprehend the true meaning of the law, which is also what many people want to know. However, Luo Chen suddenly changed the subject and skipped this link directly, asking directly how to continue practicing after understanding the true meaning. This question. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a while. Seeing the cold atmosphere, Jilin Yuanjin, who had a good relationship with Luo Chen, sighed. This kind of method is the secret of cultivation. Perhaps only the Holy Land of Mingyuan sect, which has produced great masters, has records of it. Elder Fu also shook his head. Danzong, your question makes it difficult for us to start. Are you asking the blind? Luo Chen's eyes swept across the audience, and a look of loss appeared on his face. But when he saw the hesitant look of Elder Lu beside him, his heart suddenly moved. Dongyang sect has a very deep relationship with Mingyuan sect. There are even rumors that the Grand Elder of Dongyang sect is practicing in the Mingyuan Holy Land. Maybe they know something? Luo Chen's eyes stayed for a long time, and the others followed his gaze and fell on Elder Lu. Elder Lu smiled bitterly. If he still hides his incompetence on the stage he built, wouldn't it be a blow to his own foot? Sighing, Elder Lu said softly, day after day, year after year, stick to your own way, and you will finally achieve perfection. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and then asked, all kinds of laws, countless true meanings, can all be used universally? Elder Lu spread his hands helplessly. I don't know. I just heard the Supreme Elder mention it once by chance. And he once said that the laws are equal, but the true meanings are divided into high and low. Like the sentence just now, it is only for the lowest and most basic true meaning of the law. If it is a more profound true meaning of the law, perhaps the practice method will be different. Luo Chen's bright eyes gradually dimmed, and the whole person fell into deep thought. The laws are equal, without superiority and inferiority, which corresponds to the core idea that the world is not benevolent and treats all things as straw dogs, that is, all beings are equal, including the law of the Great Way. But for cultivators, these things are just means to pursue immortality, so what means are good and what are not, they will naturally distinguish. There are high and low true meanings, that's it. If his true meaning of withering and flourishing is counted as the law of the wood system, the true meaning of wood that Fu Qinglin comprehended is also considered as the law of wood. Which is better? The true meaning of wood is the lowest, because it is the most basic law. Therefore, if Fu Qinglin wants to practice the true meaning of wood, he only needs to persist day after day and year after year, and he will have a chance to achieve perfection. But is this method useful for the true meaning of withering and flourishing? The discussion in the field is still going on. Luo Chen is doing 2 things at the same time, thinking while listening to the questions they raised. Occasionally, he will also participate and give his own opinions. Below the true immortal, there are 9 realms. The The lower three realms are for refining ki, the middle three realms are for refining the spirit, and the upper three realms are for refining the law. Fellow Taoists, we are at the starting point of the middle three realms, but the path of refining the spirit is full of dangers and often falls into the maze of inner demons. If we become obsessed and worried, what should we do? We should seek to make our thoughts clear and not be stuck in external things, so that we can feel refreshed. Magic power is the foundation of our magical powers. When it is integrated with external things, it should have unpredictable power. But when I try to integrate magic power with external things, I always feel a sense of disharmony. Please teach me. Yuan Jun, why don't you elaborate? The path of transformation is to achieve the primordial spirit. The so-called primordial spirit is the combination of the primordial infant and the spirit. Soul fusion thing. I am very curious about one thing. After the Yuan-Shen is achieved, should this Yuan-Shen live in the purple mansion or sink into the sea of consciousness? This matter has been heard by this Xianqi. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and the Yuan-Shen should also be unpredictable. Therefore, the purple mansion and the sea of consciousness are both the destinations. When facing the enemy cannot determine the key points, so it can pursue immortality and immortality. I heard that there is an evil thing in the demon army, which feeds on our Yuanying. Huangsha's Henrin of the 5 Elements Divine Sect and Chen Ayu Fairy of Tehu Palace both died at the hands of that evil, and even the leader of the Tyrant Sword Sect seemed to have fallen in the same way. I want to ask, what exactly is that evil thing? One question after another was uttered from the mouths of the real people. The scope covered was miscellaneous, or confusion about the future, or about their own shortcomings, and confusion about the current situation. When a circle was completed, it was late at night again. Many people's questions did not get a definite answer. But in the communication among the people, they vaguely came up with a seemingly true answer. The following exchanges were not limited to one person asking one question at a time, but each person asked questions at will, or specifically asked someone to ask questions. Luo Chen was free and invited to meet Deng Taiyu in the side hall. It was Deng Taiyu who had been arranged before. Dan Zong. Taiyu's Henrun. After greeting each other, the unfamiliar relationship between the two seemed to become closer. Finding a chair and sitting down, Luo Chen smiled and asked, Dao, you want to see me so much? Is it because of the Dihu pill? Deng Taiyu was excited. That's right, Dan Zong also knows about the Dihu pill. Is there any research on it? Luo Chen shook his head in the other's expectant eyes. Sorry, this is the first time I've heard of it today. It was Elder Lu who introduced it to me. Deng Taiyu couldn't believe it. You are the famous Dan sect, how could you not know it? Luo Chen said slowly, let me know, before the formation of the infant, our sect has been traveling in the North Sea. We really don't know anything about this pseudo 5th level divine pill in the East Wilderness. Deng Taiyu opened his mouth, and his face showed disappointment uncontrollably. Luo Chen asked curiously, I see that you are at a good level, as high as the 6th level of the nascent soul. You don't want to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul and achieve the realm of a great cultivator. Why are you so concerned about this Dihu pill? Deng Taiyu sighed and told his secrets. To be honest, I have been gifted since childhood. I have a natural earth spirit root, and I am valued by the elders of Taishan sect, so my cultivation speed is very fast. There was no bottleneck until the nascent soul stage. But after the promotion to the nascent soul stage, the cultivation speed has completely slowed down. Luo Chen nodded slightly. It's because the purple mansion barrier is too thin. Yes. Deng Taiyu also nodded. The disadvantages of the natural spirit root began to appear in the nascent soul stage. The purple mansion barrier is too thin, so it is easy for the heaven and earth to assimilate the nascent soul, so we, the natural spirit root cultivators, can't practice as fast as before. But what does this have to do with the Dihu pill? Luo Chen was curious. Deng Taiyu hesitated for a moment, but still told Luo Chen the answer. After becoming the leader of Taishan sect, I found in the sect's classics that if you can comprehend the true meaning of the law in advance, you may be able to speed up your cultivation. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, is there such a saying? Deng Taiyu was very serious. Indeed, there is such a saying. The most basic true meaning of the lore recorded in the classics involves the vitality of heaven and earth. If you can understand one or two, the speed of our key training can naturally be infused with the vitality of heaven and earth, thus greatly increasing. At this point, he smiled. The method of true meaning cultivation mentioned by Elder Luo before, when implemented, just corresponds to the description in our sect's classics. Of course, he also has reservations. Using the true meaning to communicate with the vitality of heaven and earth is a means of transformation. The risks are very great and far from as simple as he said. Deng Taiyu didn't say what the risk was, perhaps he himself didn't know. Luo Chen came to his senses. No wonder those Xiantian Dao sect's firstborn geniuses fought so hard in the Mirage Dragon Cave Heaven, and the families behind them also contributed in various ways. Once you comprehend the true meaning of the basic laws, you can speed up your cultivation. This is undoubtedly the biggest temptation for nascent soul cultivators. After Deng entered the middle stage of nascent soul, my cultivation speed slowed down again. I really couldn't stand it, so I started looking for shortcuts. This understanding of the true meaning of the laws is what I dream of. I'm not bragging. I'm not bad at comprehension. Once I took the risk of releasing my nascent soul and cultivated in the spiritual land, I really found a little feeling. But unfortunately, since then, I have never found that feeling again. So, I came up with the idea of... Beside him, Deng Taiyu was still narrating in detail. Luo Chen suddenly interrupted him. Why don't you continue to seek the help of Mr. Yao? He was once as famous as the Dan Emperor of the Medicine King sect. I think his alchemy skills are not bad. Deng Taiyu's face showed indignation. This man is too perfunctory. In 100 years, his research progress has not made an inch. Instead, he drove me deep into the Million Mountains to explore various elixirs for him, using the excuse of experimenting with the Bigu pill. But in my opinion, he is more of a person who regards those exotic flowers and herbs as the foundation of Qidong Mountain. For some reason, Luo Chen felt a little hot in his ears. He seems to have done something similar. After a light cough, Luo Chen asked again, then why did you come to me again? Deng Taiyu's face became serious. Before coming here, I also inquired about your life story. The title of Danzong represents your ability to refine elixirs, but your style of doing things is quite gentlemanly. Deng believes that Mr. Yao is not trustworthy, and the gentlemanly Danzong is more trustworthy. Now that it has come to this, what else can I say? Luo Chen waved his hand reservedly. I am not as good as you say, and I only know a little about alchemy. But if you really trust me, you can let me study the remaining recipes. As for when there will be results, I can't guarantee it. After getting the promise, even if the other party left a lot of room in his words, Deng Taiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He solemnly took out a lot of things from the storage bag. Animal skins, ancient books, bamboo slips, and even jade slips and stone tablets. In Luo Chen's confusion, he introduced, these are all kinds of remaining recipes of the Bigu pill scattered in the East Wilderness. I spent a lot of effort to collect them. According to Mr. Yao, they are only 50% to 60% complete. In addition, this jade slip records the names of some medicinal materials that Mr. Yao asked me to collect in order to study the Bigu pill in recent years. I don't know if it will be useful. You can take it for reference in Danzong. Luo Chen nodded and counted these remaining recipes carefully. While counting, he asked casually, although these are all burned versions, they look old and can be considered the original fragments. Did you give them to Mr. Yao at the beginning? What I gave him were all the printed copies I copied myself. I kept the originals and didn't give them to him. Oh, then why are you willing to give them to our sect this time? If I fail again this time, there will be no one left for me to turn to in the vast eastern wasteland. In this case, what's the point of keeping these things? By then, I will no longer seek shortcuts from external objects, and will completely abandon all fantasies, enter the forbidden area of Taishan sect, and close myself in the death gate. Luo Chen raised his head, and what came into his sight was a face with a firm face and iron eyes. Is this considered a seeker of truth? Luo Chen pursed his lips, counted all the things and put them away carefully. I will do my best. Chapter 827, 5 Temples Immortal Wine, Shaoyang Mountain Man. It took quite a long time to communicate with Deng Taiyu. Deng Taiyu seemed to be a very nice person, at least on the surface. He said that if Luo Chen needed any medicinal materials in the research of the Bigu pill, he could find him at any time, and he was willing to help with even some trivial matters. On the way out of the side hall, Luo Chen learned a lot of information about Deng Taiyu. The other party was a spiritual root of earth attribute, and was extremely proficient in earth escape techniques. With his 6th level of Yuanying, there were few mountains and rivers in the world that could block him. Therefore, He could go to the depths of the Million Mountains to sweep for various scarce resources at any time during the war between humans and demons. This person could bring out exotic flowers and plants, high-level mineral veins, and even the cubs of the Demon King from the Million Mountains. Mr. Yao had been using the Bigu pill to hang Deng Tao, probably because of his ability in escape techniques. Luo Chen was not so mean. But if there was a real need in the future, he would not hesitate to ask. After leaving the side hall, the lively discussion in the main hall continued. Many people noticed Luo Chen and Deng Tao, who was looking happy. This scene also made many people realize that Luo Chen might have agreed to refine the Bigu pill for Deng Tao. The Bigu pill, a pseudo-fifth-level divine pill in ancient times, is said to allow cultivators to gain enlightenment and comprehend the true meaning of the law in advance at the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, after thousands of years, the pill formula is extremely incomplete, and no one has been able to complete it, let alone refine it. Can the Dan sect do it? Regardless of whether it works or not, more and more nascent soul true persons are taking the opportunity to get close to Luo Chen. After all, what if? What if he really refines it? Who doesn't want to comprehend the true meaning of the law in advance and have an extra guarantee for breaking through the realm of transformation? Luo Chen dealt with these people who tried to get close with ease. Sometimes he was asked to make pills, but he declined on the pretext that he was too busy. However, he still left a lot of room for others, saying that he would be willing to make some pills for his fellow Taoists whenever he had time. This statement attracted a lot of goodwill. While Luo Chen was dealing with these people, he listened to others discussing the current situation in the eastern wilderness. The three commanders have been blocking Lingshan Pass for several years. Fortunately, the Lord of Lingshan City created the buffer zone of Zongmiao, otherwise Lingshan Pass would be in war all day long and we would not have a moment of peace. But this is not a long-term solution. According to the information obtained by Ling Fengzi and several fellow Taoists, except for the one along the Kangwu Mountain, the other four commanders have already stepped into the area once ruled by the human race, and are getting closer and closer to Lingshan Pass. If the enemy is at the gates, can Lingshan Pass really be stopped by us? Yes, the 9 commanders are all at the level of great cultivators. Not to mention the other monster kings, just these 9 monsters. Don't underestimate my Lingshan Pass formation. It is said that Xian Duzi has completely mastered the Zhuangwu square formation. Relying on this formation, he alone can be as powerful as thousands of troops. Even if he is a commander-level existence, he can stop 4 or 5 of them alone. Formation is really the crystallization of the wisdom of my human race. The demon race suffered great losses from the Zhuangwu 4 square formation and the Dushan 12 gods formation. I heard that they retreated to the rear in recent years and began to set up formations near their base. A fellow went to investigate and the results were laughable. It is said that the power of the formation can only block the attacks of a few ordinary real people at most. Don't be too careless. Lingshan Pass is indeed indestructible, but in front of the mighty torrent of the demon army, it is at most a stubborn reef. If there are not enough great monks, it will be washed away sooner or later. When will the supreme elders of your sect be willing to come to Lingshan Pass? It's still early, no hurry. No hurry. Luo Chen watched with a smile, and gradually figured out the situation within the human race in the East Wilderness. Without involving the behemoth Mingyuan sect, the Yuanying upper sect in the East Wilderness is actually divided into 3 levels. One has a very good relationship with the Holy Land Mingyuan sect, such as the Dongyang sect. This kind of sect is the oldest, with many strong people in it, often occupying a region. One is the ordinary sect that obtained fiefdoms after ancient times, branched out, and established inheritance. This level is a bit uneven. There are top forces such as Xiandu sect and Zhuang sect that are no less powerful than Dongyang sect. There are also those that are gradually declining and gradually beginning to decline without successors, such as Kedongshan and Taishan sect. And such existences have different choices of leaders. For example, Mr. Yao felt that his path was dim at his age, so he focused his energy on cultivating the younger generation. Another example is Deng Tao, who wanted to rely on himself to advance to the god transformation stage, save the world, and revive the sect in the future. Different choices naturally lead to different styles of behavior. The third level is a bit difficult to describe. That is the newly promoted sect that has risen one after another over the past 3,000 years. These sects have a foundation, but it is not deep. They rely on generations of new strongmen to lead the sects to forge ahead and gradually break into a world. It is precisely because of this enterprising spirit that many top strongmen have been born in the new forces. Shin'en Zhenren and Hehuan Patriarch, who are at the level of great cultivators. Jiling Yuanjin, who is comparable to great cultivators. Jiling Zhenren, who is extremely powerful. Badao Sect Master, Yao Wang Sect Danhuang, who is proficient in alchemy. Even rising stars such as Danzong Luo Chen, Loyan Sect Hanzan, and Jianji Guhuang Lin Kingxuan. If nothing unexpected happens, these new forces may be able to surpass the second level in the future, challenge those oldest sects, and even produce a few gods. It is not impossible. But the accident of the demon tribe's invasion disrupted many fantasies. Hehuan Patriarch died tragically, and Shin'en Zhenren was seriously injured. A large number of Yuanying Zhenren became stray dogs, and many people even lost their stable places to practice. Not to mention catching up, even how to save themselves has become a problem. That's why Jiling Yuanjin and the others were eager to ask those old forces when the strongest people in the sect would come to participate in this war. But it's obvious that these old forces are most careful about their wings, and they will never give up easily unless it's a matter of life and death. Now that they can send representatives to Lingshan Pass, it's mostly for the sake of interests. The Holy Land is high above. The old forces are watching the fire from the other side. Only we are struggling hard, and we don't know when this war will end. It's bitter, sad, and difficult. Luo Chen sighed in his heart, and he didn't have much time to deal with other people. Most of the Yuanying Zhenren are smart people, so they naturally saw that Luo Chen's enthusiasm was fading, and the time they pestered him was greatly shortened. Only Pavilion Master Li of Wanjian Pavilion talked to him a little more about the refining of Jade Emperor King Tong liquid. After everyone dispersed, Luo Chen poured himself a glass of wine. It melted in his mouth, and the spiritual energy was full, echoing through his internal organs, which was very comfortable. It tastes good. The host here, Elder Lu, sat in front of Luo Chen with a smile. This wine is called Zongmiao Pill. It was brewed by Liuyan Zhenren of Dian sect using the essence of the 5 elements and 5 kinds of spiritual objects for 100 years. It is very beneficial to the 5 internal organs of Zhenren of our generation. Every time a new wine is born, it is in short supply. And those aged fine wines have been designated by Mingyan sect, and only a small amount is preserved in their sect. Luo Chen took a close look at the spiritual wine in his hand, and felt the condition of the 5 internal organs, and couldn't help showing surprise. It's true. After the 5 internal organs were refined by this spiritual wine, their qi and blood were indeed a little more vigorous. Even his body refining bottleneck that had been difficult to improve for nearly 100 years showed signs of loosening. This wine is very beneficial to body refining. He suddenly remembered that the heart of the lightless beast was bought by a cultivator named Zion Zhenren of Dian sect, who also said that he would use it to make wine. This Zion Zhenren should also be from Dian sect, and he and Liuyan Zhenren are from the same sect. For a moment, Luo Chen deeply remembered the name of Dian sect, and planned to send people to contact them more in the future. Seeing Luo Chen savoring it carefully and showing surprise on his face, Elder Lu smiled and said, "It seems that fellow Taoist likes this fine wine very much. I will give you a bottle later." Luo Chen rubbed his hands and said shyly, "No merit, no reward. It's a bit embarrassing to give such a precious thing." Elder Lu laughed, "It can't be said to be precious. It's just 100-year-old fine wine, which is far inferior to the aged wines of Dian sect that have been stored for thousands of years. Besides, how can you say that you have done nothing?" He pointed to the lively situation in the venue and transmitted his voice, "Today's grand occasion is due to the name of your damn sect. Is that so?" Luo Chen blinked. Elder Lu nodded, "That's true. Usually when I hold a banquet, there are only a few people, or about 10 people. Today there are more than 20 people. Guess why they came? And judging from today's communication, didn't Master Taiyu reach a cooperation with you? Lu only hopes that when I invite Taoist friends in the future, more Taoist friends will accept the invitation, so that this Shaoang discussion will become more prosperous." The words were praised to such an extent, and there was fine wine to send, and it would also help him. How could Luo Chen refuse? He also understood that Elder Lu took great pains to hold exchange gatherings in Shaoang Mountain from time to time, and the purpose was also to make more connections. For Elder Lu, his name is a good banner that can attract more people to participate. So, this is a win-win situation. Luo Chen agreed to it. The good night passed quietly, and the sky was dawning. Breathing the cool morning air, streams of light flew out of Shaoyang Mountain like fireflies and flew to various places in Lingshan Pass. This gathering was not long, just over 2 days. According to Elder Lu's expectations, it was far from enough. If conditions permit, this Shaoyang discussion meeting, from invitation, entering the mountain, to communication and discussion, is not enough in just 2 days. Too hasty. At least it will take a month or 10 days to amplify the influence of such a gathering. Unfortunately, the current situation is not enough to support his idea. But Elder Lu was also very satisfied with the recent event. There were many strong people present, and there were also talented people who were proficient in the hundreds of arts of cultivating immortals, such as Danzong, Mr. Yao, Fu Lao, and Qin Beixiang. The foundation is very good, and it will be expanded slowly in the future. By then, he, the organizer, will have a lot of connections, and he will benefit a lot if he uses them a little. If it can be fully utilized, it will benefit the entire Dongyang sect. Luo Chen left Shaoyang Mountain and did not go back to the West City Cave Mansion directly, but went to Luo Xianbao Pavilion first. At that time, the door had just opened, and Wei Niang and Kai were busy. Seeing Luo Chen, Wei Niang asked with a smile, "Husband, have you just returned from the Shaoyang Mountain Man?" Shaoyang Mountain Man? Luo Chen was startled, and then he realized that this might be the respectful title given to Elder Lu by the outside world. But why is it named Shaoyang? The next moment, he suddenly woke up. Isn't it such a respectful title because of the exchange meeting held in Shaoyang Mountain? The other party has only been in Lingshan Pass for a few years. There has been no fighting and killing, and it has not paid much price. It is so easy to make a name. In comparison, if you really want to calculate the name of his Danzong, you have to start from the foundation building period. It is accumulated step by step to have such a reputation. It's my narrow-mindedness. Using personal reputation to expand connections is too slow and the effect is average. How can it be faster than Elder Lu building a platform and sitting in the middle? This self-employed person can't compare to those who build platforms. Luo Chen sighed in his heart and chatted with Wei Niang for a while. Then he took Wu Kai to a secret room and talked alone. Wei Niang was a little curious about this scene, but she didn't feel jealous. She was always generous and didn't think Luo Chen would be biased. Gu Kai, on the other hand, was a little jealous of Luo Chen's first question after entering the room. Has Shai Anshan's Henren replied to Zhong Zhao? What kind of reply could Shai Anshan's Henren have? Of course, it was about the Lingxi Gu and Sima Wei Niang's body. Gu Kai shook her head. The cultivators of Xianitun Business Alliance told me that Shai Anshan's Henren was sent to Nanjiang to do something, and I can't contact him for the time being. He went out to do something. Luo Chen nodded, but immediately realized something was wrong. Nanjiang, isn't it Bihei? Gu Kai was at a loss. I don't know either. This is what the cultivators of Xianitun Business Alliance explained to me. Luo Chen frowned deeply. How long has Shai Anshan's Henren entered the Stargate? He was sent out to do something? And it was Nanjiang, not Bihei where the war was raging. Could it be that Xianitun Dao Sect's goal was not only Bihei, but also wanted to attack Nanjiang? His question was not something Gu Kai could answer. So he skipped this topic for the time being and directly stated his purpose. Has the Xianitun Business Alliance prepared the things I want? Gu Kai nodded and took out 2 storage bags. This contains the Huanshan liquid, and it is the high-quality Huanshan liquid after extraction. The price is extremely high. I bought it through the channel of Gu's Henren. This bag contains the medicinal materials that are missing from the list of Jade Emperor King Tong liquid, especially the eyeballs of the ink monster and the thousand-eyed squid. It took a lot of effort to meet the quantity you want. Luo Chen took the 2 bags, checked them carefully, and finally showed satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work. Gu Kai shook her head. It's not hard to work for my husband. It's what Kai should do. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Let's go out first, don't let Wei Niang wait too long. Yet, that day, Luo Chen stayed in Luo Xianbao Pavilion for a long time. From time to time, he showed up in front of the customers who came to the store to show his presence. He also had some low-level pills that he refined in his spare time put on the shelves. At sunset, he took the 2 girls back to his cave. The next morning, after a warm breakfast, the 2 girls left one after another. Luo Chen, refreshed, came to the alchemy room. Master Li must have been waiting for a long time, so let's refine this Jade Emperor King Tong liquid first. He talked to himself without any worry, but a relaxed look. Obviously, refining the Jade Emperor King Tong liquid was not as difficult as he said before. He opened his mouth and spit out a stream of light. After spinning in the air for a while, it landed on the specially opened ground fire mouth. And I don't know when, the red dog puppet has quietly appeared next to Luo Chen. Let's get started. Chapter 828, Jade Emperor's Clear Eyes, Lonely Sword World. A few days later. In the alchemy room, a ball of golden liquid exuded a misty aura in the Hununding, which was gradually losing its temperature. The Taoist in white robe pinched the Daolingju, and the golden liquid like glass slowly surged into the sky, and then fell like raindrops, accurately entering the prepared jade bottles one by one. The red dog puppet held a plate with a total of 5 jade bottles on it. Luo Chen waved his hand, and one of them came to him. He sniffed it first, then took out a drop and ground it on his fingers for a long time. Luo Chen even tasted it lightly with his tongue, and there was a crisp feeling in his mouth. Luo Chen couldn't help but look strange. Is this the Jade Emperor King Tong liquid? This spiritual medicine is actually very difficult for him to refine, but he just needs to change to water method to refine the elixir. He had refused Pavilion Master Li many times before, just because he didn't have enough time. In fact, when he was in seclusion 5 years ago, the red dog puppet had already studied this elixir formula thoroughly, which is why he was able to achieve it in one fell swoop today. Taking the pupils of several kinds of monsters with excellent eyesight as the main materials is obviously to complement the shape with the same. But after using this thing, can it really transform the eyes? Luo Chen was a little eager to try. Since the spiritual eye technique took root in his eyes during the key refining stage, he has never stopped cultivating his eyes. The moistening pearl liquid, the transparent liquid. With the persistence of cultivation, his eyes have indeed improved. Even in the Jinden stage, illusions such as mirror flowers and water moons were integrated into it, which can be cast instantly. And having a pair of good eyes will undoubtedly increase your strength. See through disguises and anticipate the enemy in advance. Especially in the case of cooperating with the divine sense, unless the realm is much higher than Luo Chen, it is often difficult to hide perfectly in front of him. Apart from anything else, in the battle with the Lightless Demon King a few years ago, he was able to quickly find the other party's true body in the dark, and most of the credit should be attributed to his eyes. The reason why he agreed to refine the Jade Emperor King Tong liquid by Pavilion Master Li was that he also had some intention of refining it for his own use. I want to see what effect it has. Luo Chen pursed his lips. After confirming that the medicine was fine, he carefully raised the jade bottle with the mouth facing down. Just like the eye drops he put in school, a drop of golden liquid like glass slowly fell into his right eye. Snap! Luo Chen closed his right eye and carefully felt a strange feeling. The first thing he felt was a sense of graininess. It was obviously liquid, but it gave people a feeling of small stones and small glass. He couldn't help but half frown his right brow. Then, a sense of coolness spread. The coolness continued to moisten the eyes, pupils, and even the soul. Faintly, it seemed that something was really changing slowly. Danluo Mountain. No one knows the original name of this mountain. It is only known that the real people in the city joined forces to transport it from other large domains with great means. Because Danzong Luo Chen has lived in this mountain for nearly 10 years, it has been named Danluo over time. At this moment, Fairy Juking received the order and waited quietly at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, she saw a light flying in the distance, and she immediately went to meet it. Junior Juking, is this Master Li in person? The light dissipated, revealing the true face of Pavilion Master Li of Wanjian Pavilion. He smiled slightly. It is me, and I have kept you waiting for a long time. Fairy Juking shook her head. Danzong has been studying things behind closed doors recently, so he specially ordered me to meet Pavilion Master Li in advance, so as not to neglect you. I wonder who these two are. Fairy Juking looked at the other two figures, but the words in her mouth gradually hesitated as the man and woman revealed their true faces. The man was dressed in a green shirt, with a tall and thin figure, his eyebrows were like sharp swords, and his eyes were like stars. The woman was dressed in a red skirt, delicate and beautiful but not without murderous aura. She knew these two people. Pavilion Master Li smiled and introduced, the current leader of Yuding Sword Sect, Lin Kingsun, and the law enforcement elder Hong Ling. They are both from the Yuding domain. You should be familiar with them, right? The two looked at Fairy Juking and nodded immediately. How could Fairy Juking not know them? They were once the true disciples of the Yuding domain Yuanying upper sect, and Lin Qingxun was cultivated as a giant in Dao seed when he was in the foundation building stage. The other party's later achievements were also worthy of the Yuding sword sect's efforts. At a young age, he was promoted to the Yuanying realm through killing. If Luo Chen had not appeared later, Lin Qingxun, the lonely wild stalk of the sword world, would have been the most dazzling person among the young generation in the past 100 years. Although it was a reunion of old friends, Fairy Juking had no intention of reminiscing. After a simple greeting, she asked, "Are they going to see Danzong too?" After this question came out, Lin Qingxun and Hongling's faces were a little unnatural. Pavilion Master Li smiled and said, "Yes, I have also told fellow Taoist Luo about this matter in advance, so you don't have to worry." In this case, the Juking fairy stopped blocking them, opened the Danglo mountain formation, and led the three people all the way up until they stopped at a hall on the mountainside. "Wait a moment, three of you, let me go and inform them." After the Juking fairy left, Hongling couldn't help but say, "Danzong, you are so arrogant. Junior sister, be careful with your words." Lin Qingxun shouted in a low voice. Hongling curled her lips, but also showed a look of frustration. Think about Luo Chen, who formed the Dan after her. After so many years, she is still trapped in the middle stage of the Golden Core, while the other party has already entered the nascent soul stage. I heard about the great reputation of the Danzong before, but it was like seeing flowers in the fog, and I didn't feel it deeply. But just now, when I saw the Juking fairy, a cold and arrogant beauty who was once quite famous in the Yuding domain, now she has become Luo Chen's subordinate, serving him like a doorman. You know, Luo Chen had to rely on the ice castle to survive. Now the host and the guest are reversed. It's really sad. It makes people feel the same. Pavilion Master Li looked at the brothers and sisters and couldn't help but smile. In troubled times, heroes emerge. Qingxun, you are like this, and Luo Chen is also like this, but he is ahead of you. A temporary concession will bring you a broader world. You can clearly find your position, and there is a lot to look forward to in the future. When the demon chaos is pacified, you can follow the example of Jade Ling's Henren in the past and open up a domain to rebuild the mountain gate. Lin Qingxun listened to the earnest teachings with a peaceful face, and he didn't feel ashamed and annoyed by being pointed at by people of the same realm. It's just because there is another reason. The world only thinks that he has been promoted to the nascent soul realm in the midst of killing, but how can they know how many miles of blood a giant and cultivator can fight in such a desperate situation, as if the sky has fallen? To have the current achievements, it is inseparable from the secret support of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. So even when he was communicating with fellow practitioners, he would still respect Pavilion Master Li in front of outsiders. Even if the other party brought him to apologize today. They are here to apologize for what happened before. Luo Chen stood in front of a huge iron pier, hitting the red-hot jade with a sledgehammer. His movements were fierce, high and heavy, but silent, without any huge movement, so the sound of his words could be clearly heard by the woman behind him. The woman looked at the back of the man with a naked upper body and terrifying muscular muscles, and couldn't help but secretly gasp. I don't know if it was because of Luo Chen's strong body that exuded a strong and dangerous aura, or because of what the other party said just now. Lin Qingxun is now the leader of a sect, and he is also a Yuanying Zhenren who has made a name for himself. He actually took the initiative to come to Luo Chen to apologize? Ling. The sledgehammer fell casually on the shelf. Luo Chen didn't care about the scorching temperature and picked up the jade that had half faded from red and revealed its colorful true color. He nodded slightly. This piece of 7 souls jade was forged extremely well and can be used to refine the heart mirror. Then he pinched the Dao Lingju, and an iron box opened, emitting a cold air. After storing the 7 souls jade in a cold box, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Without seeing any movement from him, the lower part of his pants automatically extended upwards, turning into a loose white robe, completely covering the back muscles that looked like the roots of a big tree. Let's go. I'll go meet them too and see if they are sincere enough. The moment she turned around, the heartless fairy was stunned. It was because Luo Chen's right eye was different. She lowered her head and dared not look anymore, and followed Luo Chen out of the weapon refining hall. Why did they apologize? Was it because Hongling participated in the internal strife in Luotian and the 10 battles? Yes. Luo Chen walked in front, his sleeves fluttering, his expression indifferent. At that time, the Wanjian Pavilion supported the Yuding Sword sect to get involved in the White Crane region. This behavior was no different from the Five Elements Divine sect and Motion Cliff trying to get involved in the Fenghe region. Therefore, they are naturally allies. But with the monsters approaching the city, those actions that are unfriendly to unity can only stop. Once it stops, the fragile alliance is equivalent to non-existence. And because of my rise, they have to make a choice. The Jade Emperor King Tong liquid is just an inducement. Even if this incident didn't happen, they would take the initiative to negotiate with me. After the joking fairy savored it carefully, she found that it was indeed the case. But she also clearly understood that the biggest factor in the change in this matter was the strong rise of Luo Chen. It is said that he was once sought after by many powerful people of the same level at the Shaoang discussion conference. Even great cultivators such as Xianduzi and Lingshan City Lord took the initiative to show their goodwill. How can a rising star like Lin Qingxun continue to maintain an arrogant attitude? However, when she thought of the Sword Sect disciples who were once high and mighty in the Yuding domain, and now had to apologize to Luo Chen who was like an ant, the woman couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. But in an instant, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. No matter how absurd it was, could it be more absurd than the change in her relationship with Luo Chen? Hello, Grand Elder. Hello, Grand Elder. There were some Luo Tian sect disciples stationed in Dangluo Mountain for a long time. As Luo Chen came to the halfway point of the mountain, he immediately attracted a lot of greetings. Luo Chen nodded gently and then stepped into the hall for entertaining guests. Friend Lin, I've been waiting for a long time. Pavilion Master Li stood up from his chair and smiled. It's okay, it's just a moment. Huh? A surprised voice came from the side. It was Lin Qingxun. And Pavilion Master Li also discovered the reason for the other party's surprise. Luo Chen's right eye, bright and smooth like jade, with a few dots of fireflies. When the eyes flowed, it was like golden amber. Lin Qingxun opened his mouth in disbelief. Did you really succeed? If I hadn't succeeded in refining the Jade Emperor King Tong liquid, why would I have notified you to come over? Luo Chen smiled heartily, and after sitting down, he asked back, fellow Taoist Lin, judging from your reaction, it seems that you have seen the situation after using the Jade Emperor King Tong liquid. Lin Qingxun's surprise gradually faded, and he nodded and said, I have seen it. After all, my sect has been studying this pill recipe. Once it was refined to perfection, and let the eldest brother use it. Unfortunately, because of the death of the eldest brother, we found that the liquid medicine was still not perfect and had defects. So for many years, my sect did not dare to refine it again, for fear that it would harm more disciples. The existence that Lin Qingxun called the eldest brother is definitely not an unknown person. At the first time, Luo Chen thought of the genius who was once ranked first in the Jialing domain Xianjiao list Ren Pingshen. He had also heard Han Zhan talk about the details of the Luo sect's siege and killing of Ren Pingshen. In order to help Han Zhan master the powerful method of Liang Yu Wuzing sword formation, Luo Yun's sect spent a huge price to secretly surround and kill Ren Pingshen. There were many casualties in that battle, but they succeeded by luck in the end. The reason why it is called luck is that the elders of Luo Yun's sect used several golden elixir puppets to change their shapes and hide from Ren Pingshen's eyes, so that he could take him down. Now it seems that Ren Pingsheng failed to see through the truth, and he suffered a loss with his eyes. Although I dare not refine it again since then, I have never stopped studying the elixir formula. The chief alchemist of my sword sect finally came to the conclusion that the perfect Jade Emperor King Tong liquid should be as bright as jade, golden amber, and only after it is thoroughly absorbed can it contain the divine pupil. Lin Qingxun said slowly, looking at Luo Chen's right eye with a serious look. Just like you are now. Luo Chen smiled heartily. Then I have stolen the research results of your predecessors. Lin Qingxun sighed. I dare not. It is only because of the superb skills of the damned sect that we can get this. Pavilion Master Li, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help it. Fellow Taoist Luo, since you have succeeded, why not talk about the transaction? What we talked about before. No hurry. Luo Chen waved his sleeves and looked at Lin Qingxun and Hong Ling with a smile. The transaction is a matter between Luo Tian sect and Wanjian Pavilion. These two are not included in the cooperation. What do you want to do here today? Do you have to expose something that you know well? Plop. The woman in the red skirt gritted her teeth and knelt on the ground. It was Hong Ling's fault to interfere in the internal fight of Luo Chen that day. I hope that the senior will not remember the villain's fault. Lin Qingxun sighed, took out an object and sent it to Luo Chen with magic power. I heard that Brother Luo is also interested in the sword, so I specially sent you a copy of the sword practice experience to express my apology. Luo Chen took the thin booklet with a smile, and felt a sense of sharpness when he touched it. Moreover, the handwriting on it was unconventional and full of courage. The handwriting is like the person. Did Brother Lin write it himself? Lin Qingxun laughed at himself. It's just a small trick. I hope Brother Luo doesn't dislike it. How could Luo Chen dislike it? Although he already had the 5th level sword scripture, all his practice depended on his own exploration. Lin Qingxun was different. He was trained by the orthodox swordsmanship of the Yuding sword sect since he was a child. At that time, he was known as the first in the Yuding foundation building. It can be seen that the other party has a solid foundation. Being able to obtain the other party's practice experience is definitely a huge supplement for Luo Chen. Seeing Luo Chen's satisfaction, Pavilion Master Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fellow Taoist Luo, can we talk about the deal now? Luo Chen put the book aside, and as the three were stunned, a ray of red sword energy slowly emerged from his fingertips. We can talk about the deal, and the grudge between our Luo Chen sect and Yuding sword sect will be written off. But before that, our sect has an unwelcome request. Our sect has only been practicing swordsmanship for a short time, and I feel that I have made some progress, but I rarely try my hand with others, so I don't know how far I am from a true swordsman. Today is a good opportunity, and I would like to ask Gu Hong from the sword world to teach me a thing or two. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 829, Old Friends Discuss Swordsmanship, Domineering Behavior. Hello, Elder. Hello, Elder. Amidst the greetings, Fairy Juking walked alone to the cold pine trees on the cliff. Standing on the white snow with her hands behind her back, the woman showed a complicated expression that was rarely seen on weekdays. There were crisp footsteps behind her, and she asked without turning her head, "Zio Lan, when did you come?" A young woman in a plain white dress and without any makeup walked behind her and answered respectfully, "I just arrived today. The 3-year mourning period for my husband is over. It's time to come out and do something for Luo Xianzong. Are they good to you?" Fairy Juking hesitated a little. The they she was talking about were the cultivators at the mountain gate of Luo Xianzong. Since deciding to join Luo Xianzong, the remaining cultivators of the Ice Castle lineage have more or less been to Bailey Kingchuan, but she is the only one who has not been to Decking Mountain. What subtle thoughts are there, ordinary people can hardly figure out. Shi Lan said without hesitation, "They are good to us. They treat us equally. Maybe it's because of my husband's previous connections, or maybe it's because the Supreme Elder secretly ordered us to do so. Anyway, the sisters don't feel like they are living under someone else's roof there." "Is that so? Very good, very good," Fairy Juking murmured. She felt very complicated about the smooth integration of the Ice Castle sisters into Luo Chen sect, but she was mostly relieved in the end. She made the decision to go against the ancestral teachings and took her disciples to join the sect. If she trusted the wrong person, she would be blamed for her death. Shi Lan looked at the thin back of the woman and hesitated, then "Master, what about you?" Fairy Juking said calmly, "Don't worry about me. You have been in contact with him before and know his style of doing things. As long as I don't violate taboos, it's okay." In fact, at the end of the conversation, the magic power fluctuations on Fairy Juking's body flashed, and the snow under her feet formed ice ridges with a crackling sound. Seeing this scene, Shi Lan couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed, with a look of surprise on her face. She also practiced a core technique of the Ice Castle, 10 Directions Frozen Extreme Dao, so she naturally knew what this meant. The realm that Master had been trapped in for many years finally broke through. Now, Master is already a great cultivator in the late Jinden stage. This alone is enough to show how much Luo Chen values Master. In fact, it is indeed so. In the eyes of outsiders, Fairy Juking is committed to Luo Chen's sect, playing the lowly role of welcoming and seeing off, which is quite insulting. But the truth is that Fairy Juking is one of the few people who can often see Luo Chen, and even her cultivation cave is in a third-level upper-grade cave in Dangluo Mountain. In her spare time, she can often get the elixir given by Luo Chen. Her talent is not bad, and it is natural for her to enter the late Jinden stage. Shi Lan slowly let go of her hand and sighed. Now we are all settled. With the protection of the Supreme Elder, we no longer have to live a precarious life like before. If Uncle Kanglong can wake up, it will be even better. Sister Kanglong? Hearing this name, Fairy Juking raised her lips slightly, which was rare. She knew that the magic weapon that Luo Chen had been refining recently was specifically used to treat senior sister Kanglong's injuries. As long as it succeeds, she will be able to see senior sister wake up one day. Maybe by then, she will be ahead of senior sister and form a baby before her. I wonder what expression senior sister will have at that time? Just when Fairy Juking was in a good mood, she was suddenly horrified and the ice under her feet suddenly exploded. She turned around suddenly and looked at the hall that Luo Chen had entered before. A strong wave of mana dissipated from the hall like a ripple. Wherever it passed, green pines were broken and white snow was pulverized. But soon, a stronger force forcibly suppressed the aftermath of the collision of mana, and it did not hurt any of the monks on duty in Luo Chen sect. What shocked Fairy Juking were two rays of light, one blue and one red. That's sword energy. Two sword energies, one blue and one red, pierced through the dome of the hall and shot straight into the sky. The sound of swords continued for a long time. Fairy Juking flew towards the hall without thinking, and other Luo Chen sect monks also made such a move. But just after arriving at the door of the hall, Luo Chen's gentle voice came from inside. It's okay, it's just a small exchange, you can leave. Yes, sir. Fairy Juking took a deep breath, looked at the deep hall with awe, and slowly withdrew with the disciples of Luo Chen sect. Inside the hall, Luo Chen slowly retracted his index and middle fingers, with an expression of admiration on his face. You are worthy of being the amazing figure in the sword world, and our sect is not as good as you. Lin Qingxun retracted his right hand and covered it in his sleeve, his face calm. Danzong is overpraising you. You didn't major in swordsmanship, but you have such pure sword energy after only a few years of immersion. It's rare in the world. And the method you used to suppress the aftermath of the collision of magic power just now is the real skill. You said something, I said something, and the originally tense atmosphere suddenly softened. Pavilion Master Li smiled and said, one of you has outstanding swordsmanship, and the other has profound magic power. The small Yuding domain can produce two peerless geniuses like you. It's really a treasure land. I dare not be on the same level as Danzong. Lin Qingxun said with a humble attitude. Luo Chen seemed to be in a very good mood, as if he thought of the old story of meeting Lin Qingxun after forming the elixir and rushing to the battlefield together. He laughed and knocked on the table with his right hand. Since the wish of our sect has been met, let's talk about the cooperation of Yuhe on King Tong Liquid. After these words came out, Pavilion Master Li was immediately excited, and Lin Qingxun blinked and showed some expectation. Luo Chen cleared his throat and said with a smile, we have discussed the details of the cooperation before. Wanjian Pavilion and Luo Chen sect will be responsible for collecting the corresponding raw materials, and the costs will be shared equally. If Yuding Sword sect wants to participate, it will have to contribute some spirit stones. Lin Qingxun nodded, that's what should be expected. I want 50% of the refined Jade Emperor King Tong liquid. You can divide the remaining half. This. Lin Qingxun hesitated. Dan sect, this is different from what we agreed. Pavilion Master Li's expression changed drastically, and he was quite dissatisfied. It was not decided before. After all, I didn't know how difficult it was to refine at that time. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the two of them with a smile. Of course, if you don't want to cooperate, I won't force you. Not sure how difficult it is to refine? I'm afraid they didn't know how good the Jade Emperor King Tong liquid was at that time. Pavilion Master Li looked at Luo Chen's amber right eye, with a hint of anger. We came up with a recipe, and we also provided most of the materials. You took half of it with just one word. Isn't this a bit too much? Luo Chen stroked his smooth chin. Hearing you say that, it seems a bit too much. Seeing him give in, Lin Qingxun and Pavilion Master Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Business is like this, bargaining is business, and a one-time deal can't last long. Luo Chen thought for a while and said, then this way, our sect will make a concession, 60% will go to you, and I only want 40%. 60%? Pavilion Master Li thought about it and his eyes fell on Lin Qingxuan. Lin Qingxuan sighed. I have no objection. Pavilion Master Li smiled. Okay, then 60%. Dong. The table was knocked again, and Luo Chen showed a sincere smile. Then let's talk about the reward for our sect's contribution. The trade of elixirs is a long-term thing, but asking Luo Chen of the damned sect to refine elixirs is not free, and it is definitely not something that can be done by giving him an extra 10% of the profit from the elixirs. In particular, the channels for purchasing raw materials, part of which is due to Luo Chen's connections, so that he can buy them from the Xianitong Business Alliance. Since he dared to ask for 50% before, he must have the confidence. Pavilion Master Li also knew about this. We have prepared a large amount of Zioki for you, which is what you need. In addition, there are some good grade elixir recipes and body refining techniques. Obviously, Pavilion Master Li had specially inquired about Luo Chen's preferences, so that he could cater to his preferences. However, Luo Chen waved his hand. Sorry, our sect is not short of Zioki for the time being. As for those low-level elixir recipes and body refining techniques, Pavilion Master Li frowned, and instantly thought of the situation at the Shaoyang discussion meeting. It must be that at that time, Luo Chen had collected enough Zioki, so he didn't care about the little bit he had. Then what do you want? Don't worry, our sect will never ask for too much. What we want is the thing that you have the most. Luo Chen's eyes swept over the two of them, and he said slowly, sword pills. 4-element sword pills of wood, water, fire and earth, at the level of real weapons. Lin Qingxuan said flatly, no. Pavilion Master Li shook his head and said, no. Luo Chen put away his smile. Really not? Really not. His eyes slowly swept over the two of them. Luo Chen's eyes were like a mountain, bringing tremendous pressure to people. Our sect has already made concessions before. Your response now is really a bit disrespectful. Lin Qingxuan opened his mouth and said, Dao, you are really asking too much? The sword pill is the concentration of our sword practice. Often the sword is alive as long as the person is alive. My Yuding sword sect has only produced 2 nascent soul true immortals, so there are no more sword pills. Do you want me to give you my natal weapon? Luo Chen understood. In that case, our sect is asking too much? Pavilion Master Li, is your Wanjian pavilion the same? Pavilion Master Li subconsciously wanted to nod, but under the gaze of those eyes, he couldn't lie anymore. He could only explain, my Wanjian pavilion does have many real weapon-level sword balls, but they are all left by the ancestors and contain will. Only those who practice our sect's skills can be recognized as inherited weapons. The Jade Emperor King Tong liquid is what I personally want. It is excessive to use the sect's manpower and material resources. We cannot waste the sect's interests too much. Everyone has reasons and difficulties. Luo Chen smacked his lips, seeming to understand them very well, but the next words he said made the atmosphere in the hall drop to freezing point. Then I don't think it's necessary to continue this cooperation. Silence, silence. Li Lin and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Luo Chen closed his eyes, resting his mind and not saying a word, giving them enough time to think. The dome that was previously pierced was now snowing, adding a bit of chill to the hall. After a long time, the silent atmosphere in the hall was finally broken. Fellow Taoist Luo, my Yuding sword sect has a shallow foundation. After the chaos, we really have more than enough strength. I can't produce a sword pill of the real weapon level. The only one I can produce is a flawless sword pill of the top-grade magic weapon level, which belongs to the fire element. If you take it and nurture it well, it will be promoted to the real weapon level, and it will only be a matter of thunder tribulation. Lin Qingxuan said this, and when his eyes swept over Hongling, he showed an apology. Hongling bit her lip and nodded calmly. Luo Chen opened his eyes. I see your sincerity. What about you, Pavilion Master Li? Pavilion Master Li's double pupils showed reluctance. I can take out a real weapon sword pill of wood attribute, which only contains my soul mark, and it will be gone in a moment. In addition, I can give 2 flawless sword pills of water and soil attributes, which are also at the top grade magic weapon level. Dan sect, this is the limit of my Wanjian pavilion. 1 real weapon sword pill and 3 magic weapon sword pills. This answer made Luo Chen a little dissatisfied. But obviously, this is their limit. After all, The flawless sword pill is not cultivated by the cultivators themselves, but is made by consuming excellent materials, and is specially used to reward talented juniors, or as a personal reserve for cultivators at critical moments. Just like the platinum sword pill seized by Luo Chen from Fei Yunzi, it belongs to the flawless sword pill, but Fei Yunzi has superb weapon refining skills and has piled it up to the level of a real weapon. Under the gaze of Li Lin and the others, Luo Chen pondered for a long time, and finally knocked on the table slowly. Yes. In this way, the intention of cooperation was completely reached. In order to ease the stiff atmosphere during the previous bargaining, Luo Chen took the initiative to change a new topic and asked about the current situation of the human-demon war. The two also catered to their preferences and chatted about it. There was no banquet. After Luo Chen handed over 3 bottles of Jade Emperor King Tong liquid, they said goodbye and left. 3 escape lights flew away from Danluo Mountain at a slow speed. Lin Qingxuan said with guilt, "I'm sorry, Hongling, I sent the flawless sword pill I prepared for you." Hongling forced a smile. "It's okay, the sword pill I have nurtured is enough. Whether I can successfully advance to the nascent soul in the future is still a matter of time. Senior brother, your strength improvement is more important. With a Jade Emperor King Tong liquid, you can make up for your shortcomings." Lin Qingxuan stretched out his hand, gently rubbed the woman's head, and couldn't help sighing. The damn sect is becoming more and more domineering. "Senior brother, your hand." Hongling caught a glimpse of a trace of blood when the other party withdrew his hand. It was faint and thin, but shocking. The woman couldn't believe it. "Could it be that you were injured during the sparring just now, but you clearly won the sword contest at that time?" Lin Qingxuan's right hand trembled slightly, and he covered it again in his sleeves. "I won in terms of Dao, but in terms of sword," Pavilion Master Li said quietly. "In the Battle of Jling, the magic sword of Danzong was definitely not an ordinary one. Now he asked for the sword pill in person. I'm afraid it was for that magic sword." Pavilion Master Li was a little dissatisfied when he said this. In his opinion, the reason why Luo Chen dared to ask for a big price just now was also because Lin Qingxuan lost in the sword contest. On the surface, Luo Chen was slightly inferior, but he had just been refining the sword. But in fact, Lin Qingxuan was injured, which Pavilion Master Li could not hide. Lin Qingxuan shook his head. "Not only that, at the moment of the collision of magic power, I noticed a huge gap between Luo Chen and me." The green-shirted man showed a solemn look in his eyes, as if he couldn't believe the looming and magnificent magic power of Luo Chen under the tip of the iceberg. Pavilion Master Li didn't fight in person, so he didn't feel it deeply. He just thought that Lin Qingxuan deliberately exaggerated Luo Chen's strength to cover up his previous defeat. "According to what we just agreed, 60% of the Jade Emperor King Tong liquid, I take 40% and you take 20%. Here you go." A jade bottle was thrown into Lin Qingxuan's hands. Then the two parties parted ways. Lin Qingxuan looked at the lonely jade bottle in his hand, and his other palm clenched involuntarily, with veins bulging. He paid for the pill formula, the spirit stone, and even the sword pill prepared by his junior sister, and in the end, he got this little? "Senior brother." Hongling looked at the man with concern. The young man, whose temples were gradually turning white, pursed his lips and said, "Let's go back." Chapter 830, Ghost and God Mirror, Great 5 Elements Sword Formation. A turquoise sword pill of the true weapon and 3 flawless sword pills floated in the air. The patterns on them were intricate, like strands of silk wrapped into a ball. Luo Chen swept them one by one, and injected his magic power into the flawless sword pill of fire attribute. Instantly. Chi. The sword pills spun around, moving freely in the hall like flying stars. With a thud, the flying stars paused, as if a lotus flower was blooming, revealing sword threads one after another. After trying to control them with a method of controlling sword pills in the 1,000 skies and 10,000 transformations sword sutra, Luo Chen was very satisfied. It was indeed a flawless sword pill that had never been used by anyone. This level must be very rare in the Yuding sword sect and the Wanjian pavilion. Only those seeds that are expected to be promoted to the nascent soul stage can be given. And he got 3 at once, and even one of the true weapon level. Playing with 4 sword pills in his hand, Luo Chen couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Sure enough, my feeling at the Shaoang discussion meeting was correct. In the past, the price offered for alchemy was already very high in my opinion, but for a Yuan Ying's Henren with a rich family, it is actually nothing. Especially since my reputation as the damn sect has been cultivated for many years, it is enough to support me to offer a higher price. The lion's mouth in the bargaining today was a verification of the gold content of Luo Chen's reputation. The final result was satisfactory. As for why he didn't want other things, but only set his sights on things like the sword pill? Firstly, it was because the two major sword sects must have no shortage of this thing, so he was targeting it. Secondly, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the blood-red small sword on his right arm that looked like a tattoo. After absorbing a large amount of demon blood and the yuaning of a 4th-level demon king in the battle with Zhuling, the yuan to sword revealed its demon sword nature. Under the unparalleled sharpness, there is an irrepressible bloodthirsty instinct. Although the sword spirit's recognition of himself is getting higher and higher, he can control it more freely, but the sword spirit's own autonomy has also been greatly improved. Thinking of the Yuan Two Sword's stubborn devouring of the Demon King's nascent soul, and the other party's initiative to emit a trace of sharpness when he lost his sword energy, Luo Chen's happy face sank. Not completely controlled is completely uncontrolled. And an uncontrolled magic weapon, no matter how powerful it is not the most satisfactory weapon for a cultivator. It was under this consideration that Luo Chen thought about rebuilding the sword formation. The improved Great Five Elements sword formation left by Han Zan, according to the description, can be said to be extremely powerful. The only threshold is that it requires 5 sword pills of the real weapon level. This is difficult to gather, but now Luo Chen has 2 real weapon sword pills, plus 3 flawless sword pills. Maybe he can try to barely arrange the Great Five Elements sword formation. No hurry, no hurry. First, use the methods in the sword scripture to refine these sword pills, and then consider the matter of the Great Five Elements sword formation. The next priority is to refine the heart-searching mirror. Kangong can't be delayed any longer. Luo Chen put away the sword pills, ordered people to repair the exposed dome of the hall, and then went to the top of the mountain alone. The red dog puppet, which has Luo Chen's soul, has figured out the refining principle of the Ghost in God heart-searching mirror after studying and disassembling a large number of magic core magic weapons. In addition, he tried to conceive a new refining blueprint. With the 7 souls jade as the base, the magic core as the main material, and the true liquid as the intermediary substance to play the role of stimulation and regulation, supplemented by a large number of precious materials, as well as various magic arrays. After systematic inspection, this blueprint is ready for entry. After years of preparation, Luo Chen finally reached the last step. In front of the red-hot Hunan cauldron, he carefully added the materials that had been processed one by one into it, and his movements were extremely light. It's no wonder he is so cautious. In fact, the materials used in refining the heart mirror this time have exceeded any of his previous refining. The phantom core of the 4th stage mid-stage phantom beast, in this respect, no matter the Zuanshan armor or the ghost python whip, cannot be compared. If he fails accidentally, he will have no place to cry. I don't ask for a high grade of treasure, but I ask not to fail. Luo Chen muttered to himself, and put all his mind into the refining process. His refining skills are quite mixed. Duanfeng used the Duan family's refining skills as a foundation, and the Duan family's refining skills actually originated from Xianfen City. Then he collected a large number of refining books, while exploring and experimenting. The refining skills of Bihei's Ao Mountain became his first breakthrough in the way of refining. Later, after obtaining the inheritance of Fianzi, the large number of Fianjian refining methods left in it gave Luo Chen a higher vision in the way of refining. The ghost python whip he refined for Gu Kai before was an experiment. The result of that experiment should have been better, but unfortunately, because of the distraction at the critical moment of refining, the work failed and the treasure obtained was of medium quality. Now, Luo Chen will never allow himself to be distracted in refining the heart-searching mirror. The black ape puppet held the array disc and completely sealed off Danluo Mountain. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would never let outsiders disturb Luo Chen. Time passed little by little, and various materials began to gradually merge and produce subtle reactions with each other. 1 day, 2 days. 1 month, 2 months. 1 year later, Luo Chen, with bloodshot eyes, shouted in a low voice. "Come out." A ball of white light slowly flew out of the Hununding. Luo Chen's golden eyes like amber looked carefully through the protective treasure light. It has indeed taken shape. It's time to record the array. He took a deep breath, took out the prepared ink array liquid, and his right hand suddenly turned red under the urging of magic power. Luo Chen has his own unique system for recording arrays on magic weapon embryos. That is the iron refining hand of Bigu Mountain. Using this ink array liquid to draw arrays is more delicate than using common talisman pens and ink cones. After all, those things are just external objects. How can they be as free and easy as one's own hands, and feel more deeply? The only disadvantage of the iron hand is probably the extreme pain when it is used. This is also the reason why few monks in Bigu Mountain practice this weapon refining technique. Pain can distract people. Once distracted at the critical moment of refining, the consequences. But for Luo Chen, this little pain doesn't even require frowning and gritting teeth. First draw 9 basic illusion arrays, then 6 second-level illusion arrays. For the third-level illusion array, I will use my best mirror flower and water moon, which is also the most suitable array for the mirror of the heart. For the fourth-level array, let's use the dream bubble. When making this decision, Luo Chen's emotions were a bit complicated. He was worried, but also expected, and there was more luck. This illusion array was not what he had before, but a set recorded in the array classic stone chamber immortal machine given by Luo Chen. Although it is complete, it is not complete. The reason for the incompleteness is that this set of illusion array should have been of a higher grade, and it is very likely to have come from the Western Desert Buddhist sect. For some unknown reason, most of it was destroyed. But after the senior from the Shinopsisis Dao sect got this incomplete array, he completed it according to his own understanding. In the end, although the grade dropped a lot, only the 4th grade, the array became complete. Luo Chen built this array on the heart-searching mirror, and undoubtedly had high expectations for this magic weapon. I hope you won't let me down. After the perfect last stroke, the dreamy colorful light wrapped the formed oval stone mirror and slowly flew back to the Hununding. The monolid was covered again. The weak withered and flourishing true fire surged again. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it's up to you. Luo Chen glanced at the red dog puppet, and left without much conversation. For the split soul, the art of controlling fire is also something engraved in the soul. Even if it is controlled by a puppet, there will be no deviation. In addition, now that the withered and flourishing true fire has given birth to a fire spirit, it understands human nature and knows Luo Chen's thoughts. In this way, Luo Chen does not need to wait for 3 years like he did when he refined the Zuanshan armor. Back in the room, Luo Chen had a good sleep. After waking up refreshed, he immediately removed the formation and called Gu Kai, Wang Yuan, Juking Fairy and others over. Normally, a year is nothing for a cultivator. But the situation is different now, and it changes rapidly. Who knows what changes will happen in the outside world in a year. Therefore, Luo Chen really needs these active cultivators outside to report the situation to him. Because of the formation, outsiders know that Danzong has no intention of seeing guests, so few people came to disturb us last year, only 2 invitations from Shaoyang Mountain people. Juking Fairy said so. Luo Chen asked for the invitation, glanced at it roughly, and put it aside. It was still an invitation to Shaoyang to discuss Taoism, but the scale was limited to less than 10 people. Luo Chen sneered. Although the scale was small, it was too frequent. Wouldn't it just ruin the style of the Shaoyang Forum? If you were to organize it, it would take several years during the war and 10 or 100 years in peacetime. Only in this way could the high style be maintained. The Shaoyang hermit is a little eager for quick success. With a sigh in his heart, Gu Kai also reported the situation. Thanks to my husband's reputation, Luo Chen Pavilion has developed well in recent years and has a large number of repeat customers. The sect can stably produce elixirs and talismans. But these are only the smallest part of the income. The bulk still comes from the business of purchasing monster corpses in cooperation with Xianyun Merchant Alliance. After each large-scale transaction, we can collect a considerable commission. The problem now is that Xianyun Merchant Alliance is no longer satisfied with a single cooperation of monster resources. It wants to expand the scope of cooperation and sell some special products of Zongmiao through Luo Chen Pavilion. For this reason, Sect Master Li dare not make a decision and leave it to my husband to decide. Special products of Zongmiao? What special products can there be? They are nothing more than various resources needed by mortal cultivators. Perhaps their quality is better, but these businesses are all done by the 16 regions in the rear and the Mingyun sect. How dare Luo Chen get involved? After a moment of hesitation, Luo Chen has made a decision. The scope of cooperation can be relaxed, but it is limited to the elixir. Gu Kai nodded and wrote it down. Luo Chen thought very clearly. With the blessing of his alchemy sect, no one would question the source of the elixir even if it was from Zongmiao. Other forces don't have to bother with him, the alchemy master who is in the heyday. But if it is replaced with other resources, it is guaranteed to cause big trouble. Luo Chen doesn't want to cause trouble now. Finally, it's Wang Yuan. He is responsible for the war. Under the gaze of everyone, Wang Yuan slowly spoke. Now the war is getting more and more intense. The 4 commanders are in Lingshan Pass and harassing it every day. Is there another one? Luo Chen frowned and asked, which 4 commanders? Wang Man, Bai Zhu, Nia Gui, Ao Kuang. Wang Yuan said one name after another, which would scare ordinary people. Even though he had expected it, Luo Chen couldn't help swallowing a saliva. Is Ao Kuang coming so soon? This great demon king is not an unknown person. He is the leader of the wolf tribe in the Million Mountains. The Ao Zio demon king of the Howling Moon Mountains was just one of his juniors. It is said that this person has been promoted to the realm of demon king for thousands of years. His age can even be compared with some newly promoted gods of the human race. His fighting strength is also extremely terrifying. He once fought with the current demon clan leader, ancient demon emperor Yan, and although he lost, he saved his life. The King Shuang demon king, who is most feared by human cultivators, also fought with Ao Kuang. The two fought for hundreds of rounds, but there was no winner. With these 2 records, the world dare not underestimate him. Now, the opponent is coming so soon? Wang Yuan looked solemn. It was because of the arrival of this great demon king that the demon race became more confident and began to frequently harass Lingshan Pass. They did not forcefully attack Lingshan Pass, but gradually eroded the outer buffer zone in an attempt to form a pincer attack. In the battles, a large number of casualties occurred. I heard that the Yuanying's Henren also suffered casualties. Luo Chen immediately asked, do you know which Henren they were? Wang Yuan pondered and said, most of them are rumors, and I don't know whether they are true or not. But the fact that Motion Old Ghost was forcibly cut off half of his body by a wolf demon king happened in full view of everyone, and it can't be false. Motion Old Ghost? Luo Chen was stunned at first, and then he smiled happily. Restricted by the rules of the human race, the 5 Elements Divine Sect did not dare to attack him, and he did not dare to attack Motion Old Ghost and other guys. Now that he has used the demon race's knife to severely injure Motion Old Ghost, how can he not feel happy? I think it's related to the fact that I destroyed his real weapon by force, so he lacked powerful means and was severely injured. Luo Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. Wang Yuan reminded, now that you have come out of retreat, even if you have the name of Danzong, you can't continue to stay out of it. Perhaps the next battle between the demon emperors will be your turn. Luo Chen's expression was restrained and he nodded slightly. Don't worry about me, you should also be more careful, especially Wang Yuan yourself. Wang Yuan was in charge of the war on the Luo Chen sect side. Once the fight started, he would be the one charging into battle, and the danger would follow him like a shadow. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's mind moved and he opened his mouth to spit. A wisp of green and white small tree flew out. While several people were puzzled, a green twig broke in the middle, causing the small tree to sway, as if it was very dissatisfied. Luo Chen raised his hand, and the green twig flew in front of Wang Yuan. This is my life's true fire. Green represents prosperity, while white represents withering. With this green twig, when you are in danger, it can greatly tap into your physical potential and unleash even greater power. But remember, this method cannot be used lightly. After using it, you must return to a safe place, otherwise once you fall into weakness, you will be powerless. He said it seriously, but everyone knew that this was a life-saving trump card. Wang Yuan did not refuse, and carefully wrapped the green twig with his energy and swallowed it into his stomach. After the 3 people left, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. In this situation, he could no longer stay out of it. It was inevitable that he would encounter a battle next. He had already experimented with the power of the Chixio sort energy from Lin Qingxuan. In the state of minor success, it was only at the level of the golden elixir. Even with the blessing of the Yuan to sword, which surpassed the power of the golden elixir, it could not really threaten the Yuanying cultivator. Especially this sort energy is of a consumable nature. Every point used is a point less, and it needs to be constantly refined and replenished. For this reason, it cannot be used in regular battles. The Yuan 2 sword itself can be activated, but the sword spirit has his own ideas. So, he needs relatively conventional means of combat. It's time to practice the Great Five Elements sword formation. While muttering, Luo Chen waved his hand and 4 streams of light flew out. Then, another ray of white and gold light rose up. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth belong to the 5 elements. 2 true and 3 flawless, although it still does not meet the basic threshold of setting up a sword formation, but with a system, maybe you can try to force your way in. Luo Chen does not ask for the powerful power that Han Zan imagined, to use this sword formation to threaten the great monk. He only asks that after the sword formation is set up, it can be able to compete with ordinary Yuanying strongmen for a short time. It shouldn't be too difficult. Luo Chen muttered, and immediately the mana surged out, wrapping the 5 sword balls. Chapter 831, The sword formation is unfolded, Demon Slayer. Kill. Kill. The sounds of fighting and the deafening roars of beasts filled the mountains and plains. There were also the seemingly endless explosions, forming a complex yet unified ensemble on the battlefield. 10 figures stood high in the sky, looking at the towering city from afar. The light of the formations kept rising and falling, and the monks gathered like clouds. Looking up again, the stars in the sky were twinkling, emitting a charming yet dangerous light. There is the Zuanwu square formation in front and the Zhaoshan star formation above. This Lingshan Pass is really a tortoise shell, making it impossible to start. Exclamations rang out in the crowd, attracting echoes. Forget it, we don't need to go all out. Follow the commander's orders and focus on consumption. Go ahead. Be careful of the Yuanying Zhenren in the city. If you can't defeat them, don't fight. I'm going to the South City. I'm going to the West City. One after another, figures exuded a huge demonic aura, and the demonic wind swept, carrying a huge demonic cloud from all directions and rushing towards Lingshan Pass. This horrifying scene would have been terrifying if it had happened in the early days of the war. However, in the war that goes on day after day and year after year, it is no longer a big battle. It's nothing more than the 4th level demon king who wants to harass Lingshan Pass again and consume the resources in the city. The low-level cultivators don't need to worry, because there are strong people at the 1st level of Zhenren coming out to resist. As expected. At the moment when the Demon King launched the attack, Lingshan Pass seemed to have received some signal, and one after another figures soared into the air, turning into streams of light and flying towards different opponents. These Demon Kings were stopped before they approached Lingshan Pass. A strong man in a black robe, with spots on his face and fierce eyes, rushed forward quickly and urgently. Suddenly, a huge green palm print was shot out from Lingshan Pass. The speed was not fast or slow, but it was powerful, and it was not easy to provoke. The man with the spotted face snorted coldly, and before the palm print expanded, he suddenly punched out. Boom! The palm print collapsed instantly, and sparks flew everywhere, like fireworks blooming. A figure appeared in front of him without knowing when. I am Luo Chen of this sect. I haven't asked for your name yet. Hearing the name Luo Chen, the man with the spotted face couldn't help but shrink his pupils. The momentum of running came to an abrupt stop. He looked at Luo Chen cautiously. I am Emperor Tao Bao, the master of the Blue Amber Prairie. Millions of mountains is a general term, not all of them are mountains. There are mountains and waters, rivers flowing, and countless lakes and seas. Naturally, where there are mountains, there are canyons, and where there are hills, there are prairie. Luo Chen nodded. The Lord of Blue Amber should stay in the prairie. Why come here to get contaminated by the dust? Tao Bao sneered. I'm afraid you don't know. 5,000 years ago, the territory of my clan was right under our feet now. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Looking down, it's true that if you don't consider Lingshan Pass, a man-made city that rises from the ground, this area of tens of thousands of miles is really quite flat, very suitable for the growth of some low vegetation. It's just that because of the wars every year, there is not much green to be seen. So, you must enter this Lingshan Pass. There is no point in talking more, let's see for ourselves. After the words fell, Tao Bao jumped up, his body exploded, and his speed was extremely fast. During the mad rush, several phantoms appeared, and it was impossible to tell the real from the fake. Luo Chen sighed, but there was no fear in his eyes, instead he looked eager to try. No longer amber, only light golden eyes, sweeping over more and more phantoms. Suddenly, he raised the corner of his mouth and spit out a light. Not only that, He tapped his finger seals frequently, and his magic power surged. Just when all the phantoms touched him 10 feet in front of him, a phoenix phantom flew out from behind him with a scream. It flew around him and all the phantoms were instantly shattered. Then the phoenix rushed into the depths of the void without looking back. Bang! There was an explosion, and a yellow light burst out. Teobeo was surprised. He can really find me, the rumors are true. Just as he was shocked, he frowned and turned around and pointed. Clang! A sword ball was intercepted by it. Then the lotus bloomed and the sword light spit out. Sword cultivator. The spotted man was startled when he saw the sword ball, but the speed of the sword light was too slow, and he couldn't help but sneer. It was a false alarm. Such a crude method is not a threat to me. Break. He clenched his fist and punched it down. The sword ball had no power to resist and was smashed into the dust. Looking at the man who was gathering strength to cast a new spell, Teobeo took a deep breath. Since the battle, all the famous masters of the human and demon races know one or two things about each other. Because Danzong Luo Chen had 3 records of attacking and 2 direct kills, his information had long been remembered by many demon kings. This man is good at fire magic and can break the reality. The lightless demon king who is good at hiding and the frost eagle demon king who is good at breaking through the air and escaping both died at his hands. To fight this man, you need to fight in close combat and give full play to the advantages of the demon race's strong body. With a thud, Teobeo's demon essence was raised wildly, and the yellow wind gathered under his feet. The speed of the whole person suddenly doubled. Turned into an arrow from the string, rushing towards Luo Chen. Not only that, he waved his hands together and continuously launched claw-shaped attacks one after another. Facing this scene, Luo Chen looked calm and indifferent. Want to close the distance? Don't they know that I am also good at the art of body training? Forget it, I won't fight barehanded today, let's try my new method. Luo Chen stepped on the moon step, his figure was ghostly, turning and dodging one attack after another. Even if there were some that he couldn't avoid, he took them hard with a black dust armor. Not only that, he opened his mouth and spit out sword balls one after another. Swish. 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 It's a pity that these sword balls are not as controllable as those of orthodox sword cultivators. They are not so changeable and swift, and they are often knocked away before they get close to the body of the leopard. Luo Chen was not discouraged. When he could not avoid it, he watched coldly. Bang! A punch came down and missed. The leopard was startled. How could the attack locked by his spiritual consciousness miss? But in an instant, he suddenly realized that it was the art of psychedelic soul that caused the attack to deviate. When masters fight, a slight difference can lead to a great error. He was afraid that Luo Chen would seize the opportunity to counterattack, so he suddenly pulled his right hand and a huge knife light slashed across. Luo Chen dodged lightly, not thinking of pursuing the victory at all. This scene seemed like a play. With a long knife in his hand, Teobeo was in a dilemma for a while. This man is not only good at breaking illusions, but also has erratic and unpredictable body movements. He is also protected by precious armor. Ordinary attacks can't hurt him at all. A full-strength attack is also very easy to miss because of that strange illusion. It's impossible for me to kill him in a short time. After realizing this, Teobeo made up his mind and turned around and left without hesitation. Behind him, a man's joking voice came. Dao, I'll come and go as you please, don't you take our sect seriously. What are you going to do? Before he finished speaking, Teobeo felt something was wrong. Between heaven and earth, the sharp intention began to spread for no reason. Like a lotus blossoming, or an old tree sprouting new buds, wisps of sword energy began to fill the world. Platinum, green, blue, dim yellow, red. The colorful light caught people's eyes. It's those sword balls. Teobeo suddenly realized that those sword balls that looked harmless were actually hidden hands. Without any delay, Teobeo slashed with his long sword, and suddenly cut out a huge sword light of hundreds of feet, cutting a vacuum zone in the space filled with sword energy, and then the whole person turned into an arrow and broke through the air. Luo Chen watched this scene, not afraid that he would escape, and his 10 fingers moved frequently. The sword formula continued to be played, and the 5 sword balls that had been carefully sacrificed began to show different styles. The sword formation started. The sword light turned into silk, interweaving the world. The vacuum zone that was cut out was instantly filled by the sword silk. In the crisscrossing, a series of fine sword marks suddenly appeared on Teobeo's spotted face. Not only that, The mana that Luo Chen had changed in advance was transformed into 5 elements and 5 attributes, which were constantly interwoven and fused, and a great suppressive force was generated in the sword formation. The Great 5 Elements sword formation is not famous for its sharpness. The so-called sharpness is just the power attached to the sword pill of the real weapon level. The real power of this sword formation is the terrifying suppressive force on the enemy between the 5 elements. It can be seen with the naked eye that the speed of the leopard in the sword formation has become much slower. Let him chop with his long sword and cut out a path of survival, but his speed makes it impossible for him to escape along the path of survival. Instead, wounds began to appear on his powerful body. The blood containing rich ki and blood began to spray into the sky. In the blink of an eye, this monster became bloody and sharp, and it was really embarrassed. Luo Chen controlled the sword formation, observing the enemy's movements with his smart eyes, an absorbing experience. The effect of refining the sword pills with a method in the Thousand Sky Sword Sutra is a little slow, but the connection is no less than that of the orthodox sword cultivation sects such as the Jading Sword Sect and the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Of the 5 sword pills, the real main attack is the Platinum Sword Pill and the Green Wood Sword Pill. The other 3 have flaws and lack suppression power. Controlling 5 sword pills at the same time puts too much pressure on the soul. My soul foundation is now comparable to the 5th level of the nascent soul, and even close to the 6th level. At this moment, I feel exhausted and need to improve a little. No wonder Pavilion Master Li wants the Jade Emperor King Tong liquid so much. A pair of good eyes is enough to reduce a lot of spiritual pressure. In the sword formation, the leopard rushed left and right, but could not escape. He stopped suddenly, and then blood sprayed all around, and every drop of blood turned into a figure exactly like him. Then he rushed in all directions. Failed to force his way in, trying to separate the incarnation and look for an opportunity? What a pity. Under the strangulation of thousands of sword threads, the incarnations were broken one after another, without any resistance. Among them, there was an incarnation that was paid special attention to and strangled madly. Obviously, under Luo Chen's eyes that could see through the truth, such tricks could not fool anyone. Suddenly, the remaining incarnations suddenly rushed towards the clone that was attacked, and in the process of merging, the 100-foot-long body of the leopard was revealed. It was a spotted leopard, with 4 feet stepping on black clouds and a wild gold knife in its mouth, looking extremely majestic. However, this majestic leopard was covered with deep wounds at the moment, looking very embarrassed. He roared, but instead of advancing, he retreated and rushed towards Lingshan Pass, with a terrifying sword light slashing out from the wild gold knife in his mouth. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Han Zhan pointed out that 5 sword pills of the same level are necessary. This flaw is really hard to hide from a Yuanying level warrior. But that's enough. Luo Chen bent his fingers and began to accumulate another spell. Not only that, bloodlight in his hand transformed, and a small sword flew out quietly. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge leopard returned to the clear sky with countless sword energy. He was so happy to see the blue sky again. Danzong Luo Chen, this sword formation can't trap this emperor. The golden knife flew back and was held in his mouth. With a wild golden knife in his mouth, the leopard laughed wildly, and rushed into the sky without fighting. If Ling Xiangun can't get in, then use the 9 Heavens Road to kill your way out. During this process, he kept an eye on Luo Chen's movements. In the corner of his eyes, the Taoist in white robes reached out and recalled the 5 sword pills, looking at him coldly. Give up. That's fine. Tao Bao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had laughed arrogantly before, but he was still very afraid of Luo Chen. If he hadn't spent a lot of money to find the flaw in the sword formation, he might have been trapped inside and skinned alive. He had already planned to sell the information about Luo Chen of Danzong for a high price after returning. Once he met this person, he must not fight unless he was at the middle stage of the 4th level or even the realm of the Great Demon King. Just when he was a little relaxed because Luo Chen didn't chase him, something strange happened in the sky. Fire clouds gathered, and there were thousands of rays of light. A huge dragon head poked out from it and stared at Tao Bao at a glance. Roar! The flame dragon is coming. Caught off guard, the flame dragon rushed down and had the most direct collision with the unavoidable Tao Bao body. The knife light reappeared, but this time it seemed so fragile and small under the flame dragon. Boom! The flames gradually died out, and most of the body was gone, and Tao Bao was full of horror. But this time, he didn't even dare to look at Luo Chen, and only wanted to run for his life. However, swish! The blood sword flew out, cut off the wild gold knife, and sank into the leopard's head, like a bloodline that continued to penetrate deeper and deeper, piercing the nascent soul. The creepy scream spread across 100 miles, causing countless monsters and many cultivators inside and outside Lingshan Pass to shudder from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone knew that another demon king had fallen. Bang! The heavy object fell to the ground with a bang, shaking up dust all over the sky. Under the awe-inspiring gazes, Luo Chen waved his hand and asked the cultivators of Luo Chen Treasure Pavilion to come out and clean up the half-body of the demon king. And he himself returned to Dangluo Mountain amid a lot of discussion. Which one is this? The third demon king. There have been 3 demon kings who died at the hands of Danzong, and Lingshan is the best. With such a record, Lingshan is not the best. There is no one better in the vast East Wilderness, right? What's the point of calling it Danzong? With such killing, it's no exaggeration to call it the Demon Slayer. The Demon Slayer, it's really appropriate. As Luo Chen made his move again and again, the name of the Demon Slayer began to spread among countless cultivators. Even in the Demon Clan's base camp, his name became more and more famous, and ordinary demon kings didn't want to run into him. There was even a rumor that anyone who saw the Demon Slayer would escape without guilt. Luo Chen saw these influences, but he didn't take them to heart. He knew that as his reputation became more and more famous, the enemies he would encounter in the future would only become stronger and have more means. Making moves too frequently would instead expose his trump card. Therefore, he specifically asked the city lord Lingshan not to send him out to fight too frequently. Because of his brilliant achievements, the lord of Lingshan City also agreed to this request. In this way, in the next 2 years, although Luo Chen occasionally took action, he was much more restrained than other Yuanying's Yanrun. Moreover, he also slightly restrained his killing intent and no longer pursued to kill them all. Once, facing the enemy Yuanying abandoning his physical body and escaping, he chose to give up the pursuit under the watchful eyes of other demon kings. One day, in Danluo Mountain, Luo Chen sat cross-legged in front of the Hunilding, his eyes showing expectation. Calculate the time, the mirror of the heart, it's time to come out. Chapter 832, Thunder Tribulation, the Immortal Mirror. The better the quality of the magic weapon, the longer it takes to be nurtured. This is true for the Zuanshan armor and the Yaoang whip. Only the Hunilding, because it was integrated with a drop of the blood of the demon lord Lianshan, was born early and lacked the perfect nurturing process. This is an advantage, but the disadvantage is also very obvious. That is, Luo Chen spent more than 100 years in the North Sea to completely refine the impurities contained in it. All functions have to be developed by oneself, bit by bit, which is quite troublesome. The heart mirror is different. It is to be used after being practiced, and naturally cannot be achieved in a hurry. Therefore, after Luo Chen refined the embryo, he nurtured it for another 2 years. At this point, everything is ready. Sitting cross-legged in front of the Hunilding, Luo Chen rhythmically played a series of magic powers, ready to take the treasure. The withered true fire gradually extinguished, and the treasure light in the ding became more and more blazing. After insisting on using the Jade Emperor King Tong liquid for 3 years, Luo Chen's eyes have gradually developed a bit of magic. There is a deviation from the evolution direction of the eyes he most desires in his heart, but the new eyes are not bad after all. On the basis of the original ability to see through the illusion, it was continuously optimized and gradually gained the attribute of breaking illusion. This is why the leopard demon king, who is good at the art of splitting and changing, was restrained in front of him and could not play his greatest advantage at all. See through the illusion and don't be confused by the change. Just to deal with the current situation. At this moment, the treasure light in the tripod was blazing, giving rise to various different illusions. There were white eagles soaring in the sky, hunting calmly in a large group of fantasy beasts. There were monks holding treasures, constantly approaching and strangling, and dangers were repeated. There was also a man stepping on the tripod and holding a sword, pinching the magic formula and pinching the Dao finger, and suppressing all living beings. Finally, even in the vast clouds, a huge and vague creature was seen swallowing and spitting out a wilderness, evolving the sun, moon and stars. There are many strange phenomena. If you sink into one of them, you may miss the best time to get the treasure. But Luo Chen's eyes were burning, and he was not moved at all. Instead, he felt a sense of realization in his heart. These illusions are the memories of the owner of this illusion caller, Bidu, before his death. Isn't the man standing on the tripod and holding the sword exactly me? As for the huge blurry creature, it is the body of the mirage dragon that evolved from the white eagle. Even the memory of the mirage dragon's body was traced back, and Luo Chen was more and more surprised. This mirror of the heart must be of high quality. This is also natural. After all, Luo Chen's weapon refining skills are no longer the same as 100 years ago, and the materials used are much better than Zhuanchenjia. Top quality, it must be top quality. Just as Luo Chen was looking forward to it and was about to use the treasure-taking trick, something strange happened. Swish! The Hunan cauldron was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and wisps of black arc spread out in the thick clouds. The cloud was not big, and it just covered the mirror of the heart that was covered with precious light. Those dangerous black arcs kept hitting the precious light, making the mirror of the heart shaky. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's face changed, and he thought of something in an instant. The power of thunder. When he formed his infant, the last round of thunder was also the strongest. He remembered that the color of that round of thunder was no longer the ordinary white, but turned black, and even turned into beast, which was extremely dangerous. At that time, Luo Chen thought that even if he could bear it, he would be seriously injured, not to mention dealing with Han Zan's possession later. Fortunately, after the Hununding was promoted to a real weapon, it spontaneously protected it and forcibly swallowed a black thunder. For so many years, Luo Chen has always used the power of thunder as a trump card for attack. Occasionally, he had a sudden idea to use it to temper his soul, but he gave up because it was too dangerous. But he didn't expect that when he was refining the magic weapon at this moment, he actually affected this thunder power. It must be that the treasure grade of the heart mirror is too high, which attracted the power of thunder. Luo Chen was about to control the Hununding to remove the black lightning. He has the power. The Hununding was under his control, and the power of the thunder that was swallowed was naturally under his control. But just when Luo Chen was about to remove the power of the thunder, he suddenly thought of something and hesitated. How high can the grade of a magic weapon be to attract the power of the thunder? Compared with the immortal cultivators, only when they achieve the nascent soul stage will the heavenly tribulation be born. And the magic weapon needs to use the heavenly thunder refining array to evolve its own meridians only when it is promoted to true weapon. How similar is this scene at this moment to when the Hununding and Zhuanchenjia were promoted to true weapons? In an instant, Luo Chen remembered the records about the refining of true weapons in Fianzi's classics. It is not that every true weapon is promoted together when the cultivator is promoted to the nascent soul stage. That is too much of a test of the quality of the magic weapon. After all, not every giant and Daquin cultivator can have a lifelong magic weapon that is refined to the extreme. Some newly promoted nascent souls may not have a true weapon to use in a short period of time. In fact, most of the time, the real weapon of the Yuanying cultivator is to nurture and refine the life magic weapon little by little after the realm is upgraded, and then ask the weapon refiner to track the heavenly thunder, so that it can be baptized by the heavenly thunder and make the final transformation. The situation is slightly different on the demon side. Often, the demon kings will instinctively choose the best part of the demon body when they are at the third level, and focus on tempering it with magic power. Then, with the help of the transformation thunder tribulation, they can get their own real weapon. However, the real weapons refined by these demons are often of similar quality, but the power is not pure enough. The scorpion tail needle of the lightless beast is such a product. It has the level of a real weapon, but except for being sharp, it has no additional means. The poison is all added by the stomach sac. I have gone too far, let's get back to the topic. At this moment, the tribulation thunder appeared, surrounding the heart-searching mirror, which is almost exactly the same as the method of refining real weapons recorded in Fianzi's classics. So, if I survive this, I may get a real weapon. Thinking of this possibility, Luo Chen's heart suddenly pounded. Licking his dry lips, Luo Chen's eyes shone brightly, staring at the Hunan cauldron with golden eyes. How about a gamble? At most, I can withdraw the power of the thunder at the critical moment. Even if I fail, I can get a defective mirror of the heart, which is enough to heal Kanglong. After this idea came up, he could no longer suppress it. Especially since Luo Chen could feel that he could withdraw the power of the thunder at any time, he would have no worries. The last spell of the treasure-taking technique was not cast for a long time, and the thunder and lightning in the cauldron were allowed to tremble. Time passed by little. Even though Luo Chen was not in it, cold sweat oozed from his forehead. This was even more frightening than his own tribulation. Seeing that the treasure light was getting weaker and weaker, and the tattered body of the mirror of the heart was revealed, Luo Chen even had a belated regret in his heart. Suddenly, the thunder of the tribulation disappeared, and a mottled gray-white stone mirror stumbled out of the mouth of the cauldron. At the same time, a large amount of spiritual energy in the cave began to automatically flow towards the gray-white stone mirror. Luo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The meridians were alive and breathing was in and out. This was already a sign of a real weapon. Looking at the spiritual energy around him, Luo Chen cast a spell, and the formation in the training room was loosened. Suddenly, more imprisoned rich spiritual energy surged out and was madly absorbed by the stone mirror. The cracked stone mirror was still mottled under the continuous absorption of spiritual energy, but the cracks disappeared after all. One day later, Luo Chen stretched out his hand and the gray-white stone mirror with residual warmth fell into his hand. Stroking the mottled mirror surface, Luo Chen felt a sense of fear. If the refining materials were not good enough, I would have almost failed. I thought that if I succeeded this time, I would use the thunder and the Hunan Ding to refine other magic weapons in the future. Now it seems that I am so bold. Even when I was promoted to the nascent soul stage, I didn't dare to resist the Black Thunder. How can ordinary magic weapons dare to take the risk? Luo Chen has already reacted. The reason why the heart mirror was able to succeed is that the main material is the phantom core of the 4th level mid-stage phantom beast, which is comparable to the mid-stage nascent soul. Ordinary magic weapons don't have such a foundation at all. The fear gradually dissipated, and what followed was ecstasy. He refined a real weapon. Even if it relied on the best raw materials and the power of thunder collected by chance, he had a real weapon in his hand. Such an experience is something that many high-level weapon refiners can only encounter but not seek. Before he even had time to experience the functions of this gray-white stone mirror, Luo Chen quickly opened the attribute panel and took a look. Sure enough, the entry of Level 3 Refiner was flickering, and gradually changed to Level 4 Refiner. Luo Chen couldn't help but grin and laugh. In the snowy and icy ground, peach blossoms were stained with blood, and a fox fell under the sword. Tossing and turning, the monsters roared, and he didn't know where to go. There was no escape in the bloody rain and wind, and he could only use his body as a blade to kill his way out. In the midst of the sandalwood, Luo Chen held a stone mirror and injected his magic power into it, and a series of illusions were stimulated. It was so lifelike that it was almost impossible to tell the real from the fake. Opposite him, there were several people sitting cross-legged. There was the joking fairy, Gu Kai, and even Wang Yuan. But at the moment, except for Wang Yuan who showed a struggling expression, the others were deeply trapped and unable to extricate themselves. Luo Chen even felt that if he increased his magic power and integrated his own consciousness into it and guided it, even Wang Yuan, who was strong-willed and unmoved by external things, would not be able to resist this mirror. I really didn't disappoint you. After muttering, Luo Chen slowly withdrew his magic power. Several Luo Xianzong monks who were invited to test the treasures opened their eyes one by one. The first one to open his eyes was Wang Yuan. His whole body was shaken by the aura and his thick eyebrows were knitted. Everything just now was an illusion. Yes. Then you saw it all. Luo Chen nodded slightly, without lying. Wang Yuan fell into silence. The second one to wake up was the joking fairy. At some point, tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Just now, she returned to the softest and most painful scene in her heart. If she hadn't been awakened by Luo Chen, she would have been in that heart-wrenching cold forever. Luo Chen's voice came softly to her ears. With my guidance, the illusion and reality are no doubt. With this mirror, it is possible to revive Kanglong's consciousness without awakening his physical body. Fairy Juking nodded gently. Thank you for your trouble in saving my senior sister. The last one to wake up was Gu Kai. Her tense face relaxed instantly when she saw Luo Chen. She even ignored the eyes of others and plunged into Luo Chen's arms. Can you not leave in the future? Luo Chen gently stroked the woman's black hair. It's your husband's fault. I shouldn't let you go through these things again. Then, he took out 4 jade bottles like taking candy and stuffed 2 of them into Gu Kai's hands. This is the soul resting powder, the 3rd level soul nourishing holy medicine of the Medicine King sect in the past, which is most suitable for use when you are exhausted. You can take it too. The remaining 2 bottles were divided into Wang Yuan and Fairy Juking one by one. Although there was a sense of bias, no one questioned it. Fairy Juking, whose mood fluctuated greatly, was actually a little envious of Luo Chen's open preference. She calmed down. Does this treasure have a name? Of course, its name is Ghosts and Gods. When the words came to his lips, Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle. In the past, he could say that he didn't ask about the common people but ghosts and gods, but this mirror was refined by him and controlled by him. So, why bother asking ghosts and gods, but ask about the past? Dust. Thank you for the dust. Return to the fairy court. After joy and pain, you should thank the dust and return to the fairy court. I am glad to wake up from the dream tonight, and teach you to choose the way to go. Don't be attached to the lost path, don't be attached to the lost path, return to the road early. Luo Chen held a mirror in one hand and stroked the woman's black hair with the other hand, chanting and singing. Gu Kai raised her head, looked at Luo Chen infatuatedly, and murmured. Dust mirror. Since the dust mirror has been refined, the matter of saving Kanglong is on the agenda. Wang Yuan and the others didn't bother much. After taking the soul-soothing powder in Luo Chen's cave that day, they said goodbye and left. But before leaving, Wang Yuan reminded her of the recent changes in the situation again. The monster army attacked more and more fiercely, and even the four commanders tried to take action to test the weaknesses of some formations in Lingshan Pass. The casualties of the monks and the city could no longer be controlled under the crazy attack of the massive monsters. Not to mention the others, among the people Luo Chen knew, Fu Lao almost died at the hands of a 4th-level mid-stage monster king. If he hadn't activated a death substitute talisman that he had spent a lot of money to refine at that time, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to escape back to Lingshan Pass. Ling Fengzi's combat power was slightly weaker, but he had a strong ability to save his life, but his disciples of Miao sect suffered heavy casualties. It is said that by now, only 1 in 10 survived, and the number of people in the sect has dropped sharply to less than 1,000, which is almost the same as the later rising Yuanying forces such as Luo Chen sect. Even in terms of combat power and foundation, it is far inferior to the mainstays like Wang Yuan. Even Jiling Yuanjin is having a hard time now, because the commander-in-chief is eyeing him. You need to solve your personal affairs as soon as possible and put all your energy on the battle, otherwise you will regret it if you make mistakes. Wang Yuan gave this advice before he left. Luo Chen listened to it, and saving Kanglong was his last personal matter. In the eyes of outsiders, Luo Chen is eager to do good deeds, and he supports the younger generation, which is quite gentlemanly. In the eyes of close people, Luo Chen is kind, like a towering tree that shelters from wind and rain. Only Luo Chen himself knows that, but for the sake of immortality, everything can be abandoned. In his heart, he is an extremely selfish person. But before touching the bottom line, he can distinguish between gratitude and resentment and keep his promises. Standing in the ice room, Luo Chen moved away the ice castle that had been repaired over the years, revealing the ice coffin containing Sleeping Beauty. Looking at the woman's frowning eyebrows, Luo Chen sighed softly. This woman has done him a favor, and it is reasonable to repay her. The Chinun fairy mirror flew out and covered the ice coffin. 10 fingers flew, and spiritual spells were frequently used. The soul awakens before the big dream, as if in the illusion but also in the heart. Sister Kanglong, come into the dream. White mist emanated from the mottled stone mirror and seeped into the ice coffin. The woman's frown relaxed a little, and under her crystal eyelids, her eyes moved, as if she had dreamed of something. Chapter 833, A Big Dream, The Infinite Demon Emperor. In a deep courtyard, a dignified middle-aged man frowned, his eyes fell on a room from time to time, and he sighed. Outside the courtyard, there was a sound of hurried footsteps. After a while, a young girl ran in hurriedly. Her face was round and plump, her skin was white and rosy, and her cute baby fat face was full of surprise at this moment. Father, I have found out that the rumored fairyland really exists, and mother can be saved. The middle-aged man shook his head. Ran, give up. Your mother is incurable. Instead of tossing her around, you might as well accompany her more and let her spend the last 2 years well. The girl's round face was unusually stubborn at this moment. I won't. Facing those insistent eyes, the middle-aged man was angry, but slowly softened. You tell me the place, I will send someone to find the immortals. The girl smiled. Ordinary people can't find it, I have to go there myself. In the ice and snow, A sparse team of people and horses moved forward with difficulty in the wind and snow. The camel pulling the cart was breathing hot air from its nose and could not move forward. The voice of the follower came from behind. "Miss, we can't go any further. The legendary Death Sea is ahead." The girl in the lead was wrapped tightly in a furry white coat. Hearing this, she waved her hand. "No, we must continue to move forward. Only by crossing the Death Sea can we see the real immortals." The followers had no choice but to follow the girl's order and continue to move forward. However, the heavy snow-buried people, the cold wind scraped their bones, and everyone had difficulty walking, and their vision was getting worse and worse. It was noon, and the sky was inexplicably dark. Huh? The wind started at some point. A blizzard rushed towards the convoy without anyone noticing, and everyone was washed away. When the martial arts master who led the team finally gathered most of the people, he was shocked to find out. Miss Z is missing. I will definitely find the immortals. I will definitely save my mother. It's right in front, right in front. The girl was shivering with cold, her lips trembling slightly, and she kept making the sound of teeth clattering. But the world was white. Where was the immortal place? The girl walked alone on the ice field, relying on a persistence to keep moving forward, but the more she walked, the more confused she became. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of red light from the corner of her eyes. She hurriedly ran over there, getting closer and closer, and the body of the red light gradually appeared in her eyes. It was clearly a big dog with hair all over its body like a ball of fire. It was standing on the white ice, looking very majestic. It stood quietly on the ice field, with a pair of golden eyes, staring at the girl who was running. "Big dog, you know, the girl asked while running, but her feet were unstable and she fell into the ice cave without paying attention. The delicate body kept falling. The icy liquid around her kept drowning her. This wasn't an ice field, it was clearly a large lake, but it was frozen by the extreme cold. Mortals were ignorant and named it the Sea of Death. The red dog with golden pupils still stood quietly by the lake, watching the girl falling until she could no longer see her figure. I don't know how long it took. Whoosh! Suddenly, a precious light shot up into the sky. After the precious light, there were continuous crackling sounds. Large sheets of ice collapsed and shattered. Amid the ups and downs of the waves, an unconscious girl who had been frozen into an ice block floated up from the bottom of the lake, holding a bright pearl. The red dog with golden pupils looked up at the sky and finally moved. It walked on the waves as if it were walking on flat ground, and walked to the girl's side. It took the girl in its mouth and threw her back, and the frozen girl was thrown onto its back. Without even being able to tell the direction, the red dog with golden pupils carried the girl on its back and headed straight north. As it walked alone, a lot of heat was emitted, and the iceman on its back began to melt. The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly, and there was a faint sign of waking up. Not long after they left, a beam of light suddenly landed at the place where the precious light came from before. It was a beautiful woman. When she arrived at the place, she rushed into the broken ice lake without thinking. After a moment, she flew out again. The beautiful woman's face showed a look of uncertainty. No, that precious light just now was clearly the master's life magic weapon, the Kanglong Pearl. It disappeared when the master passed away. Now it has finally seen the light of day. Why did it disappear strangely again? Could it be that it was taken away by someone? Thinking of the latter possibility, the woman's face showed murderous intent. How could the master's treasure be left outside? Riding the flying sword into the sky, she frantically patrolled around the ice lake at a very fast speed. She even rushed into the storm that swept past before and searched for it. No result, no result, still no result. Suddenly, the woman looked back and saw red light moving slowly on the snow. Boom! The beautiful woman landed with a bang, her magic power increased sharply, and her long sword pointed at the red light. But after seeing it clearly, her expression softened. A girl was holding a white gem and was sitting on a big red dog. Big dog, did you save me? Where are you taking me? I want to find immortals. They can save my mother. Can you take me to find them? The girl's words sounded like a dream. But after seeing the beautiful woman falling from the sky, the confusion disappeared. Are you an immortal? The beautiful woman walked over step by step, staring at the girl with a strange light in her eyes. I'm not an immortal, but I should be the so-called immortal you are looking for. As she said this, her heart began to beat. Top grade ice spirit root. 7 Orpheus exquisite body. No wonder she was able to obtain the master's magic weapon by chance. This is clearly the master's blessing from the dark, sending a chosen person to our sect. Walking closer, the beautiful woman reached out and stroked the girl's chubby face. "What's your name?" The girl subconsciously wanted to say her name, but when she opened her mouth, she was stunned. "What's my name?" "It doesn't matter, I'll remember it later. Now, I'll give you a name, Kanglong." Kanglong. The girl said this name, and her confused eyes gradually cleared up. "Are you willing to come back to the sect with me? Learn the immortal arts and master the immortal skills. After you learn them, you can save your mother." "Yes, yes." "Then let's go." "Where to?" "The sect." "What's the name of our sect?" "Ice Castle." "Oh, then can I bring the big dog with me? He saved me." The beautiful young woman looked down at the big dog that was like a ball of fire. When she met the golden eyes, she nodded as if possessed by a ghost. 3 figures walked farther and farther away in the wind and snow, and finally disappeared. Buzz. In the ice room, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes. There was a bit of fatigue, but more of joy. After spending a lot of effort, he finally succeeded in getting Kanglong into the illusion. He originally planned to wake him up in the illusion and then teach him the soul-splitting skill. But after carefully understanding the magic of the Chinitun immortal mirror, he gave up this initial and crudest plan. The illusion created by the Chinitun immortal mirror inherits the ability of the ghost and God-questioning mirror to simulate and discover, and it also comes with a 4th-level illusion core, which can almost be said to be a real illusion. Even the geniuses of the Chinitun Dao sect can use this illusion core to feel and comprehend the true meaning of the law. So why can't we use this function to let Kanglong's soul learn the soul-splitting art unconsciously in the illusion? Moreover, outside, Luo Chen will let him take the soul-nourishing elixirs such as Zongmiao Pill, Anhan Powder, and Dahan Pill little by little. In this way, when he wakes up from the dream, it will be the day of success. The only drawback is that someone needs to guide this process, so that Kanglong's soul will not find something wrong and interrupt the illusion practice. And the guide is naturally Luo Chen. He has 2 souls, who think with him, and have mastered the practice of soul-splitting art. It's just right for him to control the Chinitun immortal mirror while guiding Kanglong's illusion practice. Just treat it as a big dream. Luo Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then transferred a large amount of mana into the Chinitun immortal mirror to keep the mirror running all the time. Fortunately, Kanglong's own realm has not reached the nascent soul stage, and the consumption of mana is not great. However, in case he was negligent, Luo Chen still injected mana that could keep the mirror running for many years at a minimum. After leaving the ice room, Luo Chen took a good breath for a few days. Restore mana and adjust the state. Waiting for the war to come. It's not that Luo Chen is worrying about nothing, but the current battle situation is really, as Wang Yuan said, it has become more and more intense, and no one can stay out of it. From the casualties of the nascent soul a real person at Lingshan Pass, we can see the clues. At the beginning of this demon chaos, the main attacker was the demon race. In the process of killing from the millions of mountains in the East Wilderness and constantly conquering the human race's domain, the strong men of the human race began to fall. That's why a large number of cultivators were forced to retreat continuously, until the establishment of Lingshan Pass. With this mighty city as a support, the casualties of Yuanying's Henren dropped sharply in an instant. Not only that, because there was a formation to hold back, the Yuanying monks had confidence when they went out of the city to fight. At most, they could retreat to Lingshan Pass if they couldn't win. Therefore, in the battles of Lingshan Pass in the past 10 years, almost no Yuanying's Henren died. On the contrary, the demon clan, without a formation to hold back, began to suffer casualties one after another when they continued to attack Lingshan Pass. Luo Chen's brilliant record is a proof of the situation in the past 10 years. To be honest, if it weren't for the protection of the Zuanwu 4-square formation and this Haoshan Star formation, he would not dare to let go. But now, the stalemate is slowly being broken. There are too many high-level masters on the demon clan side. Even if there is Lingshan Pass to hold back, the Yuanying's Henren with weaker skills may still fall if they are not careful. The 4 great commanders and 30 demon kings are enough to destroy any Yuanying level force in the world. Yuanying's Henren began to suffer casualties, which is a very bad signal. One day, Luo Chen came to the city wall. Looking at the human cultivators' army that was constantly defeated under the attack of a large number of monsters on the plain outside the city, He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Are there so many low-level monsters in the West? The Yuanying cultivator standing next to him was Mu Zhenren, the master of the Mu Mansion. He looked solemn at the moment and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I don't know what's going on. The number of high-level masters on the demon clan side has not increased, but the number of low-level monsters has greatly exceeded our imagination. The strategic buffer zone that was originally created has also been gradually eaten up under the attack of a large number of monsters. If this continues, Lingshan Pass will be surrounded again in a few days." Luo Chen frowned. "Wait and see." Mu Zhenren was puzzled. Then he saw Luo Chen pinching his fingers and chanting spells in front of him, casting spells. Large pieces of clouds rose into the air as Luo Chen's magic power surged out. As if sensing something, the sky, which was shaken apart by the fierce fighting, gathered large pieces of clouds for no reason. After gathering, these clouds dispersed with a bang, turning into small clouds, floating in all directions. Like chess pieces, scattered all over the chessboard. And in front of Luo Chen. Appear. A water mirror suddenly appeared. The battlefield began to appear one after another on it. What kind of magic is this? The coverage area is so large, and you can see the whole area from a corner. Master Mu was extremely shocked. Luo Chen smiled slightly and said only 4 words, "Cloud Chess Water Mirror." This magic was created by Luo Chen when he was in Zongmiao. The principle is not profound, but the exquisiteness is rare in the world. Low-level water mirror technique, cloud pattern in the foundation of the formation, and even the inspiration of the peach garden chess formation arranged by the chess master in Zongmiao. It can greatly make up for the shortcomings of the cultivator's insufficient spiritual awareness and insufficient eyesight, and observe scenes in a larger range. And it wins in concealment. At this moment, the clouds in the sky, like chess pieces, dotted the sky above the battlefield, gathering all the scenes together and imprinting them on the water mirror in front of Luo Chen. The scenes from all over the battlefield also fell vividly into Luo Chen's smart eyes. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Compared with the other 4 directions, the vast number of monsters in the West City is simply a small witch compared to a big witch. In the north and south, there is a large area of black and black monsters like locusts. Outside the East City, where the defense pressure is the greatest, some huge siege monsters have even begun to appear, fearlessly attacking the city wall. Especially outside the maximum range of the cloud chess water mirror, there are still countless low-level monsters pouring in. This number is more than tens of millions? I'm afraid it's already hundreds of millions. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. Are they crazy? Do they want to take the lives of low-level monsters to forcefully break through Lingshan Pass? Master Mu looked at the water mirror on the side. This was also the first time he looked at the battlefield from a global perspective. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shock. Can Lingshan Pass be defended? The answer was unknown. After all, the number of cultivators in Lingshan Pass was only tens of millions. The only thing they could rely on was the large killing arrays that had been arranged in advance. There were arrays that were activated under the control of the cultivators of Xiandu sect. They shot out rays of death at the most dangerous part of the battle, and a large number of monsters fell down one after another like cutting straw. Then, the Demon King suddenly came and attacked the arrays from a distance of more than 10 miles. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen realized that he might have to take action soon. After all, it was impossible to let the Demon King attack the arrays recklessly. Sure enough. 1 day, 2 days. As time passed, the pressure on Zichen district became greater and greater. Many cultivators had to retreat to the city, and a large number of monsters gathered within the 10-mile range restricted by the Forbidden Air Array. The large killing arrays began to be activated. Amidst the shadows, a great demon figure emerged in the sky. Luo Chen's cloud chess and water mirror had long been destroyed by a great demon with keen spiritual perception. "Danzong, you have to take action," said Master Mu. Luo Chen's face was calm. "It's okay, I'm used to this kind of thing." Without hesitation, he released his spiritual sense to a strange demon king who was about to attack the formation. After locking his spiritual sense, Luo Chen soared into the sky. The demon king seemed to sense it, and his eyes full of fighting spirit met Luo Chen. "Sign up." Danzong Luo Chen. The tall and thin demon king blinked and licked his lips. "Are you the demon slayer? This Emperor Wuji is just looking for you to try my hand." As he spoke, he pulled behind him. Swish. A sharp sound of flesh breaking sounded, and a long sword full of thorns was pulled out from his back. Swish! The limp long sword was swung and immediately straightened, and the bloody smell on it made people frown. How could this be a sword? That's clearly his spine. Chapter 834, Sword Formation Upgrade, Surprise Attack from the Rear. The demon Wuji has no spine. When the long sword comes out, we know where its name comes from. Luo Chen frowned and sensed a hint of danger. Without thinking, he attacked. He still started with a Qingyang Great Handprint, but what was different from usual was that after this technique, Luo Chen connected the cloud-exploring divine claw. Swish! After the majestic palm print, a claw suddenly stretched out from the sky and rushed straight to the Wuji Demon Emperor. Seeing this, the Wuji Demon Emperor was not surprised but happy. Good. He rushed violently, without dodging, and rushed straight to the Qingyang Great Handprint. With one sword, the handprint was broken. With another sword, the cloud-exploring divine claw was broken in half. Luo Chen looked at this scene, his pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes fell on the sword involuntarily. This is a genuine and authentic sword. Even if it was refined with a crude demon refining method, after years of cultivation, its power is no less than those inherited authentic weapons of the upper sects. 2 spells were not enough. Seeing that the Wuji Demon Emperor was getting closer and closer, Luo Chen shouted softly and opened his mouth to spit out. Whoosh! 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 The sound of breaking through the air continued, and 5 streams of light flew towards the Wuji Demon Emperor in an endless stream. It was 5 sword balls. The Wuji Demon Emperor's consciousness was extremely sharp. He waved the sword in his hand and pushed away the sword balls one by one, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Such a crude method of controlling sword balls dared to show off in front of him? But the next moment, he saw 5 sword balls in 5 directions, evolving into thousands of sword energies, surrounding him. No. The Wuji Demon Emperor's face changed slightly, and he and the sword merged into one, turning into a ray of light, and he was about to escape from the formation. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of golden light in the eyes of the Taoist opposite. At that moment, he seemed to have an illusion in his mind. There were demon wolves roaming the mountains and forests, howling and howling at the moon. There was a huge snow-white tiger that fell from the sky and overwhelmed the demon wolf. Feeling something was wrong, Wuji Demon Emperor reacted instantly and realized that he had been bewitched. He bit his tongue and woke up. As far as he could see, a pair of golden pupils were staring at him coldly. Dao, since you have entered the formation, why are you in a hurry to leave? Wuji Demon Emperor's face became ugly. He looked around and saw sword energy like silk threads crisscrossing, blocking every direction for him to escape. Sword formation. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. This sword formation. What is your relationship with Hanzan? Luo Chen frowned slightly. The Great 5 Elements Sword Formation was derived from the Liangai 5 Elements Sword Formation. From the external performance, it was indeed very similar. But how could Wuji Demon Emperor, whose name he had never heard of before, know these sword formations? Considering that the other party had already entered the formation and could not escape in a short time, Luo Chen rarely talked to the other party. Who are you? I'm Emperor Wuji, didn't I tell you before? No, I'm asking which commander you're under. The Wuji Demon Emperor said with a bit of pride, I'm under Commander Ao Kuang. As soon as this name came out, Luo Chen immediately understood. Ao Kuang is the leader of the wolf tribe in the Million Mountains of the East Wilderness. He's extremely powerful and has a high status, second only to the ancient demon Emperor Tian. And every demon wolf in the Million Mountains can be said to be his descendant. The Ao Xiao demon emperor of the Howling Moon Mountains was a wolf tribe prodigy that he was very optimistic about. Unfortunately, this demon died before he could achieve his goal. After finally being promoted to the 4th level, he encountered the Lauren sect's war of opening up, and even died under the siege of Hanzan and a group of Yuanying's Henrun. In that battle, Hanzan's most proud method was the Liangai 5 Elements Sword Formation. At that time, many demon beasts escaped and passed this information back. It was normal for the wolf tribe to know some of it. However, even Wuji Demon Emperor and his men remembered it so clearly. It was obvious that his superior, Ao Kuang, took it very seriously and might even want to avenge Ao Xiao Demon Emperor. If Ao Kuang knew that he had mastered the sword formation left by Hanzan, he might have linked him with Hanzan and, with a hatred transferred, sought revenge on him. With this thought, Luo Chen's killing intent became even stronger. Seeing that Luo Chen didn't say anything, Wuji Demon Emperor couldn't hold back his temper and his face was full of anger. Do you really think this formation can trap me? As soon as he finished speaking, he was seen holding the sword in both hands and running in all directions. Sword Kiss began to burst out wildly with his body as the center. However, after a few breaths, another sword key storm arose in the sword formation, and all the sword threads that approached were wiped out. It's ridiculous. The previous Yaobao Demon Emperor didn't understand the sword, but he saw the flaws in the sword formation and escaped. This Wuji Demon Emperor is proficient in the sword, but now he is breaking it with brute force. Is it disdain, or want to use this to consume my mana? In addition to the huge pressure of the soul, maintaining the sword formation also requires deep mana as support. In this case, even if Luo Chen can do many things at the same time, it is difficult to use other means. This Wuji Demon King obviously knows Luo Chen's information and knows that he has many means. So instead of countering his moves, it is better to fight Luo Chen in the field he is best at. However, Luo Chen only sneered at this. In the eyes of outsiders, he is only the third level of the nascent soul, and no matter how deep his mana is, it must not be much higher. Unfortunately, only he himself knows that his real realm is the fourth level of the nascent soul. And because of his terrifying foundation, his mana is more than 10 times that of the same level. At the level of the middle stage of the nascent soul, except for Jiling Yuanjin, Luo Chen thought that no one could compare with him. This Wuji Demon King, however, made a wrong calculation. It's just right, take this opportunity to practice this great 5 elements sword formation. Luo Chen pursed his lips and planned to practice well before breaking the sword formation. With his fingers together, he used the sword controlling method from the Kaiangxia Wanho sword scripture. As he used the sword formulas, the 5 sword balls were wielded more smoothly, much more delicate than the previous rough sword control. For the first time, the flaws of the great 5 elements sword formation were so directly displayed in Luo Chen's illusion-breaking eyes. The reason why the great 5 elements sword formation cannot show its full power is that the 5 sword balls are of varying quality, which is the biggest flaw. But before this flaw is discovered, it will not be easily broken through. In theory, with 2 sword balls of the real weapon level, the lethality should not be able to do anything to even the 4th order early stage Demon King. The more Luo Chen looked, the clearer his mind became. Gradually, he found the main reason for the lack of power of his great 5 elements sword formation. The 2 most powerful sword balls of the real weapon belong to the gold attribute and the wood attribute respectively. Gold overcomes wood, which is a natural restraint relationship. The impact of the 2 actually affected the power of the sword formation. Then, if we cannot exert the full power of the 5 elements, what will happen if we choose to give up one of them and use the power of the 5 elements to exert the killing power of the other sword ball? With this thought, Luo Chen suddenly had the idea of experimenting. He was already proficient in formations, and his ability to respond to enemies was also first class in the world. With a sudden change of sword tactics, the 5 colors in the sword formation became blurred, and the green suddenly weakened, almost the same as the 3 colors of azure blue, red, and dim yellow. And the platinum sword ball, between the 4 colors, shone brightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless platinum gold sword threads came faster and went more densely. They even had the intention of cutting through the void in the crisscrossing. Yes, that's it. Luo Chen's eyes were full of surprise. Under his operation, the power of the sword formation did not decrease but increased, and it was surprisingly more powerful than before. Not only that, he found that after concentrating the power on a sword ball, the load on his spiritual consciousness was also much less, which meant that he could free up his hands to perform other means. It was really a series of surprises. The Wuji Demon King who was in it naturally felt it more deeply. The sword energy storm formed by the combination of his sword and his sword, which had been free to come and go before, was now like encountering a sieve. Whenever it collided with a platinum sword thread, part of his sword energy storm would be sieved out. He understood that it was not sieved out, but that it was abruptly annihilated by the sword energy emitted by the sword formation under the confrontation. He is testing his sword on me. And he is improving very quickly. If this continues, I will be strangled by these airtight sword threads. Thinking of this, the Wuji Demon King could no longer sit still. He did not see any signs of Luo Chen's mana being exhausted, but he was getting weaker and weaker. Got to get out. The sword energy storm that was weakened before suddenly expanded several times, and rushed to a weak point of the sword thread with an invincible momentum. Wuji Demon Emperor was proficient in swordsmanship, so he had naturally seen through the flaws of the sword formation. He could stay or leave at will, so he dared to be so arrogant before. Now he didn't want to get stuck in the mud, so he should escape from the weak point. However, a figure blocked his way out of the formation. He was dressed in a white robe, holding up one hand and slapping it with a loud bang. It was a pure flesh palm. After swinging it, the rich blood formed a huge palm print, as if the mountains were vulnerable in front of it. Breaking the mountain style. Boom. With just one palm, he forcibly broke through the storm of sword energy and beat the Wuji Demon Emperor's body back into the Great Five Elements sword formation. Outside the sword formation, Luo Chen laughed. Dao, please do it to the end. You might as well help me find more flaws in this sword formation. This sect has nothing to repay you, but you can leave a whole body. Asshole. Wuji Demon Emperor was furious, swinging his sword to cut out arcs of sword energy, and he was really angry. However, Luo Chen could hear the ferocity in the other party's words. Do you really think this Great Five Elements sword formation is a vegetarian? Even if it has flaws, it is more than enough to kill a demon king. Luo Chen stayed outside the formation, pinching his fingers to control the sword formation, and appearing at any time in the direction of Wuji Demon King's escape, forcing him back with pure physical skills. As time passed, Wuji Demon King rushed left and right, but he could not escape the formation. Luo Chen could not use his powerful sword skills on him, and he could only fight wits and courage with the unpredictable sword formation. It can be imagined that it will not take long, relying on the concept of mutual generation of the five elements, and the endless platinum sword energy will wipe out the Demon King. Luo Chen was not in a hurry. While killing the enemy, he checked the sword formation for loopholes. Where can I find such a good thing? However, the next moment, his expression showed a look of surprise. A voice transmission entered his ears. Luo Chen frowned slightly, muttering in his heart, why would Xianduzi call me back to the city at this time? In the sword formation, the Wuji Demon Emperor was already fighting like a trapped beast, ready to jump over the wall in desperation. Ignoring the cutting of the sword wire, the body suddenly transformed. A long green and red worm stretched across the sword formation, and the long sword inserted into the body, turning into a dragon-like spine. As the body arched, endless magic power burst out. Clang. There was only a sound of sword in the void, and the bow-shaped long worm split the sky. The formation was broken. However, there was only confusion in the eyes of the Wuji Demon Emperor. It was not him who broke the sword formation, but the opponent took the initiative to withdraw the sword formation. His sword fell into the air, which gave him a disgusting feeling of punching cotton. Does he know that I have this trick? So at this critical moment, did he withdraw the sword formation? What a terrifying grasp of the opportunity. What a sharp vision. A chill rose from the heart of the Wuji Demon Emperor uncontrollably. Luo Chen looked at him coldly, with 5 sword balls flying around him like fish. Wuji Demon King was still frightened and didn't dare to stay any longer. Luo Chen, I'll remember you. He left a harsh word and ran away impatiently. Luo Chen didn't chase him, put away the 5 element sword balls, and floated back to the city. The great formation of Lingshan Pass was still activating, like a sharp sickle, ruthlessly harvesting the low-level monsters that attacked the city wall. Master Mu greeted Luo Chen with a bit of awe. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for defeating the enemy again. These are just some tricks, not worth mentioning. Xianduzi summoned me, I have to go over, I'll trouble you here. Luo Chen waved his hand and went straight into Lingshan Pass. After he left, Master Mu breathed a sigh of relief. This stance on Luo Chen was so murderous that it was hard to breathe just standing next to him. I can't imagine how much pressure those demon kings who faced him in person would have to bear. He is worthy of being a demon slayer. Horizontal ellipsis. The city lord's mansion is in the West City district. With Luo Chen's speed, he could reach it in an instant. However, when he arrived at the city lord's mansion, he realized that he was probably the last one to arrive. There were already several old acquaintances in the hall. Jiling Yuanjin, Tiguan Taoist, Jin Ling, Xiaoyang Shanrun, Hua Xianqi, Deng Taiyu, Feng Hu Fairy, Li Pavilion Master. A total of 8 people. The most important thing is that these 8 people are all strong people in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. In Lingshan Pass today, they are definitely the top masters under the 3 great cultivators. Even if they are placed in the entire Eastern Wilderness immortal cultivation world, they are the existences that can sit in charge of one side. Seeing this posture, Luo Chen's pupils shrank slightly, and he knew that something big must have happened. Otherwise, with the 4 commanders driving hundreds of millions of monsters to attack the city, Lingshan City Lord would never pull them out alone. The 8 real people obviously understood this truth, and each of them had an unconcealable worry on their faces. Of course, Luo Chen's arrival still attracted greetings from several friends. As expected of a demon slayer, he was still fighting with the demon king the last moment, and he was able to withdraw the next moment. It shows that he is very powerful and at ease. Xiaoyang Shanrun, that is, Elder Lu of Dongyang sect, said with a smile. Luo Chen smiled naturally and said, "The demon king had no intention of fighting to the death." Seeing that I stopped, he did not linger on and went his separate ways. Is that so? The others heard this and half believed it. Luo Chen was too lazy to explain. He couldn't say that fighting with those demon kings in the early stage of the 4th level was generally under his control. Pulling Jieling Yuanjun over, Luo Chen whispered, "Do you know what big thing happened? You called us here so urgently, and even ignored the battle at Lingshan Pass. I don't know, but it is definitely not a small matter. Maybe you can ask Fairy Fenghu and Pavilion Master Li, they may know some inside information." Jieling Yuanjun said. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and glanced at Fairy Fenghu and Pavilion Master Li. Sure enough, their faces were filled with worry and could not be concealed at all. Not only that, Luo Chen swept his eyes over the others. Except for Jinling and Jiayu Ling Yuanjun, almost everyone had a worried look on their faces. Even the Shaoyang mountain man who had taken the initiative to greet Luo Chen earlier had a doubt in his eyes that could not be concealed. Is it related to the rear? Just as Luo Chen was puzzled, a figure walked out from the back of the hall. Not only that, but a phantom appeared out of thin air in the hall. The former was the Lord of Lingshan City, and the phantom was Xianduzi. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the Lord of Lingshan City looked solemn. To make a long story short, I have something to tell you. At present, the 3 great commanders Bijeng, Jian Kuang, and Jin Xiu Xian are leading a group of demon kings to bypass Lingshan Pass and attack the rear. They are not interested in occupation, but destruction and killing. In this case, ordinary strong men are useless, so you need to go out and cooperate with the forces behind to drive them out. Chapter 835 Wolf Clan Leader, Fenghu Palace Destroyed. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Even Fairy Fenghu, Pavilion Master Li and others who had expected this could not help but scream out in surprise. How can the evil beast be so despicable? No wonder the sect has been sending messages for help. My Wanjian Pavilion is in danger. Lord Lingshan, please send troops quickly to help the rear. There were noises one after another. Amid the noise, Lord Lingshan shouted in a low voice. Quiet. The great monk's mana wave swept out, and the nascent soul realm even enveloped the hall, pressing everyone to tremble. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Lord Lingshan slowly withdrew his mana wave. The monsters are savage, but they are not stupid. Especially after they are promoted to the 4th level, they are no different from us. There is no need to use the word mean. After all, we also attacked the absolute spirit realm in the past, and they just used their own methods to return the favor. Sending troops to help is impossible, don't even think about it. Lingshan Pass is the most important. Once this barrier is lost, the millions of monsters will surge down, and all sects will be exposed to the monster torrent. Who can stop it? Tell me, which of your sects can stop it independently? The 9 of you are the strongest fighting force in the city except for me, Xianduzi, and Shenanzhenrun. Mobilize you to rush over to help, and cooperate with the strong people in the rear, so that it is possible to drive out the 3 demon kings. Lingshan City Lord spoke his decision and judgment quickly and clearly. It was obvious that he had thought about it thoroughly before coming. As he spoke, the previously impatient people calmed down. Everyone was not stupid, and naturally understood the principle of lips and teeth being cold. The previous riots were just a matter of concern. Seeing that everyone was calm, the Lord of Lingshan City began to issue orders. The exact number of demon kings led by the 3 commanders is unclear, but I think it is about the same as the number of demon kings they had before, about 20 in total. This is an extremely powerful force. Under the leadership of 3 commanders who are comparable to great monks, except for the top sects such as Dongyang sect, Xiandu sect, and Zhuang sect, almost no sect can resist. It can be imagined that wherever they pass, there must be ruins. Next, the 9 of you will split into 3 groups and chase after them. I have used the information channels of Mingguan sect to communicate with them. Knowing the big sects behind, let the top masters come out in full force. Jiu Ling Yuan Jun, Taiguan Taoist, Pavilion Master Li, you go to the direction of Wanjian Domain. Shouyang Shanren, Hua Xianqi, Taiyu's Henren, you go to the direction of Baihe Domain. When passing through the 100 Beast Domain, you can go and take a look at the situation. The monsters of the 100 Beast sect are likely to be instigated by the Monster King level existence and harm the creatures of the whole domain. Feng Hua Fairy, Jin Ling, Zongmiao Henren. When he said Zongmiao Henren, Lingbian City Lord looked at Luo Chen with a look of approval. Among the 9 people present, only Luo Chen seemed to be in the 3rd level of Yuan Ying. But after fighting one after another, the opponent's strength was recognized by everyone, and it was no less than that of a strong man in the middle stage of Yuan Ying. Therefore, he was transferred in today. Others such as Ling Fengzi, Shen Ho, and Yao Xiansheng were not considered by Lingbian City Lord at all. Even Fu Lao of the Shen Fu sect, who had been in Yuan Ying for many years, was not as good as Luo Chen in his opinion. You go to Fengho territory. If Fengho Palace has been destroyed, remember not to stop and continue chasing along the road to catch up with those demon kings. Hearing this, Fairy Fengho's face turned pale. Obviously she thought of the cruelty behind the picture. Luo Chen was also concerned about the small number of Luo Chen sect monks who were temporarily staying in Bailey Qingchuan, so he did not object to the words of Lingshan City Lord. But he also asked a question. With so many strong men being withdrawn from the city at once, how can the remaining people face the army of hundreds of millions of demon beasts led by the 4 commanders outside Lingshan Pass? Xiandu Zixlang, who had been silent all the time, took over the conversation at this moment. No problem, I will take action. A great master of formation promised so much, which could resist thousands of troops. Luo Chen immediately felt relieved. But Xianduzi was obviously not in a very calm mood. He looked at Luo Chen and the other 2 and said sincerely, go west from Fengho territory, and after passing Dian, Kidan, and Xianji territory, you will reach the mountain gate of our Xiandu sect. There are 3 of my junior brothers in the sect, and even if the great demon king comes in person, we can rely on the mountain gate formation to hold out for a long time. If you can make it in time, I hope you can help Xiandu. Luo Chen took the responsibility. That's what I meant, don't worry, fellow Taoist. Fairy Fenghua nodded, but she was obviously absent-minded. It was obvious that if that happened, Fenghua Palace would be destroyed first. Jin Ling didn't say anything. This matter didn't have a big impact on his 5 Elements Divine sect. In the 10-year Lingshan Pass War, most of the disciples of the 5 Elements Divine sect and Piaomiao sect, which were lost without a foothold, had been recruited into Lingshan Pass. There were not many disciples left in Fenghua territory, so it was unlikely that they would attract the attention of the Demon King. The same is true for Luo Chen sect. In the past 10 years, including Luo Chen and Wang Yuan, more than 200 disciples have entered Lingshan Pass to fight. There are only more than 100 disciples left in Bailey Qingchuan. If the 3 leaders of the demon clan aimed to destroy the rear, they would not spend time on these small forces. Everyone, let's go, said the Lord of Lingshan City. Xianduzi suddenly interrupted, Lord Lingshan, in front of so many fellows, can you give me a definite answer? The Lord of Lingshan City frowned. What? It's very simple. Except for the Kangwu mountainside of the demon clan, 8 of the 9 leaders have already left. The situation is so serious that there is no need to say more. In this case, should the Mingguan Holy Land still sit still? In response, the Lord of Lingshan City relaxed his brows and smiled. Don't worry, I have already notified the sect. The Mingguan sect will also send many strong men to this battle. Then, his eyes swept over the people who were about to set off. This battle is intended to drive out the demon kings who are destroying the rear, but if there is a chance, it would be great to keep them forever. Stay forever? Luo Chen and others looked at each other, said nothing, and just nodded. 9 beams of light shot up from the city lord's mansion. There was a circle in the air, and the voice of the Shaoang mountain man came from it. The demon king is treacherous and aggressive. This battle is not an easy task. Although the mission is important, you must not forget to protect yourself. I hope that when we return, we can still have a drink and chat happily on Shaoang Mountain. Everyone was silent for a moment, and someone responded. The mountain man is right, you should do your best. Luo Chen echoed, his eyes fell on Jiling Yuanjin. The other party nodded slightly, take care. Luo Chen smiled lightly and bowed, take care. Not only Jiling Yuanjin, but also Pavilion Master Li and Yang Taiyu sent messages to Luo Chen, asking him to pay attention to safety. These are the connections that Luo Chen has accumulated in recent years. After saying goodbye to each other, everyone rushed off in 3 directions without hesitation. On a towering mountain with 5 huge fingerprints, an old man in a green robe stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Suddenly, a stream of light came and landed in front of him. He knelt on the ground and said, Master. The old man in the green robe glanced at him, why are you so embarrassed? The Wuji Demon Emperor looked embarrassed, reporting to the master, I met the Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. The old man in the green robe raised his lips slightly, and his eyes fell on the 5 lifelike huge fingerprints on the mountain wall at his feet. Is it Luo Chen from the dance sect? Yes. You are not his opponent, which is a bit beyond my expectation. The Wuji Demon Emperor's face flushed, and he bit his lip tightly and said, I underestimated the enemy. In addition, this person is different from the rumors. He also mastered a sword formation. Although it can be seen that he has mastered it not long ago, it is extremely powerful. In addition, sword formation. The old man in the green robe sensitively captured the key words in the words. Wuji Demon King took a deep breath. Yes, that sword formation condenses the power of the 5 elements and is activated by the sword pill. It is very similar to the Liangai 5 elements sword formation in the Wolf Clan's rumors. I suspect that Luo Chen has something to do with Han Zhan, who surrounded and killed Aozio. The green-robed old man narrowed his eyes, as if thinking about something. Wuji Demon King did not dare to interrupt, and still knelt on the ground respectfully, without any Demon King's demeanor. If such a scene were seen by a strange human cultivator, I'm afraid it would be extremely inconsistent. Even if the green-robed old man is at a higher level, after all, everyone is at the same level, so there is no need to be so servile. But the nearby Wolf Clan strongmen saw this and looked like they were already accustomed to it. It was because unlike ordinary Demon Kings, Wuji Demon King's body was actually the companion beast of the green-robed old man, and he grew up with the old man since childhood. Later, he stepped onto the road and transformed and separated. There are also rumors that the reason why the old man was able to achieve the status of the Wolf Clan leader was that Wuji Demon King also made great efforts in his growth process. After a long time, the old man in green robe murmured to himself, when I went to Kangwu Mountain, I tried to ask King Shuang for revenge for Han Zhan and others for Aozio, but was rejected. I even fought with King Shuang at one point, which further helped her great reputation among the demons. I failed to ask for my enemy, but I accidentally learned from the birds in Kangwu Mountain that there was a human cultivator who made elixirs for them. I heard that it was also a surname of Luo. This was meaningful. Hearing this secret for the first time, Wuji Demon King was stunned at first, and then realized something. Could it be that he inherited Han Zhan's legacy in Kangwu Mountain? The old man in green robe raised his hand slightly to interrupt the other party's guess, only because there was another demon wind in front. The rolling demonic energy suddenly withdrew, revealing a woman with snow-white hair. As soon as she landed, she bowed respectfully to the old man in green robe. Commander Ao Kwang, there is a change at Lingshan Pass. 3 real people from the West City have broken out of the encirclement and are heading towards Fenghu territory in the rear. The green-robed old man, Ao Kwang, the leader of the East Wilderness Wolf tribe, couldn't help but chuckle after hearing the news. The reaction is quite fast. That's right, these human cultivators are good at cultivating immortal arts, and their communication methods are even more bizarre. It is natural that they can get the news of Bijeng and his men's attack so quickly. The white-haired woman asked tentatively, should we send someone to intercept them? Intercept. Ao Kwang pulled the corner of his mouth, and his eyes cast towards the flood of monsters rushing towards Lingshan Pass all over the mountains. This battle has dragged on for too long. Instead of continuing the tug of war, it's better to end it in one battle. It seems that we are attacking Lingshan Pass to buy time and space for Bijeng, Jian Kuang and others to destroy the rear of the human race. In fact, they are baits to create conditions for us to conquer Lingshan Pass. The white-haired woman was puzzled. Are we going to launch a general attack? Ao Kwang asked, what realm are the 3 people who went to the West City? They should be around the middle stage of the nascent soul, and their realm is not bad. The white-haired woman vaguely understood something, but was still a little uncertain. She hesitated and said, "But only 3 people left." 3 people. Ao Kwang waved his hand. "That's enough. 3 people went in one direction, and I'm afraid there will be no less in the other 2 directions. There are less than 30 nascent soul true immortals in Lingshan Pass, and 30% of them are gone at once, and they are the most powerful ones. The remaining top powerhouses, except for the 3 great monks, are no longer a threat. And on their side, it's not just the 4 commanders. Notify all the 4th level demon kings of our army to be on standby at any time. Prepare to attack Lingshan Pass at my command." "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." The Wuji demon king and the white-haired woman received the order loudly. Not only that, Ao Kwang took out a rhino horn, and the rhino horn slowly glowed under the stimulation of his magic power. 7 rhinos, how are you recovering after several years? Wuji demon king heard this and became excited after being frightened by Luo Chen. Ao Kwang, Wang Man, Nia Gui, Bigu, and even the commander of the 7 rhinos who was recovering from his injuries wanted to take action. 5 great commanders, plus 20 demon kings, and hundreds of millions of low-level demon beasts. How can Lingshan Pass stop such a magnificent trend? He seemed to have seen the refreshing scene of countless human cultivators wailing and begging for mercy under the greedy mouths of demon beasts after the city was broken. Lingshan Pass is adjacent to Fenghe Domain, or it can be said that part of Lingshan Pass's territory originally came from Fenghe Domain. After Luo Chen and his 2 companions committed suicide and left the city, they ran towards Fenghe Palace without stopping. With all their strength, the 3 immortals were extremely fast, and they could reach the distance of a domain in a day or night. Back then, Pang Rangshan, a giant cultivator, set out from Yuding Sword Sect and crossed a domain to reach Daohofang, which took him a month or so. Although the distances were different, a rough comparison showed the huge difference in speed between Yuanying cultivators and Jinden cultivators. When passing through a basin, Jinling Immortal paused for a moment. He scanned with his spiritual sense and said calmly, "Continue to Fenghe Palace." Luo Chen also released his spiritual sense to scan, and after seeing the result, he felt relieved. The disciples left behind by the 5 elements divine sect were placed in this basin, and they were safe and sound after the spiritual sense scanned. Luo Chen was naturally not relieved because the cultivators of the 5 elements divine sect were able to survive, but because since the demon kings did not take action against these low-level cultivators, they would naturally not take action against Luo Chen sect. Fairy Fenghe, on the other hand, could no longer conceal her anxiety. They didn't even care about the remaining disciples of the Yuanying upper sect. The demon kings obviously had the same goal, which was to go after the old Yuanying upper sect after the war. Fenghe Palace was the first to be hit. Luo Chen followed the 2 of them with a 90,000 miles technique, and occasionally caught a glimpse of Fairy Fenghe's anxious face. But he couldn't say anything to comfort them. The news was delayed. With the mobility of the large Demon King troops, many sects must have suffered after they got the news. Comforting others at this time would be tantamount to deceiving oneself. No wonder the number of low-level monsters attacking Lingshan Pass has increased recently. Previously, I thought the number of monsters accumulated in the Million Mountains was too large, but now it seems that the hundreds of millions of monsters are clearly all the power of the Million Mountains. It's just that the 3 commanders handed over the command of these low-level monsters to the 4 commanders headed by Ao Kwang and Wang Man. The front line feinted attack, the rear destruction, and the confidence of the monks defending Lingshan Pass. Once the news of the destruction of a large number of sects in the rear spreads, Lingshan Pass will be doomed to collapse without attack, no matter how strong the reef is. No matter how hard the reef is, it can't stop the erosion of the torrent. This move of the demon clan seems to be a sneak attack, but it is actually an open conspiracy. No, if we leave, will the 4 commanders still sit still and look at the empty Lingshan Pass without being tempted? Luo Chen kept thinking in his heart, and his calm expression became serious. He had a bad premonition. If the high-ranking demons learn of the departure of the 9 of them and attack Lingshan Pass at all costs, can the remaining cultivators resist? Whether it is the scale of low-level cultivators or the number of high-level masters, Lingshan Pass is at an absolute disadvantage. The only thing that can be counted on is perhaps the Zhuangwu 4-square formation that Xianduzi has fully mastered. Just as Luo Chen was constantly thinking, time passed quickly. When the night fell and the starlight was scattered on the earth, Fenghe Palace, we have arrived. Before people arrived, the sound of sobbing wind reached their ears. Listen carefully, it is not the sobbing of the wind, but the crying of many women. Boom! The fairy Fenghua, who was flying in the front, burst out with magic power, and smashed into a palace complex built between the mountains like a meteorite. This is the first time Luo Chen has come to Fenghua Palace. Even though he has been in Fenghua domain for 3 years, this is indeed his first time here. As far as the eye can see, the mountains have collapsed and the walls are in ruins. The palaces are not in groups, and the jade steps are not connected. The fields were filled with wailing and devastation. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the night sky and echoed for a long time. That was the anger of the fairy Fenghua. Luo Chen, standing in the air, pursed his lips and tightened his face with an expression of reluctance. Jinling's Hunren, who had always acted indifferent, was also moved at this moment. Alice. He sighed softly, feeling the same way, as if it was also so miserable when the mountain gate of the 5 elements divine sect was destroyed. There was a light of escape, staggering and flying up. Luo Chen cast a magic power and pulled it over. Fenghua is an old acquaintance. The woman was pale and her hair was messy. She bowed and saluted. "Tu's Hunren, master, please come down to talk." Jinling's Hunren nodded and flew straight down. Luo Chen glanced at Fenghua, took out 2 jade bottles and pushed them in front of Fenghua with magic power. "Some medicines I made by myself should be suitable for your current injuries." After saying that, Luo Chen also flew over. Fenghua held 2 jade bottles, saying thank you in a weak voice, and looked down at the Fenghua Palace, which was once prosperous. She was in a daze. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jinling and Luo Chen entered a half-collapsed palace one after the other. Looking closely, Fairy Fenghua was holding a bloody corpse, and her magic power was venting out uncontrollably, showing her anger. At a glance, Luo Chen recognized the owner of the corpse. It was the second palace master of Fenghua Palace. When he was on duty in Zichen district, he had a good relationship with him. Later, because the Grand Palace Master Fairy Fenghua went to Lingshan Pass, he returned to the relatively safe rear to guard the sect. But at this moment, she died tragically. There was a big hole in her chest and abdomen, and even the clothes covering it collapsed. "Grand Palace Master, I am in mourning." Jinling sighed and comforted. "Grand Palace Master." Luo Chen wanted to comfort him, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he realized something was wrong. Where's the nascent soul? Where is the second Palace Master's nascent soul? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 836, The Black King Returns, Chasing for Thousands of Miles. It is not so easy for a Yuanying true person to fall. This is a well-known truth. Because after a cultivator reaches the Yuanying realm, even if the physical body is destroyed, the soul can use the Yuanying to teleport thousands of miles. As long as the Yuanying escapes, even without the blessing of the Purple Mansion, there is still a chance to rebuild the Great Dao. Possession, reshaping the body, transforming ghost cultivation, and even other wonderful methods. The reason why Luo Chen has taken the lives of many Yuanying strongmen along the way is that he has the Hununding, a top-level real weapon that can seal space and capture the cultivators joined in Yuanying. Others don't have such means. Even if the gap in strength is huge, the most they can do is kill, and it is difficult to capture the Yuanying alive. Once the Yuanying is broken, the large amount of mana that constructs the Yuanying body will spread to one side, forming a chaotic and terrifying spiritual energy storm. When the 8 demon kings knocked on the gate, the fallen demon kings set off a powerful spiritual energy storm that swept across Lingshan Pass. That is to say, Lingshan Pass has a large-scale formation to absorb these spiritual energy storms, otherwise many buildings and creatures would have been destroyed. When Luo Chen killed Fei Yunzi in the land of fallen demons, there was a similar scene. At that time, if he did not have a 4th-level ancient body, he would not be able to withstand the sweep of the spiritual energy storm. This is the scene of the broken nascent soul during the battle. Although the normal nascent soul that dies of old age will not cause a destructive spiritual energy storm, it will slowly dissipate its magic power, turn into pure spiritual energy, and return to the world. Although Luo Chen has never seen such a scene, he has learned a lot about it on the Xiandi Peak. The reason why Zongmiao Pill sect is so powerful is that it has absorbed many old nascent soul cultivators from other continents. After they pass away, Zongmiao can absorb the large amount of spiritual energy condensed by these old nascent soul cultivators. With a little accumulation, the concentration of spiritual energy in Zongmiao is far greater than that of the other 4 continents, which has led to the grand occasion of Zongmiao's talents. But now, Luo Chen's consciousness spread out and filled the area of thousands of miles. No. There was no remaining mana after the second palace master's nascent soul was shattered. Moreover, the other party fell here, and the battlefield was also on the Fenghe Palace side. It was impossible for her to abandon thousands of Fenghe Palace disciples and escape alone with her nascent soul. So, where did the second palace master's nascent soul go? For a moment, Luo Chen felt uncomfortable and subconsciously held his right arm. Jinling Zhenren also looked puzzled. Could it be that the second palace master is not dead yet? Fenghua Fairy said hatefully, "Junior sister must be dead, my perception is not bad. And where is her nascent soul? That's for those evil beasts." Carefully placing the second palace master's body on the ground, she stood up and shouted softly, "Shunzai, Xiaolan, Fengyu, come in." 3 figures walked in from the ruins. Fengyu, who was pale, could still walk, but the other woman had to be supported by someone to come in. "Uncle Master, you must avenge my master." "Xiaolan, what are you talking about? Are you crazy?" "Master." Obviously, Shunzai and Xiaolan are both disciples of the second palace master, so they call Fairy Fenghua Uncle Master. Hearing their sad voices like children asking adults for help, Fairy Fenghua could not help but clench her fists tightly. "Xiaolan, you are responsible for collecting your master's body and preparing for the funeral. Shunzai, if you are in a better condition, go and gather my palace disciples and calm them down. Tell them that I am still here and Fenghua Palace will not fall. Fengyu, you come and tell your master what happened at that time? How many enemies were there, and who killed the second palace master?" Fengyu pursed her lips and quickly told what happened before in front of the 3 real people. There was actually very little content, because in the eyes of these giant and cultivators, the battle only happened in an instant. Master Uncle sent a message that a huge demonic aura of unknown origin was heading straight for a Fenghe Palace, and ordered us to activate the mountain protection formation. Master Uncle went to fight alone. When we hurriedly activated the formation, Master Uncle fell from the sky, his chest and abdomen were pierced, and he was no longer alive. No one knew who killed him. The mountain protection formation was broken in an instant. It was 3 demons with similar appearances and the same clothes who worked together. Our sect's formation implicated the Fenghe 9 palaces and the 17 earth veins. Once the formation was broken, the earth veins shook, the mountains collapsed, and countless the low-level disciples died instantly. The main formation included me, a total of 7 Jindan, and 4 sisters exploded and died. Senior sister Xiaolan's Qi was broken, and senior sister Shunxi and I were attacked by the backlash of magic power, and our meridians were damaged, and we had no power to resist. However, after destroying Fenghe Palace, those demon kings did not take advantage of the situation to attack, but instead fled quickly under the order of a leading demon girl, and disappeared. After saying it in one breath, Fengyu panted slightly, and it was obvious that the rampage of magic power caused her meridians to be severely damaged. She swallowed her saliva, and pleaded with fear in her eyes, "Master, there are a total of 7 invading enemies, you are definitely not a match, don't go." Fenghua Fairy's eyes flashed fiercely. Don't go? How could she not go? Not to mention that this is a task issued by Lingshan Pass, just the death of her own junior sister, she can't stand idly by. "It's Jinxiu Fairy," Luo Chen said softly. Fairy Fenghua and Jinling Zhenren looked at Luo Chen, who narrowed his eyes and showed a fearful look on his face. According to Fengyu, the invading enemy has 7 demon kings, and the leader is a female demon. Among the 3 commanders who attacked the rear this time, Bijing and Jianquang are both male demons, and only Jinxi Uxin is a female demon. Not only that, she is also the only female demon among the 9 commanders. She can be ranked alongside the great demon kings such as Kixi and Wang Man, and her strength cannot be underestimated. Not only can she not be underestimated, such an existence can only be matched by great cultivators, and ordinary Yuanying Zhenren is no match at all. And according to Fengyu, this demon behaved with full purpose. After killing the second palace master and destroying Fenghe Palace, he did not kill people wantonly, but rushed to the next domain without stopping. Obviously, the other party is not a person who loves to fight, but only wants to destroy the stable rear. Such an existence, want to deal with it? Difficult. Jinling snorted coldly, if the three of us join forces, we can fight even if a great cultivator is in front of us. What is there to be afraid of? Luo Chen shook his head, I'm not afraid, I'm worried. What are you worried about? Feng Ho Fairy's delicate face was now somewhat ferocious, killing my junior sister, destroying my Feng Ho palace, I must make them pay the price. Luo Chen sighed, but our enemy is not only Zongmiao Fairy. Their enemies are not only us. Feng Ho Fairy said in a low voice. Then he said no more, and after telling Feng Gaiyu and other disciples a few words, he drove the escape light into the sky and rushed to the Dian domain adjacent to Feng Ho domain. Jinling's Henren glanced at Luo Chen and said confidently, the Dian sect is not weak. The three Yuanying's Henren Liuyan, Ziyan and Kian are quite capable. Relying on the geographical advantage, they may be able to hinder them for a while. If we go faster, we still have a chance to stop them. After that, he also flew out of the ruins of Feng Ho Palace. Luo Chen looked around and sighed. Facing Feng Yu's timid and pleading eyes. Master Luo, my master is a little emotional now, I'm afraid there will be trouble. I beg you to take care of her at the critical moment. I'll see to it. Luo Chen didn't promise anything, just perfunctorily said, then summoned up his magic power and quickly caught up with the two. Seeing Luo Chen catch up, Fairy Feng Ho and Master Jinling didn't say anything, but they were obviously relieved. Luo Chen's brilliant record in these years is enough to show that the opponent is strong. If he was missing, the two really wouldn't have the confidence to fight Zongmiao. But as soon as he caught up, Luo Chen made a request. Take a detour for a while and go to Bailey Qingchuan. Fairy Feng Ho frowned, are you worried about Luo Chen sect? Jinling's Henren waved his hand, no need to, it's obvious that this Demon King army is only targeting the upper sect of the nascent soul. The number of cultivators left in your Luo Chen sect is not as many as my 5 elements divine sect, so they don't look down on it. Go. Luo Chen insisted, and the two could not forcefully refuse, so they had to follow Luo Chen. But it was obvious that each other's speed increased a lot. And during this flight, the two were also surprised that Luo Chen could easily keep up with them. You know, one majored in wind system, and the other majored in gold system, both of them are the best in the same level in terms of flight speed. Under the full strength flight, Luo Chen, who is at the 3rd level of the nascent soul, can actually keep up, and he looks like he has a lot of spare energy. How can they not be shocked? Bailey Qingchuan is not far from the mountain gate of Feng Ho Palace. After all, this place is one of the vassal industries of Feng Ho Palace, but it was later handed over to Luo Chen sect to help manage it. With the speed of the 3 people, they arrived in a moment. When they arrived, there was no human figure on the vast plain. But in Decking Mountain, there was a swaying light and surging spiritual energy, as if facing a great enemy. Obviously, this was the performance of the mountain protection formation being activated to the extreme. When observing the concentration of spiritual energy, Fairy Feng Ho was stunned for a moment. How can it be so strong? It is almost close to the spiritual energy concentration of the 3rd palace of my Feng Ho Palace. Bailey Qingchuan should not have such a high-quality spiritual vein. Luo Chen ignored the astonishment on the woman's face and flew directly over Decking Mountain. The familiar spiritual consciousness spread out and made a clear sound. The Supreme has returned, why don't you welcome him? Decking Mountain was silent, as if everyone inside was holding their breath. After Luo Chen's voice came out, there began to be movement inside. The light curtain of the formation revealed a hole, and Li Yingzhang and Min Longai walked out together. After seeing Luo Chen, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Grand Elder. You are finally back. Feng Ho Palace. Luo Chen raised his hand and interrupted Min Longai's words, no need to say more, I already know the specific situation, it's good that nothing happened in the sect. In the clouds, Feng Ho and Jinling watched this scene, feeling a little impatient. Danzong wasted time taking a detour just to take a look at the situation of Luo Chen sect. They knew that most of the members of Luo Chen sect were in Lingshan Pass, and there were only 100 people left here. Even the mountain gate belonged to Feng Ho Palace, so it was insignificant even if it was destroyed. But the next moment, the two of them widened their eyes. Without seeing Luo Chen do anything, Decking Mountain began to shake. Then, in the eyes of the crowd of horrified people, A black dragon broke through the thick mud and roared out from the depths of the earth. When it arrived in front of Luo Chen, it shook its head and tail, so well behaved. Then it turned into a black light and sank into Luo Chen's left arm and shoulder. You guys continue to maintain the formation, and don't let outsiders in, Luo Chen ordered. Then he pulled back and came to the two of them. Let's go. Fairy Fenghu swallowed her saliva and asked hesitantly, Danzong, what was that just now? It's just my spirit pet, Luo Chen said lightly. Seeing that he didn't want to explain, Fairy Fenghu didn't need to ask any more questions. Jinling's Henren next to him looked solemn, and felt that Luo Chen was hiding his true power. Jinling's Henren even thought that after the battle, he must tell Brother Shenun about the Black Dragon. With the full strength of the three of them, they finally left Fenghu domain the next day and set foot in the neighboring Dian domain. The master of Dian domain is Dian sect. This is not an unknown small sect, and it is also quite famous in the vast East wilderness. There are more than 10,000 core disciples in the sect, hundreds of thousands of outer disciples, and even 3 Yuanying strong men. And because the sect brews top-level spirit wine, it has a good relationship with Mingyan Holy Land. The bordering regions are Khitan region and Fenghu region. The former has been declining in strength over the years, and has been encroached upon by Dian sect in both overt and covert ways. Even some of the Jinden sect in Khitan region are vassals of Dian sect. If Fenghu Palace did not have 2 palace masters and Fairy Fenghu was not strong, I am afraid that the end would not be better than Khitan Mountain in Khitan region. The 3 entered Dian region. They soon noticed something strange. In the land below, there were many low-level cultivators rushing towards Dian sect. Dian sect must have been attacked, so it sent a message for help to all its vassals. Fairy Fenghu said affirmatively. Jinling's Henren replied confidently, these small forces are still rushing over there, which means that Dian sect may not have fallen yet. Fairy Fenghu nodded, I have a good personal relationship with Henren Kian, and I know their situation better. Their great elders Henren Liuyan, that old man, has changed his lazy style and practiced hard in recent years, and has been promoted to the middle stage of the nascent soul. If we rely on the advantages of the terrain and join forces with the 3 Henren, these demon kings may not be able to break through quickly. Luo Chen did not speak, and he did not know Henren Liuyan and Kian. But he had seen Henren Ziyan at the Shaoyang discussion. At that time, the other party also bought the heart of the lightless beast from him, saying that it was used to brew a kind of spiritual wine. Because the materials were scarce, the other party took the time to return to Dian sect after getting it. This is also the reason why Henren Ziyan was not among them after Lingshan Pass was besieged. Judging from the observation at that time, Henren Ziyan's realm was around the 2nd level of the nascent soul, which was neither high nor low, but it was difficult to judge his specific fighting methods. The 7 demon kings joined forces, and there was a commander-level existence inside, especially they were well prepared. Can 3 real people stop them? Luo Chen was not optimistic. The area of Dian domain is much larger than that of Fenghu domain. This is related to the fact that Dian domain has been openly and secretly encroaching on the territory of Khitan Mountain in recent years. The mountain gate of Dian sect is built in the center of a domain. The 3 of them ran at full speed without stopping for a whole day and night before arriving outside Dian sect. However, the familiar scene told the 3 of them that they were late. The mountains and rivers were still broken and devastated. There was even a huge pit that was shockingly lying at the foot of Dian sect. This scene made Fairy Fenghu stand there in a daze, and made Jinling's Henren, who was full of confidence before, hesitate a little. Let's go down and take a look first. Luo Chen said so, and the magic light shield protected his whole body. He crossed the pit and slowly landed on the ground. The surviving low-level cultivators around him recognized his identity as a nascent soul cultivator through the pressure of his domain, but the demon king can also transform into human form, so no one dared to approach Luo Chen after he appeared. However, after the appearance of Fairy Fenghu, a giant cultivator who recognized her face exclaimed and ran over. Fairy Fenghu calmed down and began to ask about the general situation. Luo Chen and Jinling's Henren looked at each other, separated, and carefully observed along the remaining Dian sect. During this process, black light flowed from Luo Chen's left arm and shoulder, sinking into the ground like soft water. After about a cup of tea, the 3 of them gathered again to share the information they had collected. Luo Chen spoke first. There are also capable people among the demon kings. The Dian sect's mountain protection formation is different from the Fenghu Palace, which relies purely on the ground veins. It also involves the clouds above. Luo Chen pointed to the sky and talked freely. The foundation of the formation is the 7 major prohibitions. Although the Dian sect is not famous for its formation, it is not inferior to any other formation sect in terms of cloud pattern prohibitions. The formation built with these as the main components is unpredictable once it is activated. If it can be combined with the wind prohibition and the dark prohibition, even a nascent soul powerhouse will not be able to find the center of the formation for a moment. In this case, brute force must be at least 10 or 100 times stronger to break it. And according to my observation, the Dian sect's formation was not broken by brute force, but with considerable skill. Above the broken formation base, there are only 2 auras of magic power. One is complex, and the other is terrifyingly pure. The former is the dominant one, and the latter is the main force. These two were confused after hearing this. Even Fairy Fenghu looked at Luo Chen with some suspicion. The Dian sect asked my sect for advice on the wind ban in the past. In order to ease the relationship, I did communicate with them about this aspect. But why do you see it so clearly? Are you also proficient in formation? Luo Chen avoided talking about it, but explained carefully, my meaning is very simple. There is someone among the 7 monsters who is good at breaking the formation. It is precisely because he found the eye of the formation that another top-level strongman broke the formation with 1 blow. After saying this, the 2 of them immediately understood. Jinling Zhenren said solemnly, the person who broke the formation with the great magic power must be the great commander Jin Xiuxin. Through this information, a very scary reality was placed in front of the 3 people. The reason why the human clan can resist enemies that are several times larger than themselves is often because they rely on the geographical advantages constructed by the formation. In particular, the monster clan is not good at formations, so there have been many forces that have held on for several years or even more than 10 years in the past 100 years. But now, through Luo Chen's observation, there are people among the monster kings who are good at breaking the formation. The speed at which the other party destroyed the Donghuang sect would undoubtedly be much faster. Can they catch up? Can other sects react? Can the strong men behind, or even the reinforcements from the Mingyuan sect, come to rescue in time? Luo Chen sighed, I don't think highly of Kitten Mountain, and I don't think highly of the leaderless Xianji Zen sect. Perhaps only the Xianju sect can really stop them. So, will we fight them in the Xianju sect? Jinling asked. Very likely. Luo Chen nodded. For a moment, the 3 of them fell silent. It was too fast. This group of demon kings was moving too fast. It could be described as being as fast as the wind and as aggressive as fire. In this silence, Fairy Fenghu suddenly said, I asked about the situation of the 3 masters of Dian sect. The most powerful one, Master Liuyan, was killed and his nascent soul exploded. The big pit we saw earlier was caused by his explosion. This old man's temper is still as strong as it was back then. After sighing, the woman's words did not stop, but became heavier. I saw the bodies of Master Ziyan and Master Kayan. There were holes in their chests and abdomens, just like my junior sister, but no nascent soul. After these words came out, even the most slow-witted people realized that something was wrong. Especially Luo Chen, whose expression had been calm before, had changed drastically at this moment. In his mind, the palpitation he felt when he first spied on the Absolute Spirit Realm instantly emerged. Chapter 837, 1000-year-old 5-temple immortal brew, Xianju realm is boiling. Absolute Spirit Realm. No. At that time, that area was still called Tyrant Blade Realm. After Luo Chen had finished tempering his mana and his realm was completely stabilized, he once sought a secluded place outside the pass to experiment with various methods. Unintentionally, his spiritual sense spread to the extreme distance, and thus sensed some of the situation in Tyrant Blade Realm. At that time, a cold demon cultivator in white clothes and another great demon king discovered his spiritual sense at the same time. Luo Chen later knew that the other person was Qizai, one of the 9 commanders. But Luo Chen had never seen the demon cultivator in white clothes, let alone his name. But he still remembered the feeling that the other party gave him, as if he was a natural enemy. The feeling of the Yuanying being timid and the soul trembling, Luo Chen could not avoid it even if he was thousands of miles away. Obviously, it was an extremely dangerous existence. Coupled with a certain rumor that had been circulating among Yuanying powerhouses for more than 100 years, Combined with the strange situations that happened one after another, Luo Chen began to match it up. And his drastic change in expression also caught the eyes of the other two people at the first time. Jinling was still a little uncertain, but after seeing Luo Chen's reaction, he couldn't help but ask directly, "Luo Chen, do you know who did this?" Luo Chen raised his eyes. "Jinling, you should have an idea in your mind." Fairy Fenyu showed dissatisfaction. "What are you talking about? Just say it." Jinling looked a little frightened, took a deep breath and said slowly, "Do you know why the Supreme Elder Shen Yuan's Henren didn't take action when my 5 elements divine sect was destroyed? Isn't it because Shen Yuan's Henren was injured in the battle at Kingwu Mountain that he couldn't take action?" Fairy Fenhua said so, and subconsciously glanced at Luo Chen. Jinling also acted like this, but the answer he gave was slightly different. No matter how serious the injury is, he would not sit by and watch his disciples being slaughtered, or even be forced to abandon the residence that has been operating for 700 years. The person that Senior Brother Shenitun is really afraid of is someone else. According to Senior Brother Shenitun, there was a sneaky thing lurking in the dark at that time, which gave him a great sense of threat. The other party did not move, and he did not move either, which led to the tragic result that 2 of my 5 peaks died and 1 was injured. And if my guess is correct, the sneaky thing that Senior Brother Shenitun described must be closely related to the tragic deaths of the 2 great masters of Fenghua and Dian. Maybe it's the same person. Fairy Fenghua showed disbelief in her eyes, and murmured, "What kind of existence would make a great cultivator so afraid?" Luo Chen, on the other hand, looked different. That thing did make him feel like a thorn in his back and threatened, but he shouldn't have the courage to fight. Especially since the old thief Shenitun was a great cultivator in the late Yuanying stage. What Jinling said was too exaggerated. He suppressed his doubts, cleared his throat and said, "In short, there are things among the enemies that specifically target our nascent soul. If you encounter them, you must be careful when fighting." What Danzong said is very true. Fairy Fenghua agreed, and the anger caused by the death of her junior sister gradually calmed down. Jinling hummed lightly. Although he was not as confident as before, he did not lose his courage. After all, he and Luo Chen were both powerful beings who had killed demon kings of the same level head-on. It is impossible to be afraid before fighting unless you really meet an opponent that you cannot defeat. After a brief exchange, the 3 did not stay in Dian sect for long and continued to chase in the direction of Kitten Domain. However, unlike the full-strength flight at the beginning, the speed of the 3 people's flight was obviously reduced. In this way, they can save mana and deal with a battle that may break out at any time in a relatively good state. On the way, the 3 did not communicate again, but spread their spiritual consciousness and be fully alert to the surroundings. Luo Chen felt a little regretful at this time. He was a little careless when he set out. If he could bring both souls, he would be at his peak, but now he is not as good as before. Fortunately, it is not too late to make up for the loss. At least he brought Black King with him to Bailey Kingchuan. With Black King's assistance, he would be much more convenient whether fighting or traveling. In fact, there is an extra surprise. "Master, there are 80 jars of spirit wine in total. Among them, there are 50 jars of the 5 temples immortal brew you mentioned, most of which are more than 1,000 years old. The remaining spirit wines are labeled with names, and they are not ordinary ones at a glance." Black King's voice came into his ears. Luo Chen looked calm, but he was already very surprised. Before he arrived at Dian sect, he released Black King in order to find out how the demon clan broke the formation. Black King has the talent of receiving spirits, and naturally knows how to distinguish mana, so he can help Luo Chen clearly distinguish the mana of the demon king left on the broken formation base. It was during the exploration that Black King discovered a cellar whose seal was broken because Dian sect was destroyed. There are a lot of top spirit wines stored there. These spirit wines are not cheap stuff that Dian sect uses to fool the world, but tributes that even Mingguan sect sends people to collect regularly. There are a lot of 5 temples immortal brews mentioned by Elder Lu from Shaoyang Mountain. Although Luo Chen has not checked the specific quality, according to what Black King said, it must be the best wine among all. The 3 great masters of Dian sect died in battle, and the decline is inevitable. Instead of giving these spirit wines to others, it is better to steal them and use them to help Luo Chen refine his body. If there is a chance in the future, I will take care of the monks of Dian sect as compensation. Luo Chen thought so, without any guilt in his heart. This is how things are in the world. If he doesn't take it, others will take it. He has a treasure but no power to protect it. He can only be like a child carrying gold through a busy city, and he is guilty of holding a treasure. If he takes it himself, he can avoid unnecessary trouble. 3 escape lights streaked across the sky like meteors, and a day later, he set foot on the Kitten area where Kitten Mountain is located. Unlike when they first arrived in Dian territory, when many small forces rushed to Dian sect, the situation this time was the opposite. A large number of cultivators fled out like locusts, as if something terrible had happened inside. As for what would make them feel terrible? The answer is self-evident. In front of a collapsed mountain, 3 figures looked at the 6 mountain ruins in the distance that were still blazing with flames, and fell into silence. After a long time, Fairy Fengho said in a hoarse voice, "If Mr. Yao saw this scene, I'm afraid he would be heartbroken. These 7 empty, pure and natural mountains are the foundation of Kitten Mountain. At its peak, there was even a real person in each of the 7 mountains, and its reputation was no less than that of the ancient sects such as Zongmiao sect. Unfortunately, as time passed, Kitten Mountain gradually declined. At that time, Mr. Yao, named Yao Ping, was still a true disciple of Hongdan Peak. He was talented and had great prospects for the road. In order to save Kitten Mountain from its decline, he resolutely devoted himself to alchemy, attempting to restore the glory of Kitten Mountain with the power of elixirs. For this reason, he had to slow down his cultivation speed, and he was promoted to the nascent soul realm at a very old age. But he did reach the limit of his ability. Relying on the attainments of a 4th-level alchemist, he cultivated a new nascent soul true person internally, and made connections with people externally, and even powerful people like Deng Tai were willing to be driven by him. In time, with his little bit of sorting, Kitten Mountain might be able to return to the ranks of the top sects in the East Wilderness. But now, everything is ruined. His alchemy limelight was snatched away by the newly rising Luo Chen, and now even the foundation of Kishin is gone. Mr. Yao is very old himself, and I am afraid that he will not be able to see the scene of Kitten Mountain's resurgence until his death. Let's go to Xianji domain, Jin Ling said. Without stopping at all, the 3 of them did not even alarm the surviving cultivators of Kitten Mountain, and went to the next domain without stopping. Luo Chen was interested in the various spiritual medicines collected by Kitten Mountain over the years, but it was a pity that now was not the right time. Xianji domain. This place was not famous in the East Wilderness. But if it was renamed, everyone would know it. Xianji Zen sect. In this domain, there is a Yuanying sect, but it is not a Taoist sect, but a Buddhist force. The founder of the sect, Monk Huping, was rumored to be one of the 108 monks in the Hanging Temple in the West Desert. After leaving the Hanging Temple, in order to promote Buddhism, Monk Huping came to the East Wilderness alone, and with the permission of the Mingyuan sect, he occupied a small domain and established the Xianji Zen sect. Here, there are monks with bald heads everywhere. There are even female cultivators who are tired of the world and join the Buddhist sect, build temples, and become so-called nuns. If Monk Huping's idea is followed, and the Buddhist concept is promoted bit by bit, and the Dharma is preached, sooner or later a large number of believers will be gathered in the East Wilderness. But all this is based on the fact that he is alive and can suppress one side with the ability of a great cultivator. In the Battle of Kangwu Mountain, Monk Huping and Patriarch Hedhun died on the spot. Without this top powerhouse, the Xianji Zen sect, which did not have much foundation, suddenly became leaderless, and even a nascent soul powerhouse could not be pushed out. Even under the care of Mingyuan sect, this area is still called Xianji, and no other major forces have forcibly intervened, but in fact it has long become a mess. Many low-level cultivators covet the resources of Zen sect and pretend to become monks, but in fact they only seek to take. As for Buddhism, people's hearts are in chaos, so how can they have a Buddhist heart? According to the idea of Jinling and the other 2, the Xianji domain without a leader could not resist the invasion of the Demon King at all, and might have become a purgatory on earth. But after really stepping into the Xianji domain, what they saw and heard was the years are peaceful, and there was no war. In a Zen forest with birds singing and flowers blooming, 3 figures walked slowly. With her spiritual sense dispersed, she caught a glimpse of the monk's room, where a bloated monk closed the door and was painstakingly refining a blood-red sword. From time to time, there were howling sounds from resentful souls around him. Fairy Fenghu retracted her spiritual sense, sighed and said, "How can this be the pure land of Buddhism? It is clearly a place where filth and dirt are hidden." Jinling sneered, "In this world, Strength is respected. Xianji Huping has strength, so he can promote faith and spread Buddhism. After he died, how can the world believe in Buddhism that can't even protect itself? Fairy Fenghui nodded. Dao is right. We seek immortality, but we only ask the sword in our hands. If we are free from desires and demands as the Buddhists think, then practicing for immortality is the greatest greed. Such a contradictory belief is simply ridiculous. At this point, she looked at the quiet Luo Chen. Danzong, isn't that right? Luo Chen looked up, his expression indifferent. I am not good at distinguishing scriptures, nor do I want to criticize the authenticity of beliefs. I only know that anything that helps me achieve longevity is good. You are flexible in your principles. Jinling curled his lips, and then asked seemingly unintentionally, you were also there during the Battle of Kingwu Mountain. I wonder if you witnessed a battle with your own eyes? What did the 3 great monks face, and 2 died and 1 was injured? What kind of thing? Luo Chen glanced at him and used his low realm at the time to deal with it. But in his heart, he couldn't help but think of the golden flame that filled the fields and burned everything. That kind of domineering flame is still inferior to the withered and prosperous divine fire that has been promoted to the 5th level. Fairy Fenghui suggested, let's take a break. After traveling for many days, our mana has been depleted. Since Xianji Zen sect is fine, it is obvious that the real target of Jinxi Uxin's group of demon kings is Xianju sect. The battle may be tomorrow, so we must not slack off. Luo Chen and Jinling had no objection. They restrained their breath and each found a place with abundant spiritual energy to recover their mana. In a magnificent Zen room, Luo Chen glanced at the giant monk who had fainted and took a breath-regulating posture. But he did not really regulate his breath. The full-scale travel in the past few days did consume his mana, but he often held a top-grade Zongmiao Pill in his mouth, so it had no effect at all. This rest was just an adjustment before the battle. In his heart, he was trying to figure out the real intention of Jinxi Uxin's demon kings. As Fairy Fenghui said, their goal seemed to be to destroy all the Yuanying forces along the way, but it was not the case. The real intention was Xianju sect. Xianju sect is the top formation sect in the East Wilderness. Even the formation of Lingshan Pass is presided over by Xianduzi, the supreme elder of Xianju sect. If Xianju sect is destroyed, how much will Xianduzi still want to defend Lingshan Pass? The targets of the other 2 routes should also be top sects with great reputations. For example, Zhuhong sect, Dongyang sect. As long as these targets are taken, the many cultivators in Lingshan Pass will be panicked and no longer have the heart to fight for a long time. To be honest, this method of taking advantage of the strong men from various sects rushing to support Lingshan Pass and leaving the rear defense empty, and deliberately harassing the rear, is not like our surprise attack on Jiling Realm, but more like Deng Taiyu taking advantage of the monsters coming out in full force to sweep resources in the Million Mountains. But aren't they afraid that Mingyun sect will take action? Luo Chen and others are still somewhat confident about the upcoming battle. This confidence is not only based on their own strength, but also based on the situation that the Holy Land will take action as Lingshan City Lord said. Otherwise, how dare they rashly chase for thousands of miles? As long as the speed of destruction of this Demon King army stops, with 3 mid-stage Yuanying monks blocking the retreat from behind and the strong men of Mingyun Holy Land in front to surround and kill, it is not impossible to annihilate them completely. At the very least, these demon kings can be driven out. After a short rest, Luo Chen quietly got up, went outside the door to meet up with Fairy Fenghui and Jinling, and flew towards the direction of Xiandu domain. In the Zen room, the monk woke up quietly, looked around with horror, but found nothing. He didn't know what happened before. Only a pair of light golden pupils seemed to be imprinted in the depths of his soul. Although the treasure land is good, anyone can come and go freely. This Zen sect can't stay. The monk was terrified, packed up his things, and planned to run away. What is the moment of life and death? What is the moment when the building is about to collapse? Just like now. In Xiandu sect, the 4 Yuanying true immortals who had received the message from the Supreme Elder had already started the mountain guarding formation several days ago. What would it be like when a top sect that is famous for its formations is fully activated? With the towering Xianzu mountain as the center, the light of the mountain guarding formation began to spread to the outside world. Wherever it passed, the light of the formation rose and fell, echoing each other. The big formation contained the small formation, and the small formation formed the big formation, stretching as far as the eye could see, with no edge in sight. The majestic spiritual energy was extracted from the earth veins by the giant formation, and the entire Xiandu domain within a radius of tens of thousands of miles began to boil. This is a rare scene in the world. This is also the foundation of Xiandu sect for thousands of years. Not only defense, but also countless formations contain many killing formations, and hundreds of thousands of disciples of Xiandu sect are ready to fight. Until 7 figures stepped into the Xiandu domain. The earth began to shake, the sky began to roar, and the boundless spiritual energy transformed into terrifying killing moves, like waves, rushing towards the 7 demon kings one after another. After waving his hand to slap a giant tree, a Taoist priest with colorful flowers and a gourd bun looked sad. "Commander, this Xiandu sect is more difficult than we thought." Behind him, there were 2 Taoist priests who were also wearing colorful flowers and combing gourd buns, and they were also full of sorrow at this moment. The leader was a beautiful woman in a palace skirt. She looked calm, looking at the attacks that kept coming around, and did not show any surprise. Xiandu sect also participated in the ancient war. Although it is not very famous, it has a deep foundation. After 3,000 years, it has naturally managed this area like an iron barrel, as solid as a rock. You 3 brothers don't have to worry about these attacks. We will stop them for you. You have only one task, to find out the veins of the formation and find the eye of the formation. Hurry up, as long as we destroy Xiandu sect, we can retreat. Chapter 838 The Power of the Great Monk, Instant Kill. On this day, 3 figures stood in front of the boundary monument of Xiandu and Xianji. They looked at the battlefield ahead where the spiritual energy was boiling and the light and shadow were floating. Each of them looked solemn and alert. As expected, Xiandu sect, with thousands of years of heritage, has stopped the invading demon king, and the battle is still going on. Do you want to enter the formation? I haven't seen any traces of Mingyan sect members, so it's not appropriate to enter the formation at this time. Do you still remember what Xianduzi asked before you set off? The last sentence was said by Luo Chen. This sentence made Jinling, who was the most confident at the beginning, raise his eyebrows. Luo Chen did not hesitate, walked in front, and stepped into the Xiandu domain where the spiritual energy was boiling. Since I promised Xianduzi, I will not stand by and watch someone die. I will do my best. Fairy Fengho took a deep breath, and her mood, which had been calm for several days, reappeared with hostility. I must avenge my junior sister. After saying that, the wind surrounded her fingertips, and the wind turned into a straight long sword with a whimpering sound. The long sword was pale green, and the woman was like the wind, floating into the domain. The last Jinling grinned, laughed at himself, and a golden feather appeared in his hand. Well, I want to see what the evil thing that frightened my senior brother and made him dare not move back then is. The magic power covered his whole body, and Jinling turned into an arrow from the string, killing into the Xiandu domain. Damn it, if the 12 Dushan God and evil flags were still there, how could such evildoers run rampant? Don't sigh, junior brother, the Dushan God and evil flags are powerful, and only great cultivators can activate them. Even if senior brother Xianduzi didn't take them away, we can't activate them. What should we do now? Ordinary killing arrays can't do anything to that female demon. The only plan now is to shrink the defense, give up the periphery, and gather the spiritual power of the domain to defend the mountain gate. Senior brother Xianquan is right. On Xianzhu mountain, 4 Taoists sat cross-legged in a circle, each with a solemn expression. After deciding on the plan, he no longer hesitated. He pinched his hands and cast a spell, and the spiritual veins under his seat trembled endlessly. In the entire Xiandu area, a large amount of spiritual energy began to gather along the spiritual veins and surge towards the direction of the Xiandu sect's mountain gate. The speed was so fast that the ground veins vibrated, like a rolling earth dragon. Above the earth, the wind and clouds were changing, and a large amount of spiritual energy gathered into mist, rolling like a tide. Such means are definitely not something that an ordinary Yuanying Zhenren can use. It is said that the Xiandu sect has been operating for thousands of years before it can mobilize the spiritual energy of an area so freely. As a large amount of spiritual energy was withdrawn, the various formations throughout the Xiandu area began to break down without the main energy support. Just when a formation was withdrawn, Xianquanzi, the leader of the 4, suddenly let out a light exclamation. There are strange Yuanying strongmen in the formation. A junior brother was surprised. Could it be more than 7 demon kings? Xianquanzi shook his head. It shouldn't be. They are human cultivators. Don't worry, fellow brothers. Let me contact them carefully. After saying that, he pinched his fingers and moved his mouth, as if he was talking to someone in the air. After a moment, he showed a look of surprise. It's the Taoist friend who came to support from Lingshan Pass. The one who contacted me is Luo Chen from Danzong. He asked us to tell them the number of enemies, their distribution, and the means they showed. In addition, leave some formations to cover their whereabouts. My Xiandu sect is saved. In a remaining illusion formation, Luo Chen closed his eyes slightly, and a man and a woman protected him on both sides. Suddenly, swish! Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and his pale golden eyes went straight to a certain place. Have you contacted? Fairy Fenghu asked anxiously. Luo Chen nodded. I have already contacted them. Fellow Taoist Xianquan of Xiandu sect has told me the general situation. Next. Jinling on the side blinked. His eyes were a little deep. Luo Chen had shown his superb understanding of the formation and Dian domain before. At this moment, in front of them, he went against the principle of the formation and had a conversation with the Yuanying Zhenren of Xiandu sect. This kind of formation attainment is not just as simple as a little understanding. A Yuanying cultivator who is extremely powerful in combat, who has made many connections with his superb alchemy skills, now reveals his formation attainment that can rival the formation masters of Xiandu sect. He has become a force to be reckoned with. And this kind of existence is the enemy that senior brother has always wanted to deal with. If senior brother succeeds, it's fine. If he fails, he will be retaliated, which will be a great disaster for our five elements divine sect. Thinking of this, Jinling's drooping eyelids became even gloomier. Seeing him lower his head and look unhappy, Fairy Fenghu thought it was because of the enemy intelligence information sent from Xiandu sect. The Grand Commander Jinxi Uxin, the 4th stage late stage Great Demon King. The other 6 unfamiliar Demon Kings, 3 of them are in the 4th stage middle stage, and the strength they showed on the way to Xiansu Mountain is no less than that of ordinary Yuanying middle stage cultivators. The remaining 3 people have not taken action, and their realm strength cannot be seen. But these 3 people have been exploring the flaws of the formation, leading the Demon Kings to move forward quickly. It is obvious that these 3 people are the ones who are good at formations mentioned by Luo Chen before. It's very tricky. Fairy Fenghu murmured. Luo Chen seemed to be confident. Xiandu sect is not an ordinary sect. It has been operating this area for thousands of years. It will not be so easy to be broken in a short time. If we cooperate well with them, we have a chance to win the battle. Jinling raised his eyelids. How to cooperate? Luo Chen smiled confidently. If you don't mind, how about listening to the command of this sect? Jinling and Fenghu looked at each other and nodded. Let's hear it. The battle in Xiandu domain has been going on for 3 days. From the beginning, it was a one-sided situation. The 7 Demon Kings were rampant and headed straight for the gate of Xiandu sect with Xiansu Mountain as the core. The formations along the way never stopped. Even though they knew it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, the cultivators of Xiandu sect were also activating the formations as much as possible and trying their best to stop the 7 Demon Kings. This was a life and death situation. The 4 elders had already said that they would fight to the death. In fact, their efforts did play a role in delaying the Demon King's advance. Each formation was led by a giant and cultivator, and with the help of the spiritual energy of a domain, the lethality that erupted was not inferior to that of an ordinary Yuanying cultivator. Even though the 7 Demon Kings had 3 brothers who were good at breaking formations, they still needed mana to break the formations. Under such a round-robin battle, the mana of the other 4 people, led by Jinxi Uxin, was constantly being consumed. It was not until the 4th day that the 7 Demon Kings finally saw the tower in Xiansu Mountain. A beautiful woman in a gorgeous palace dress looked at the Xiansu Mountain, and at the same time felt the surrounding spiritual energy begin to gather towards Xiandu sect. She already understood everything. The other party intends to defend it to the death. Behind her, a sinister monk in white sneered, "A turtle in a jar, how long can it defend?" Jinxi Uxin smiled slightly and looked at the 3 Demon Kings who looked very similar in appearance and clothing, and it was even difficult to tell who was who. "Lu Changshen, can you break the Xiandu sect's mountain protection formation?" Among the 3, Lu Changshen walked out and looked at the layers of light curtains in the distance, which seemed to be undulating waves and like a primeval forest, and a solemn look appeared on his face. The formations that the three of us practiced originated from the formation book passed down by Lord Emperor Tian. They are familiar with the movement of celestial phenomena and the flow of earth energy, and are most effective in restraining these large formations built on the mountains. But the Xiandu sect is different. As the most outstanding formation sect in the human race's cultivation world, it has long been a school of its own. Especially this mountain-protecting formation that defends the sect, which not only combines celestial phenomena and earth energy, but also incorporates the flow of yin and yang, the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. It's not easy to break it. Another big man in yellow said in a simple voice, "If it were easy, why would you let us join forces? Just tell me, can we break it?" Lu Changsheng showed an embarrassment on his face. It was still Jixi Uxin who spoke up and relieved his embarrassment. "You don't need to break it completely. As long as you find the flaws like before, leave the rest to me." With this promise, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Such a large formation must be linked together, and there is no room for error. Next, you attack the formation, and we 3 brothers will have a chance to find the nodes of the formation. Then, we will remove them one by one, and under the chain reaction, the formation will surely expose its flaws. Good. Jixi Uxin praised, and his eyes swept over the other 3 monsters. Next, all listened to the command of the 3 brothers of the Lu family. The other 3 monsters snorted, but did not object. Then, under the command of the 3 monsters, the 3 fourth stage middle stage monster kings began to attack again and again to test the reaction of the formation. Jixi Uxin did not take action for the time being. Boom. There was only a huge roar, followed by the rumbling sound of heavy running. In the light curtain, the man in white was forced to retreat with a gloomy face, and behind him was a giant with a blazing fire chasing him madly. Lu Changsheng's words suddenly rang out. "This is a fire formation, and there must be 2 wood and earth formations on the left and right sides. Wang Feng, attack the top and pull out the water formation. Water and fire collide, and the formation is constrained." The yellow-clothed man did not hesitate, soared into the sky, and sent out a rolling yellow wind. As if stimulated, a blue water dragon suddenly flew out of the formation, shaking its head and tail. The yellow-clothed man did not want to fight, and also retreated. The blue water dragon chased out, and the fire giant went up and down. The powerful momentum of each other was obviously weakened under the influence of each other. At this time, a golden giant sword with a length of 1,000 feet rose into the sky. Lu Changsheng's words were spoken again. "Jin Suo, use softness to overcome hardness, and counterattack it." Among the 3 monsters, a black-clothed man who had not taken action, blinked his eyelids and ran directly to the golden giant sword. At the same time, the white-clothed man and Wang Feng also turned around at the same time, and pulled the fire giant and the blue water dragon. The shimmering light curtain of the formation began to tremble violently at this moment. A Bagua map slowly emerged from Xiansu Mountain. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng took a deep breath. "Commander, it depends on your means. As long as you break this core formation diagram, the rest of the formations will not be a problem." Jixi Uxin nodded, stepped lightly, and entered the formation. As she entered the formation, a huge demonic energy surged and the Bagua map began to tremble wildly. Inside Xiansu Mountain, 4 Yuanying's Henren were sweating profusely and looked terrified. Xiandu sect has 3 top formations. They are the Zhao Shenzingdao formation that blocks the 9 heavens, the Dushan 12 gods and evils formation that ranks first in killing, and the 5 elements Bagua formation that is extremely versatile and has both offensive and defensive capabilities. Each formation has extremely strict deployment requirements. The Zhao Shenzingdao formation requires more than 10 Yuanying cultivators to attack at the same time before it can be deployed. The 12 gods of the heaven formation requires 12 true weapon-level gods of the heaven flags as the core, and a great monk is needed to be in charge before it can be arranged. As for the 5 elements Bagua formation, it is known to be extremely changeable, so naturally, all aspects must be considered during the formation stage. At this moment, inside the mountain gate of Xiandu sect, there are more than 10,000 low-level monks sitting in the nodes of the formation at the same time, fully controlling the operation of the formation. There are even more than 100 golden elixir cultivators inside. It is precisely relying on these low-level monks that the 5 elements can be transformed and 3 fourth-level middle-stage demon kings can be resisted. With the support of the spiritual energy of the earth veins in one area, they can hold on for a short time. According to the idea, the 4 of them, With one mind and two things, unfolding the Bagua map is enough to suppress the remaining 4 demon kings. But no one expected that Jinxi Uxin alone entered the formation and withstood everything. It can even be said that the magnificent demon power in the Bagua formation shows that this woman still has spare power and is not suppressed. Is there really such a big gap between the great monks and us? An elder of Xianju sect said with a bitter face. Xian Qun looked solemn. When the great masters of the divine transformation cannot easily take action, the great monk Yuan Hao is the pinnacle of the world. How can we underestimate him? The ability of the great monk has almost exhausted the limits of human power. He is invincible to the great monks of the same level. No matter how much praise there is in this world, it is difficult to describe the ability of the great monk. A simple example is how to describe the power of a Yuan Ying Zhenren. Just give him the title of comparable to the great monk, which is enough to say everything. This is the case with Zhu Sanren of Bihai, Yin Sanren before he entered the late Yuanying, and Jingling Yuanjin of Donghuang. And this is just comparable. If they really face the great monk Yuan Hao, they can often only barely protect themselves. Zhu Sanren barely saved his life under the pursuit of the great monk of Yuanmo sect, and Jingling Yuanjin was defeated by the demon emperor King Shuang, which shows how powerful the real great monks are. At this moment, Jinxi Uxin burst out with all her strength. Even with the blessing of the formation, the 4 great masters of Xianju sect who could multiply their magic power by dozens of times, could not help but feel irresistible despair. As the strongest and most prestigious of the 4, Xian Quanzi knew that he could not let such emotions continue to spread. After calming down, he said in a low voice, "The purple mansion is open, the Yuanying connects the heaven and earth, and the Bagua formation is pushed to the extreme. Do everything you can to hold Jinxi Uxin back and create opportunities for Danzong to defeat them one by one. Will they really come?" Someone hesitated. "If they don't come, we will die too." Xian Quanzi glared at them. The 3 junior brothers naturally understood this truth, and then they no longer hesitated. The purple mansion barrier in the body suddenly separated, as if the door of the cave was opened. One by one, the Yuanying, as tender and white as a baby, drilled out from the top of the head, maintaining the same posture as the flesh, pinching the formula and chanting the spell. In an instant, the magic power surged out. Not only that, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was summoned between heaven and earth was also forcibly controlled and integrated into the Bagua diagram. The Bagua diagram immediately began to spin, generating a gray mist that completely enveloped Jinxi Uxin's graceful figure. After doing all this, Xian Quanzi murmured, "Danzong, don't let us down." Grand Commander. Almost at the moment when Jinxi Uxin was submerged by the Bagua diagram, the 6 demons from the outside world noticed it. Wang Feng even planned to abandon his opponent and go to support him. Before he could withdraw, Lu Changsheng's words came quickly, "This is a good opportunity to break the formation, and we must not let go." Wang Feng responded to the attack of the blue water dragon while angrily scolding, "You 3 brothers are talking without any pain in your waist. If the commander is lost, even if you conquer the East Wilderness in the future, you will have to go to the corners." Lu Changsheng smiled and said, "Don't worry, with the strength of Master Jinxi Uxin, the formation can only trap her, not kill her. Even if it traps her, it won't last long. Besides, it's time for us 3 brothers to take action." After speaking, he looked at his 2 brothers. After looking at each other tacitly, precious lights appeared in the hands of the 3 monsters. They were compasses, bronze mirrors, and banners. "Enter the formation," Lu Changsheng said, and was about to take the lead. But the next moment, he had a sudden impulse and felt a little horrified. Looking back suddenly, 3 streams of light suddenly burst out from an empty place. "No, there are enemies." The 3 streams of light shot up into the sky, their aura was unconcealed, and their huge mana fluctuations were all at the level of the middle stage of the nascent soul. Wherever the streams of light passed, the void exploded and the earth trembled. The 3 brothers Lu Changsheng deployed defense without thinking. However, the 3 streams of light were not rushing towards them, but directly rushed into the formation and rushed towards the man in white. The man in white noticed all this, and a panic appeared on his sinister face. But the fiery giant in front of him had no intention of letting him go, but instead burst into flames regardless of everything, trying to entangle him tightly. At this time, cry. The sound of a phoenix resounded through the sky. A huge fire phoenix spread its brilliant wings and whistled over. Huh? It was as if someone exhaled and spit out more breath of fresh air. Then a gust of wind suddenly appeared, attached to the fire phoenix, making it fly faster and the fire more intense. The wind helps the fire, and the fire borrows the power of the wind. The fire phoenix, which was already 100 feet long, suddenly expanded to 1,000 feet long, and its size seemed to be a little smarter. It dived down and pounced on the man in white at a speed faster than the speed of thunder. Boom! A painful roar was heard in the huge explosion. The fire phoenix and the fire giant exploded at the same time, drowning the white-clothed demon king in endless explosions. The painful roar of the beast spread all over the field after the explosion stopped. Then a stream of white light broke out from the mountain protection formation and flew around desperately. Northwest, the weakest one. A cold and cruel voice suddenly jumped out. Then a golden feather suddenly pierced out. Puff! It was as if a bubble was punctured, and then the terrifying mana burst out uncontrollably. Jinling stood in the middle of it in a golden robe, allowing the aftermath of the Demon King's infant soul to shatter and hit his mana shield, making his robes rustle. He looked behind him. A man and a woman appeared. They were Luo Chen and Feng Hua. Chapter 839, 9 Chapters of Bone Destruction, Shiansu Mountain Breaks. A demon king comparable to the middle stage of the nascent soul fell without any resistance at the foot of Shiansu Mountain. The three brothers of the Lu family, who were about to take a step, were shocked and stopped. In Shiansu sect, a large number of disciples fell to the ground in a mess because of the self-explosion of the fiery giant, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Those who remained awake cheered. Reinforcements are coming. On Shiansu Mountain, the four great immortals also sensed all this and showed ecstasy on their faces. But the next moment, their faces changed drastically. Don't let the demon girl escape. In the Bagua formation, Jinxi Uxin, who had been covered by the gray mist, seemed to have noticed the changes in the outside world and began to destroy the formation desperately. The graceful figure was looming, as if it could break out of the cage at any time. Such a scene naturally fell into the eyes of Luo Chen and the other two. White clothes, good at transformation and escape, with ghost attributes, plus that faint breath, this monster should be the one that gave me a palpitation in the Tyrant Blade domain. Under the sudden attack, the three of us combined with the Shiansu sect's formation to destroy it. In this way, we can let go. This is the preliminary plan that Luo Chen had drawn up before. Combine the power of the three people and deal with the most threatening person first. Now that the goal has been achieved, the next step can be more relaxed. Jinling shook the golden feathers of his life in his hand and pounced directly on the nearest 1,000 ropes demon king. As soon as they fought, the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Fairy Feng Ho did not hesitate, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes, and she killed Wang Feng. The two figures turned into two violent winds, one blue and one yellow, chasing each other and entangled with each other. The scope of the battle was pulled out of the Shiansu sect's mountain gate and began to sweep across thousands of miles. In the end, only the three brothers of the Lu family were left. This is also the strongest among the remaining enemies. They seemed to be less than the middle stage of the fourth order, but they were all proficient in formations. Especially since the three brothers looked similar, they must know how to join forces to fight the enemy. When they joined forces, they would be more difficult to deal with than ordinary middle-stage Yuanying cultivators. And this enemy, Luo Chen took it personally. As long as they dealt with their respective opponents, even if Jinxi Uxin escaped from the trap and gathered Luo Chen and the other two, and the four people of Shiansu sect, they would still have the strength to fight. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, Luo Chen's sleeves fluttered, blocking the three monsters. Luo Chen of Dan sect, please teach me. Hearing Luo Chen introduce himself, the three brothers' expressions changed almost in unison, and they were all a little surprised. But obviously, they were not afraid. Lu Changshen. Lu Changking. Lu Changgen. Please teach me. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lu Changgen waving the black flag in his hand, and the wind swept, and the misty demonic energy spread out. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen withdrew without thinking. With a blast in the air, Luo Chen had already appeared 100 feet away. Then he stepped on the moon step, avoided the black evil spirit that was sweeping over, and went straight to the three monsters. His body movements were so strange that it was hard to figure out. However, Lu Changking slapped the bronze mirror in his hand and shouted, "Slow! Slow! Slow!" 3 times in a row, the bronze mirror emitted 3 clear rays of light. Swish! The first one, Luo Chen dodged easily. Swish! The second one, Luo Chen barely managed to get by, brushing past him. Swish. The third one. Luo Chen looked back at the moon, suddenly stopped, and just dodged it, but only a ray of green light stained the corner of his clothes. It was also because of this ray that Luo Chen's figure suddenly slowed down. Whoosh! A large amount of black air surrounded Luo Chen from all directions. The eldest brother Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged on the ground, put his hand on the compass, and pressed it hard. Click, click, click. The compass turned, making a harsh mechanical sound. As expected of a powerful man who can slay demons, he is so difficult to suppress. Lu Changsheng hardened his heart, bit his lip, and spat out a mouthful of blood full of pure magic power towards the compass. As if it was lubricated, the compass turned faster and the sound was no longer so harsh. As the compass turned rapidly, Lu Changsheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, flew high into the sky. Looking down at Luo Chen from a high place, Lu Changsheng shouted in a low voice. Dao, please enter the formation. He pressed his hands in the air, and a terrifying pressure suddenly arose within a radius of 100 miles. Even the ground was pressed down several feet. Luo Chen was also forced into the formation under this terrifying pressure. The formation was activated during the battle. Even if it was because of the combined efforts of 3 people, it shows the power of the formation. Luo Chen stood in the vast black fog with a strange look on his face. He looked up at the 3 shadows in the sky that appeared and disappeared, and couldn't help but ask loudly, "What is the name of this formation?" The words of the 3 brothers Lu Changsheng came slowly, so that fellow Taoist can die clearly. This formation was created by the 3 of us brothers, and it is called 9 chapters of bone destruction. Those who enter the formation will lose their flesh and blood, and their souls will be eroded and their bones will be destroyed. 3 voices came from different directions, indicating that the positions of the 3 people were constantly changing. And this formation is centered on the 3 people, and it is constantly changing, making it difficult to grasp. It is obviously a living formation. As soon as the voice fell, a black mist rolled in. Luo Chen didn't think about it and hid out a palm. The King Yang handprint collided with a black mist and annihilated each other. A fire phoenix flew out with a scream, entangled with the newly generated black mist, and annihilated into nothingness. Roar! A shocking dragon roar was heard, and a fire dragon descended outside the formation. As if in response, a black dragon composed of black mist emerged from the formation and took the lead to meet it. Under the gaze of many low-level disciples of Xiandu sect, 2 giant dragons roared and collided with each other. The powerful fluctuations of mana crushed a mountain into powder. Lu Changsheng presided over the formation, his heart trembling, his eyelids twitching wildly. 9 chapters of bone disintegration, 3 is the limit. In the blink of an eye, 3 chapters have passed. This Dan sect is really worthy of its reputation. In such a short time, it has passively stimulated our formation to such a level. Lu Changqing sent a voice message with his spiritual consciousness. Brother, we need to increase our mana, otherwise the operation of the formation will have problems. Lu Changsheng shouted in a low voice, you must not act rashly, leave it to me and my 3rd brother. Yes. Inside the formation, Luo Chen retracted his hand gestures, his face showing a solemn expression. He was suppressed internally and his external attacks were ineffective. This formation is not as easy to break as imagined. Especially the core of this formation is 3 living demon kings, and under constant movement, even if he pushed his illusion-breaking eyes to the extreme, he couldn't find the center of the formation for a while. Maybe I shouldn't have entered the formation? At that time, with Luo Chen's ability, as long as he was willing to pay some price, he could always force a distance. But if he didn't enter the formation, the 3 demon kings would probably ignore him and attack Xiandu sect instead, relieving Jinxi Uxin's pressure. And once Jinxi Uxin escaped, the consequences would be even more serious. Well, since you're suppressing me with a formation, I should also fight back with a formation. Luo Chen sneered and stomped his foot heavily on the ground. Sword formation, rise. The next moment, countless sword ki broke out of the ground. With a terrifying cutting intention, it swept all around. Countless black mists rushed over, but often before the mists took shape, they were strangled to death by the sword ki. Such a scene made the 3 brothers of the Lu family change their faces. When did he set up the sword formation? It should be before he attacked Bai Lan. Since he could kill people suddenly, he must have a backup plan. 3 more chapters, 2nd brother, you come to break this sword formation. The 3 of them were in tune with each other. After a short exchange, they understood what they were going to do. The black flags shook the sky and the earth, and the violent black air rolled out, turning into a group of little deer with horns and rushed into the sword formation. The black deer and the sword energy fought each other and eliminated each other. Luo Chen looked at the familiar appearance of the little deer, and then thought of the name of this formation, and he suddenly realized it. It turns out that the three monsters are 9 camphor deer. He was not unfamiliar with this monster. Back then, there was a group of low-level 9 camphor deer lying in the Jiudi Mountain between Daofang and Xianlan Fairy City, forcing them to take a detour. Such monsters are best to live in groups and dominate the area with the power of living in groups. Ordinary cultivators dare not provoke them at all. But this kind of monster also has its shortcomings. What is covered by its ferociousness is that its individual strength is weak, and its upper limit is extremely low. It is rare to hear that a 9 camphor deer can break through the bloodline limit, advance to the 4th level, and transform into human form to practice Taoism. But I didn't expect that this time, I would actually encounter the 9 camphor deer Demon King, and 3 of them at once. 3,000 years of accumulation, the millions of mountains in the East Wilderness really raised a group of incredible beings. Luo Chen murmured, his pale golden eyes sweeping around. His great 5 elements sword formation was shaky under the impact of the black fog. Suddenly, a misty green light shot out from outside the formation. Dove, 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 dove. 5 beams of light in a row, one faster than the other. The 5 sword balls were forced to be exposed in the formation. The sword energy that cut in all directions also slowly dissipated at this moment. Looking up, a Taoist priest with a gourd and in colorful clothes in the sky was holding a bronze mirror and looking at the 5 elements sword balls from a distance. Seeing this, Luo Chen felt sorry and took back the 5 elements sword pill. If the 5 sword pills were not of different grades, how could they be so easily seen through the collision? But enough. Luo Chen's face flashed fiercely, and his magic power burst out, and the withering and flourishing divine restriction in his body was quietly released. A surge of terrifying magic power filled the surroundings of the formation, and even the spiritual energy of the outside world was sensed and roared towards him. Senlo Fire Prison. With the power of the domain, he turned into a red light and rushed towards the Taoist holding the mirror in the sky. How could this be? He was not suppressed by the formation that isolated the echo of heaven and earth. It was the sword formation just now that temporarily offset the isolation power of the 9 chapters of bone disintegrating formation, so it was able to gather the domain and no longer be suppressed by our formation. Second brother, you are exposed. During the question and answer, the eldest brother Lu Changsheng cursed anxiously. The second brother Lu Changqing naturally understood his current situation. In order to break the great 5 elements sword formation, he personally activated the bronze mirror to break the 5 elements movement, but his true position was also exposed. Now Luo Chen rushed towards him so directly, clearly intending to break the 3-legged tripod. As long as he broke this side, the 9 chapters of bone-destroying formation would also fall apart. Please help me. Lu Changqing asked for help while gritting his teeth and turning into a green light and began to wander wildly in the formation. The other 2 did not dare to neglect it, especially the third brother, whose magic power was a little weak, and he began to spit out blood and forcefully activate the formation. Chapter 7, Bone Destroying Key. A deep black mist gushed out from the flag and rushed towards Luo Chen. The fishy smell was extremely pungent. Luo Chen held the anti-poison pill in his mouth, did not dodge, and plunged in. The black dust armor moved spontaneously and turned into 2 layers inside and outside. The gas armor spread and continued to wear away. With a hissing sound, the Zuanshan armor's body also became bumpy. But Luo Chen managed to get through this chapter, his pale golden eyes fixed on a certain place. Since it has been exposed, don't even think about hiding under my nose. He smiled grimly and stretched out his claws towards that place. A green light shot out, and the cloud-seeking claws hesitated for a moment and missed. But Lu Changqing's figure was exposed again. Luo Chen rushed again. A dark wind came, corroding the soul and making people sink. Is this the 8th chapter? Luo Chen had an epiphany, but he didn't have a good way to deal with it. He held his breath and went against the wind. The powerful soul foundation was stimulated to the extreme, and the Kamiao technique continued to unfold in the sea of consciousness, making him constantly awake. His speed obviously slowed down. But his forward momentum showed no intention of stopping. The 3 people in the main formation were horrified. How could this be? The soul erosion wind that Lord Dion retrieved from the soul-breaking cliff could not erode this person's soul. How deep is his soul? No, we can't let him free his hands. Chapter 9, let's do it. The three of them discussed and stopped hesitating. There was a sound of flagpole breaking in the air, and a large amount of black mist flew out from the broken flag, pouring into the compass and bronze mirror respectively. With a replenishment of black mist, the two treasures began to grow and turn into giant objects like millstones. The two huge millstones rotated in different directions, one on the left and one on the right, grinding towards Luo Chen. This was the last chapter of the 9-chapter bone erosion formation, named Yin-Yang grinding by the three brothers. It can not only erode the powerful magic power of the cultivator, but also erode the fragile body of the cultivator. Even in the Million Mountains, this move has had a brilliant record, and once eroded a powerful demon king in the middle stage of the 4th level. Huh? After enduring the soul erosion wind, Luo Chen suddenly woke up. Then he saw two huge millstones flying slowly towards him. It seemed that the distance was very far, and the space was very large, with enough room for maneuvering. But when he wanted to use the methods such as exploding sky step, moon step, and 90,000 miles, he felt that the space was crowded and it was difficult to move. It's the sky ban. This formation contains a lot of basic restrictions, which are the sky bans, to prevent the enemy from escaping. With Luo Chen's knowledge of formations, he understood everything in an instant. Not only that, with his combat awareness, he soon knew that if he just wanted to escape, he would definitely not be able to escape before the yin-yang millstone closed. Since you can't escape, then tear it down. Luo Chen's eyes showed anger, and he pointed a finger at his chest. The majestic source energy that had been nurtured for more than 100 years immediately flowed through his body. His body began to expand and grow like a monster, showing its true form. A 9-foot-tall giant appeared in everyone's side in the blink of an eye. He did not dodge, but raised his palm like a hill and slapped a huge millstone. Such a scene was really horrifying. But the most horrifying thing was another deafening sound. Boom! Unexpectedly, endless brilliant light burst out from the Bigu map. The powerful force was released on the nearby Xiansu Mountain. With just one blow, Xiansu Mountain, the core of Xiandu sect, was broken in half. The towering mountain was like being broken by someone and smashed towards the earth. Jinxi Uxin reappeared in the world. Not only that, a white light burst out from the collapsed mountains and flew towards the battle group where Jinling was. Be careful, there is a sneaky evil thing. It swallowed a Yuanying of my 3 junior brothers. Xian Quanzi's shrill and sad cry resounded between heaven and earth. Chapter 840, Jinling falls, his heart is worthy of death. Left and right, the cyclone spun wildly. From black to white, yin and yang interacted. Extreme mana followed the opposite trajectory, bursting out with terrifying grinding power. However, Luo Chen was in it, and his surge in blood and ki burst out, as if an ancient wild beast had reappeared, not afraid of the disparity between heaven and earth, roaring and fighting back. Breaking the mountain style, pulling the mountain style, hitting the mountain style. The demon lord's 7 scattered hands, which took the strengths of hundreds of schools, burst out with unimaginable power at this moment under the blessing of rolling source power, and the 2 large millstones were shaken. The 3 brothers of the Lu family looked at this scene, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Is this still a weak human cultivator? However, Luo Chen's attention was not on them at all at this moment. His pair of pale golden divine pupils stared at the white light flying out of Xiansu Mountain. In his mind, the alarm sounded wildly. Wrong. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. The man in white before was just stained with a little breath of this monster, and he was not the one who dominated the sword domain back then. This white light is the real body. It is the sneaky evil thing in the mouth of the godly elder thief. It is the culprit who harmed the 2nd palace master of Fenghu Palace and the 2 great masters of Dian sect. It is also a strange existence that many people have heard of in the more than 100 years of human-demon wars. Now that it has appeared again, it has swallowed the nascent souls of the 3 elders of Xiandu sect. At this moment, it is flying rapidly towards Jinling. In the sight, Jinling has obviously realized the arrival of danger. Originally, 2 golden feathers were fighting with the 1,000-thread demon king, but at this time, they suddenly opened their mouths and spit out a golden light. The 3 golden feathers of life that have been cultivated for hundreds of years are fully revealed to the world for the first time. With just one strike, a golden feather pierced through the shoulder of the 1,000-thread demon king. The powerful destructive power pierced the body of the thousand-thread Demon King from the inside, leaving countless wounds. If it were an ordinary battle, Jinling could completely take advantage of the situation to pursue, but now he could only force him away, then suddenly turned around, holding two golden feathers, and stabbed straight out. Golden light and white light intertwined in an instant. Then, the white light seemed to ignore all defenses and penetrated into Jinling's body. Jinling held two golden feathers in his hands, lowered his head in disbelief. How is it possible? While muttering, his body fell straight to the ground like a kite with a broken string. A white light passed through his chest and flew out suddenly. In the distance, one could even hear the creepy chewing and swallowing sounds. After killing Jinling, the white light showed no sign of stopping and flew straight towards another enemy in the same direction. It was Luo Chen. The 9-foot giant, facing this scene, exhaled and shouted, "Give it to me, open it." Overlord Unarmored performed again, hitting the shaky yin-yang millstone, completing the final blow that overwhelmed the camel. Boom! The yin-yang millstone was broken, and the three brothers of the Lu family vomited blood at the same time and flew out. Luo Chen, like Jinling, had no time to pursue the victory. His body was full of black light and covered with Zuanshan armor. Not only that, a thick layer of key armor blocked him from the outside. Even the pale golden pupils shone brightly, staring at the white light. Mirror flowers and water moons, open. Just one look, Luo Chen saw the cruel and playful eyes through the white light. Luo Chen groaned and frowned. His soul foundation was not as good as the other party. Not only did the illusion have no miraculous effect, but it was backfired. Now, the white light was erratic, shooting at Luo Chen like a sharp arrow. The thick key armor did not play any defensive role, and was cut like tofu. The solid Zuanshan armor became bumpy and had holes because of the erosion of the previous 9 chapters of bone-dissolving array. The white light followed the holes and was about to drill into Luo Chen's body. Bang! As if it hit a copper wall, the white light was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that it was Luo Chen's powerful body, and the power distributed on the flesh and blood was not mana, but rather the source of power of some wild beast? Is this person not a human, but a wild beast? Just as he hesitated, a deafening roar suddenly came from his ears. Get out! A dragon head emerged from Luo Chen's body, opened its bloody mouth, and forced Bai Guang away from Luo Chen. The Black King appeared, and without saying a word, he opened his mouth and sucked wildly. The terrifying devouring power permeated the surroundings. Bai Guang failed to attack by surprise, and had no chance to attack again, so he had to retreat hastily. Sucking. The Black King took a deep breath, revealed his body of 100 feet, and hovered in the air. Luo Chen stepped on his dragon's spine, with a pair of gloomy eyes, staring into the distance. A beautiful woman in a palace skirt. A tall and thin man in white clothes who looked like a paper man. The two stood side by side. One showed the aura of a great demon king, suppressing the battlefield of Xiandu sect, with a cold look in his eyes. Although the first one was not a great demon king, he exuded a strange aura all over his body. He looked at everyone as if he was looking at prey, cruelly and teasingly. Whoosh! A green light landed in front of Luo Chen. It was the extremely ugly face of Fairy Fenghui. Luo Chen, what should we do now? The situation has completely gotten out of control. This can be seen from the fact that Fairy Fenghui usually calls him Danzong respectfully, but now she calls him by his name. Luo Chen pursed his lips tightly and looked around. The Thousand-Thread Demon King, Wang Feng, and the three brothers of the Lu family all returned to Jingxi Uxin one after another. Although they were all injured, their combat power was not weakened that much. On his side, Jinling died in the battle, and of the 4 elders of Xiandu sect, only Xian Quanzi could barely fight, and the rest had all fallen. As for those low-level cultivators, for a moment, the atmosphere of despair began to spread throughout the battlefield. Horizontal ellipsis. Gao, this is the first time I've seen you fail. Jinzi Uxin glanced at Luo Chen in surprise, and said to the man in white beside him in a light tone. Gao pulled the corner of his mouth, pulling out an exaggerated arc, as if he wanted to split his whole face. This man has seen me before, so I have been on guard. Jinzi Uxin was startled, and then his eyes fell on a battlefield that was razed to the ground. No wonder they didn't kill Qian Suo, Wang Feng, or the 3 brothers of the Lu family when they attacked for the first time, but only went after Bailan, who you are parasitizing. So that's it. It doesn't matter, this person is just a little tougher, plus there's a body-protecting demon, wild beast. Go said, his eyes paused on the Black King, and his face showed a look of doubt. A 4th-level wild beast? Which wild old land did it run from? Jin Ziuxin didn't care about these, looking at this extremely silent battlefield, with impatience on his cold face. Xiandu territory has delayed us for too long, let's solve it quickly. With a wave of her long sleeves, the other demon kings immediately took orders. A great battle was about to begin again. It can be imagined that the next battle will be a one-sided massacre. But at the moment when Jin Ziuxin issued the order, a look of horror appeared on her face. Subconsciously, she pushed away the man in white beside her. Then she saw a thunderbolt falling from the sky, narrowly passing between the two of them, and even destroyed her sleeves. The thunderbolt entered the ground, and the earth cracked. Then there was the rumbling thunder, rolling and spreading. As expected of the ancient demon Emperor Yan's favorite concubine, Jin Ziuxin is really worthy of her reputation. But can you save this little ghost for a while? Can you save it forever? A thunderous voice fell from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw that above the 9 heavens, disaster clouds gathered. A tall figure leaned on a black sword and overlooked the vast land. Lei Daozi. Jin Ziuxin uttered the Taoist name of the visitor, and her face changed drastically. Without thinking, she issued an order. Retreat. In fact, before she could give an order, Gao Chen, who had previously regarded everyone as prey, had already run away. Facing this scene, Lei Daozi smiled coldly, threw a large white net at Gao Chen, and then waved his hand. Chase? Leave these evil beasts who dared to invade the East Wilderness on this land. Behind him, the clouds of disaster dispersed, and figures appeared one after another. There were 10 people. And each of them was at the nascent soul stage. Judging from the logo on their clothes, these people were clearly cultivators of the Mingguan sect. Lei Daozi issued an order, and he did not lag behind. In a flash of lightning, he chased after Gao Chen. From beginning to end, he did not say a word to Luo Chen and Fairy Fenghui. Ignoring, but also like despising. Fairy Fenghui's previously stiff body suddenly relaxed. Then, anger rose on her face. Fellow Taoist Luo, killing only one demon is not enough to relieve my hatred. I want to help the monk Mingguan and hunt down these demons, but you. Luo Chen shook his head and his figure shrank rapidly. You go ahead, I won't get involved. Since the reinforcements have arrived, our mission is mostly completed, and the follow-up is just perfection. Luo Chen, who has returned to his normal state, is still wearing a white robe, spotless, as if this short and extremely dangerous battle has not caused him any damage. Fairy Fenghui took a deep look at Luo Chen, clasped her fists, and turned into a green light, chasing the enemy away. After they left, Luo Chen slowly floated to the ground. The Black King swam over with his huge body swaying. Master, that guy is a bit weird, like a ghost, but a bit like a wild beast. Luo Chen hummed softly. Just after a brief contact, he also realized that the guy named Gao Chen was quite weird. It's just that the Black King didn't feel as deeply. When he stopped in front of a corpse with its chest wide open, Luo Chen sighed slightly with a complicated look. Jin Ling's Hunren died. As for this person, Luo Chen had never given him a good look since the first time they met. It was not only because the old thief Shen Yuan was plotting against him, but also because Duan Feng and his wife, who were good friends when he was young, died in the battle to support the Lianga Izalin in Wuji domain because of this person's order. The reason why Jin Ling specially transferred Duan Feng there was simply because Duan Feng was good at identifying mineral materials. For the sake of friends, Luo Chen could not get along with this person in a friendly manner. Not to mention turning enemies into friends like Pavilion Master Li and Lin Qingxuan. But after fighting side by side with Jin Ling several times, the powerful strength shown by the other party was more or less recognized by Luo Chen. This is not a weakling. Even in today's battle, facing the 1,000-rope demon king who restrained his fighting style a little, Jin Ling suppressed the opponent from beginning to end. What a pity. What a pity that he didn't die in my hands. Luo Chen waved his hand, and the last 2 golden feathers fell into his hands. Then he gave an order to the Black King, who opened his mouth and swallowed the body of Jin Ling into his stomach. After doing all this, a light of escape flew out of the broken Xianzhou mountain and came to Luo Chen. Dan sect. Luo Chen looked at the middle-aged man with a slightly pale face and bowed. It is our sect. Tian Quanzi looked at the giant dragon behind him with a hesitant look on his face. Luo Chen smiled and said, this is my spiritual pet, it won't be a problem. Tian Quanzi shook his head. That's not what I meant. I wanted to say that the body of fellow Taoist Jinling. Luo Chen put away his smile. Don't worry about this. Just say to the outside world that he died at the hands of the Demon King and his body is gone. Tian Quanzi was stunned. With so many people watching, someone would have to believe it if he told others. Luo Chen didn't want to discuss this matter anymore, and suddenly said, our sect has an unwelcome request. We want to see the bodies of the 3 Taoists from your sect. Is that possible? Tian Quanzi frowned and subconsciously wanted to refuse. But thinking of Luo Chen's help to Xianju sect today, and the friendship that he didn't run away even when he was at an absolute disadvantage before the reinforcements from Mingyun showed up, he finally agreed. After a while, Luo Chen appeared in an empty hall. The bodies of the 3 Yuaning elders of Xianju sect who fell were placed here. Unlike the previous people, these 3 did not have wounds piercing their chests and abdomens. How did he die? He was ambushed. When we released our nascent soul to reinforce the full power Bigu diagram, he suddenly appeared and swallowed the nascent souls of 3 of my junior brothers. If I hadn't reacted quickly and taken the nascent soul back to the Purple Palace, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him. Didn't he attack you later? It was too late. I activated the formation and temporarily moved him out of Xianzhu Mountain. Luo Chen didn't stay in Xianju sect for a long time. After asking about the specific situation at that time, he let the Black King carry him slowly to Lingshan Pass. On the dragon's back, Luo Chen sat cross-legged. He held the Great Soul Pill in his mouth to repair the soul injury caused by the backlash of the illusion. The pitted Zuanshan armor on his body also began to recover slowly under the spewing of mana. When night fell, Luo Chen woke up faintly. In this battle, except for the slight backlash of his soul, he actually didn't suffer any injuries. With a Great Soul Pill, that little injury is not a big deal. If it weren't for Gao Chan's sudden attack, Luo Chen, who broke out of the formation, would have been completely confident of getting rid of the 3 brothers of the Lu family without any injuries. Gao Chan. Sitting cross-legged on the dragon's back, Luo Chen uttered this name faintly. Wild beast, ghost. Ignoring shields and air armor, not afraid of physical magic weapon attacks. Fast speed, can break the Purple Palace barrier of cultivators and feed on Yuanying. The method of restrained, a powerful body, no, it should be a powerful body with wild beast source power, and the power of thunder that specifically restrains ghosts. The last conclusion was based on Gao Chan's horrified reaction after Lei Daozi appeared. Lei Daozi Zhangche has been famous for a long time, but the real reason for him to stand at the top of the eastern wilderness Xianjiao is that he has comprehended the true meaning of the law of thunder. Judging from the opponent's attack today, Jingxi Uxian does not dare to confront him head-on. The reputation is by no means false. But he had obviously arrived a long time ago, but he ignored our hard fight and caused 4 nascent soul true men to die on the spot. He deserves to be killed. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, muttering in a cold voice. Chapter 841 Ling Dian was defeated, with heavy casualties. When they came, they chased them quickly and urgently. On the way back, they were neither hurried nor slow. As for this war, when the Mingyun sect monks stood by and watched, Luo Chen had no idea at all. The one who really had the ability to lead the direction of this war was not the countless monks who risked their lives in Lingshan Pass, but the Mingyun sect, the sacred land of the Holy Spirit. But even they had evil intentions. As Luo Chen had predicted in his early years, they watched the major Yuanying forces being destroyed and destroyed. Even if this war was finally won, what was the point? After all, it was just to prepare wedding clothes for the Mingyun sect. You should cherish your life, cherish yourself, and cherish the lives of all the people who follow me. At least, don't dedicate your precious life to such a war. It's not worth it. Sitting cross-legged on the back of the black dragon, Luo Chen looked calm and his heart was as still as water. A few days later, Luo Chen returned to Bailey Qingchuan. Master, aren't you going to take me with you? No need. At the critical moment, Xiao He can still help you. As long as no great cultivator attacks me, I don't care about ordinary enemies. But if a great cultivator attacks, you can't help me at all, so you might as well help me take good care of the house. The Black King said, and went deep into the earth veins. Li Yingzhang stood aside, followed by Xiangsun and Min Longyu. Seeing Luo Chen return safely, they couldn't help but smile happily. Luo Chen smiled gently and asked about the recent situation. But the answer caught him off guard. Lingshan Pass was breached. Even though he had guessed that Lingshan Pass would be attacked, Luo Chen still didn't expect that Lingshan Pass, which was high and deep, and protected by a 5th-level formation, would be breached in the short time they left. Li Yingxiang explained in awe, on the 3rd day after you, the Supreme Elders, left, the demon army launched a general attack on Lingshan Pass. After another 3 days of fierce fighting, the 5 great commanders showed up at the same time and attacked the Zuanwu 4-sided formation. Xianduzi led the formation to resist, and it was originally a stalemate, but at the critical moment, the commander Wang Man summoned the ancient demon emperor's heavenly means to break it by force. Xianduzi was attacked by the backlash of the formation and suffered serious injuries. Without the protection of the formation, 30 demon kings led tens of millions of demon beasts to march straight in and kill into Lingshan Pass. Hearing that scene, Luo Chen's heart was instantly lifted up. What happened next? Fortunately, the reinforcements arrived in time. The teleportation array in Lingshan Pass seemed to have been prepared in advance. When the demon kings rushed in, Mingyuan sect teleported over a dozen Yuanying's Hunren, and cooperated with the strong men in the city to drive the demon kings out. Luo Chen frowned. How can they be driven out? There are 5 great commanders here. Just ordinary Yuanying's Hunren. Li Yingxiang shook his head. Mingyuan sect also sent 2 great monks to help. Moreover, the 5 great commanders did not linger in the battle. After breaking the array, it seemed that something unexpected happened. After a long battle, they took the initiative to retreat. Luo Chen's face showed a strange color. He counted with his fingers. The time when the 5 great commanders retreated was almost the same as the end of the Battle of Xiandu sect. Did those commanders go to meet Jinxi Uxin and others who were being hunted? Although the demon kings retreated, the battle caused great casualties to the monks guarding Lingshan Pass, almost more than half. On my Luo Chen sect, 100 people died in the battle, and Jinden elders Fu Jiasheng and Chu Kui were unfortunately. Luo Chen listened to all this in silence, and no emotion could be seen on his calm face. After a long time, he asked faintly, "Where did you get this information?" Li Yingxiang looked heavy. Xianyun Business Alliance took the initiative to tell them. Luo Chen snorted. With the help of Luo Chen Treasure Pavilion, Xianyun Business Alliance finally infiltrated it and even got this kind of core information. He no longer hesitated, and after giving a few instructions, he turned around and flew towards Lingshan Pass. Li Yingxiang looked at his back, and after he disappeared, his calm face finally showed a bit of powerlessness. In one battle, the Luo Chen sect, which had little foundation, lost another 1/3 of its strength. As the head of the family, he was the most heartbroken. At dawn, the morning light gradually rose. A figure landed outside the West City Gate. Looking at the cracked city wall and the blood-stained ground, Luo Chen flew inside without saying a word. Without the suppression power of the familiar Forbidden Air Formation, it means that the Forbidden Air Formation in Lingshan Pass was also destroyed in that battle. In addition, the Zuanwu 4-sided Great Formation was broken, and Lingshan Pass would no longer have any restrictions on the powerful people at the level of the Demon King. He flew very slowly, letting the fishy smell of blood in the air drift into his nose, and the buzzing sound in the city was beside his ears. A light of escape rushed up and stopped him. But after seeing his true appearance, he immediately showed a respectful look. "Senior Danzong." "Yes." Luo Chen nodded and looked at the unknown Jinden cultivator with a kind expression. "Do you know where my Luo Xianzong cultivator is now?" The Jinden cultivator answered without hesitation, "It should be in Danluo Mountain." "Thank you." Luo Chen casually handed over a bottle of elixir, and regardless of the other party's repeated gratitude, he flew into the city. Everywhere he passed was devastated. Countless buildings collapsed, and the bodies of monsters and immortal cultivators were scattered among the ruins. It was obvious that they had not been buried yet. This was the relatively safest West City district. It was hard to imagine what the other 3 places, especially the East City district, which had the greatest offensive and defensive pressure, would be like. Luo Chen did not dare to think too much and went straight to Danluo Mountain. After a while, he saw shadowy figures on Danluo Mountain. He took the initiative to reveal his figure and spread his magic power fluctuations. Someone discovered it at the first time and shouted loudly, "The Supreme Elder is back." Suddenly, everyone in the mountain stopped what they were doing and flew towards him. The moment they saw Luo Chen, the confusion in everyone's eyes disappeared, as if they had found their backbone. Luo Chen's eyes swept over everyone. Some of them were listless, Some were injured, and some had missing limbs. Even Yang Ping, who as a Jinden, was in a bad condition. There were only a few hundred people, and this was the remaining strength of Luo Xianzong. Everyone, go away. Rest well and don't leave any hidden dangers. Luo Chen said comfortingly without any formalities. After the low-level disciples dispersed, Zheng Yilin, Juking Fairy and others followed Luo Chen and entered Dangluo Mountain. At the same time, they told him about the previous battles one by one. On the third day after you left, the demon army launched a general attack and surrounded the entire Lingshan Pass. As the Zuanwu square formation was broken, a large number of low-level demon beasts rushed in. The previously formed death army had no place to rely on, like a pile of loose sand, and was immediately dispersed. Under the command of Master, we retreated to Dangluo Mountain for defense. Luo Chen walked on Dangluo Mountain with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. His spiritual consciousness spread, and the situation of the formation on this mountain also came into his mind. The formation foundation has been shaken, and even the earth veins have signs of being blocked. Fortunately, the main vein has not dispersed. As long as it is slightly repaired and guided, this mountain can still be a treasure land for cultivation. I have already contacted Luo Xianbao Pavilion. With the help of the strong men from Xianyun Merchant Alliance, there should be no problem. Zheng Yilin said. Luo Chen stopped outside a damaged hall. Where's your master? Zheng Yilin's master is naturally Wang Yuan. When asked about this, Zheng Yilin's eyes showed respect. Master is recuperating in the hall. At that time, Danluo Mountain attracted a 4th-level demon king. It was Master who personally fought with him and barely delayed the arrival of the reinforcements from Mingyun sect. This was said lightly, but in fact it was extremely dangerous. From the moment Luo Chen saw Wang Yuan, he knew everything. Have you used the fire I gave you? Wang Yuan nodded. In that case, only with the help of your fire can I fight the demon king with all my strength. I was a little exhausted afterwards, but after resting for a few days, I have gradually recovered my vitality. Let me treat you. Wang Yuan smiled and did not refuse Luo Chen's kindness. As medical spells were cast one after another, combined with the various spiritual medicines, Wang Yuan's complexion became normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, his condition was not as good as he said. During this period, the monks of Luo Xianbao Pavilion also hurried to Dangluo Mountain under the leadership of Sima Wei Niang and Gu Kai. While treating Wang Yuan, Luo Chen gave the various medicines he had stored over the years to the 2 women, asking them to take them to treat the disciples of the sect. It seemed that everything began to recover slowly. But Luo Chen knew that Lingshan Pass was broken once, and the demon clan tasted the sweetness, and it was impossible for them to come again. And since Mingyun sect had already taken action, it meant that it would officially join the war, and the subsequent battles would be more intense. He was indifferent to this. 3 days later, Luo Chen stopped. Looking at Wang Yuan who slowly opened his eyes, Luo Chen warned him, you have a strong physique, so you can just bear the power of my fire, but only that time. I can't give you a second fire, otherwise once it is activated, there is only one way to go, death. Wang Yuan didn't seem to care much. It doesn't matter, it's impossible to always rely on external things, after all, you have to rely on yourself. Luo Chen nodded, thought about it, and took out a miniature mountain from the stored ring. What is this? Wang Yuan was curious. Luo Chen explained, this treasure is called Beizao Mountain, which is a treasure inherited from a major overseas Jinden sect. Although it is a magic weapon, it is extremely heavy. I see that your weapon has been destroyed in the last battle, so this mountain is given to you. At this point, he felt quite regretful. In fact, after I refined the sky-high cliff, I collected the remaining materials of the real weapon. I had planned to integrate it into the 100-made mountain and then give it to you, but there has been no suitable opportunity over the years, and I have not yet mastered the relevant integration methods. Wang Yuan did not mind it very much. He took the 100-made mountain, weighed it, and showed satisfaction. The strength of physical cultivation comes from the Genki, which is completely different from the magic power of cultivators. Therefore, the weapons needed must also be adapted to the Genki. Luo Chen has very few physical cultivation weapons on hand, only a Wanjin halberd, but he has already given it to Zheng Yilin. When he first returned to the East Desert, he did plan to integrate the sky-high cliff materials into the 100-made mountain and then give it to Wang Yuan, but he had no idea how to transform it to be suitable for Genki to drive it. Now, He can only give the 100-made mountain to Wang Yuan for use first. At least this thing is heavy enough. Suddenly. What are your plans next? Facing Wang Yuan's question, Luo Chen raised his eyelids. Why do you ask? Wang Yuan said naturally, Lingshan Pass has been breached this time. Even if the formation is repaired later, it is no longer a foolproof place. Mingyan sect has also begun to join this war. These days, low-level cultivators of Mingyan sect have been arriving one after another. Obviously, they are preparing to launch a counterattack. Under such a situation, if you don't have any plans, then Luo Chen sect will definitely be beaten to the point where there will be no soldiers left. Don't tell me that you will ignore all this happening. Luo Chen fell into silence. After a long time, he showed a bitter smile. You also talked about the situation. Under such a great situation, if you can't become a god, you will only be a pawn. What I can do is too insignificant. God transformation. Wang Yuan sighed. That was too far away. Let's take it one step at a time. Luo Chen said with comfort, then stood up and walked straight out of the cave. As if it was an appointment. An envoy arrived, a cultivator from Mingyan. Senior Danzong, the city lord's mansion invites you. Luo Chen was not surprised at all. He had not concealed his whereabouts since he came back these days, and the strong men in the city must have known the news. Then let's go for a tour. He also wanted to know the specific situation of the previous battlefields, and what the Mingyan Holy Land was going to do next. The familiar city lord's mansion was still majestic. The cleaned white jade square was as bright as new, as if nothing had happened. But Luo Chen, who arrived first, knew how tragic the previous battle was after seeing the later ones one after another. Xiao Xinyang is dead. The ancient island of fireworks has vanished into thin air. Master Mu died in battle, and even his body was torn into pieces by the two demon kings. I heard that the Mu mansion where his Mu family lived was destroyed by the sudden attack of the demon king's troops before him, so he was restless during the Battle of Lingshan Pass, which led to such a tragic end. Haha, speaking of which, if it weren't for the fact that my disciples of Zongmiao sect had been lost long ago, I would be alone and only need to protect myself. I'm afraid that Dan sect would not see me today. Ling Fengzi's tone was smiling, but his expression was bleak, and he was not happy at all. Luo Chen asked, where are the others? Ling Fengzi told Luo Chen everything he had learned. Fellow Taoist Zion is fine. The He's Henrin in his sect has come out of retreat and joined forces with him to fight. They are extremely powerful. Old Fu is not in good condition. He was seriously injured in the Battle of Lingshan Pass. 2 days ago, Zhenren Yulan rushed to Lingshan Pass to take over the disciples of Shanfu sect. Look, isn't that it? As he was talking, a Yuanying Zhenren entered the hall at the door. After a glance, he stopped at Luo Chen, and then the middle-aged man with a steady temperament walked towards Luo Chen and the others. I am Yulan, and I am honored to meet Danzong and Ling Fengzi. Luo Chen replied with a hello, and then asked about old Fu's situation. Yilan showed grief. The old man is in a very bad condition. He is injured. I am afraid. Luo Chen sighed. After today's business is over, I will find time to go and see old Fu. The number of people in the hall gradually increased. After seeing Luo Chen, some people took the initiative to come forward to talk. Even Mr. Yao, who had been at odds with him before, gritted his teeth and stepped forward. But after knowing that Kidden Mountain was destroyed, just as Fairy Fenghu said, his face was ashen, and his spirit seemed to have dispersed. At this time, Luo Chen deeply realized how much of a blow this battle had dealt to the major forces in the East Wilderness. The rear was attacked, and the front was broken. The front and the back were both heavy losses. And this was obviously not the limit. Another familiar face appeared in the hall. Jiling Yuanjin, Deng Taiyu and others appeared one after another, but after all, some other familiar faces were missing. Where is Master Hua? He died with the Zhuhuang sect. Where is Pavilion Master Li? He died at the hands of the great demon king Bizhen. Not only that, Taoist Tiguan was also seriously injured and returned to Beilu Cave to recuperate. Speaking of that battle, Jiling Yuanjin showed a lingering fear. He looked at Luo Chen and asked about the general situation. The answer he got also shocked him. Jinling is not a weakling, but he also fell. The appearance of the name Jinling was like a chain reaction, instantly attracting a cold gaze. An old man in a black robe stepped into the hall, and his powerful aura instantly pressed towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen. Chapter 842, Eastern Wilderness Righteousness, Gao Cham follows. Luo Chen. Cold eyes, indifferent voice. But mixed with anger. The person who came was the Grand Elder of the Five Elements Divine Sect, Shen Yuan's Henren. Luo Chen's eyes were calm and met that gaze. Shen Yuan, what can I do for you? Under the black hat, Shen Yuan's face could not be seen. Only the corners of his mouth were vaguely cold. The other party stretched out his hand directly to Luo Chen. Return the body of my sect's Jinling to me. Luo Chen shook his head and said innocently, everyone knows that fellow Taoist Jinling died in the battle to help Xiandu sect. His body and soul were destroyed. Where is the body? There is a life Jinling left, but it was taken away by the 1000 Suo Demon King. You should go to Jin Suo, not me. Shen Yuan's Henren laughed in anger. What a well-known person, you really think I... His words were stopped by a heavy cough. Cough cough. An old man with a pale face and haggard expression slowly walked into the hall. He said in a heavy tone, fellow Taoist Shinitun, I know you are also hurt by the death of your fellow sect member, but this matter has nothing to do with Danzong, so why take your anger out on him? Xianduzi, you say that lightly. Jinling died to help Xiandu sect. Shinitun's Henren turned around and stared at the old man. Xianduzi sighed, I will remember this favor, but the elders in the sect have sent a message that Jinling's body is indeed gone, so don't make a fuss. Make a fuss? Shinitun's Henren seemed to have heard something very unexpected, and the whole person was a little unresponsive. Then, he saw Xianduzi walk to Luo Chen, moving his lips and chatting. He understood what this scene meant in an instant. Luo Chen looked at him from the corner of his eyes, and his heart was slightly relieved. It was a mission to rush to the aid of Xiandu sect. Even if there was a favor, his favor was no less than Jinling's. And how can the value of a dead person be compared with that of a living person? Especially, he is Danzong. Now only 2 of the 5 Yuanying of Xiandu sect remain, and its strength has declined suddenly. Under such circumstances, Xianduzi made the most correct choice, risking offending Shinitun to protect him. It can even be said that it was not just Xianduzi. As early as when Shinitun intended to attack, Jiling Yuanjin, Deng Taiyu, Ling Fengzi and others around Luo Chen subconsciously stood on Luo Chen's side. This is the trend. My condolences. Although your elders have lost 3, at least they have saved the mountain gate of Xiandu sect, and most of the disciples below the Jinden level are alive. Wait until the war stops and recuperate for 100 years, and you will always be able to recover your vitality. Luo Chen comforted him. Xianduzi smiled reluctantly, thank you for your good words, I hope so. In return, Luo Chen immediately promised generously. After the war, if you need elixirs, just come to me, Luo will not refuse. Xianduzi took a deep look at Luo Chen, he knew that his statement just now was indeed recognized by Luo Chen. The 2 people, who were not close to each other, formed an alliance at this moment. That's how things are in the world. You have done a favor to my Xiandu sect, so I will help you cover up the matter of hiding Jinling's remains. We have become so-called friends. But, after the war, I'm afraid it's still a long way off. Xianduzi sighed and walked upward. There, unlike usual, there were 5 chairs at this moment. Xianduzi occupied one. Shinitun's Henren stared at Luo Chen grimly and sat on a chair. The remaining 3 chairs, as expected, were reserved for the 3 great monks of Mingyun sect. Sure enough, when most people arrived, the strong men of Mingyun sect began to show up. There were 13 people in total. Except for the most familiar Lingshan city lord, the other 12 were very unfamiliar. But the powerful aura emanating from each of them made people dare not underestimate them. There were those in the early stage of Yuanying and those in the middle stage, and each of them had a proud and arrogant look on his face. This is the disciple of the Holy Land, Mingyun Zixu. Luo Chen sat in a relatively forward position, and Jiling Yuanjin was next to him. It can be seen from this that Luo Chen's current status in the Eastern Wilderness is almost the same as that of Jiling Yuanjin, a strong man who is comparable to ordinary great cultivators. If the name of Dan sect is taken into account, I'm afraid his status will be even higher. However, when Luo Chen examined the unfamiliar cultivators of Mingyun sect, doubts arose in his mind. What's wrong? Perhaps seeing the doubt on Luo Chen's face, Jiling Yuanjin took the initiative to ask. Luo Chen casually put down a soundproof shield and transmitted his voice to the other party. The number is wrong. Number. Yes, I heard that there are more than 10 Mingyun's Henren in Lingshan Pass alone. and there are 11 people in the Xianju sect behind. I think the number of Mingyans Henrin in the other two groups is not small. Yes, I have 6 Mingyans Henrin helping me, including a great cultivator. That's right, there should be quite a few Mingyans Henrin in Xiaoangshan's group. But why haven't these people arrived at Lingshan Pass yet? It seems that they have another mission. Huh? Luo Chen was puzzled. Now that the situation has been eased with the participation of the Mingyan sect, shouldn't they gather at Lingshan Pass, regroup, and launch a counterattack against the demon clan? What kind of mission has made a strong man like Lei Daozi not show up until now? Hunting down those demon kings? Questions arose spontaneously. Looking at the situation in the hall where there were fewer familiar faces, Luo Chen's mood was still not high. Deng Taiyu, who was standing next to him, was quite interested in the conversation and kept asking if Luo Chen was injured. He was probably worried that if Luo Chen got into trouble, no one would help him research the recipe for the Bigu pill. Speaking of which, where's the Shaoang mountain man? Luo Chen was quite curious. He hadn't heard of his death, but he hadn't seen him either. Deng Taiyu shook his head. His body was destroyed when he fought with us in the Zhuang sect. Only a nascent soul survived by chance. I'm afraid he has returned to the Dongyang sect now. Didn't you notice that the one who came today on behalf of the Dongyang sect was another nascent soul elder? Luo Chen opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't say anything. I still remember that when we left Lingshan Pass, the Shaoang mountain man hoped that everyone would return safely, and then gather at Shaoang mountain to continue to exchange and discuss the Dao. But now, 9 people went, 4 returned, 2 were seriously injured, and 3 were dead. Those 3 were not unknown people. Jin Ling, Hua Xianqi, Pavilion Master Li. Just as Luo Chen was sighing, the people above seemed to have reached a consensus. With the sound of Lingdian City Lord knocking on the table, the lively hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone's attention was focused. Ahem. First of all, this city lord expresses his condolences and apologies to all the Taoist friends who died in this battle. Lingdian City Lord stood up and bowed deeply in front of everyone. Such a scene was really a bit unexpected. Lingdian City Lord was at such a level and had such an identity, but he had to act like this. The new representative of Dongyang sect said it the first time, Lord City Lord, you don't have to blame yourself. Our life and death are determined by fate, and you are not to blame. Lingdian City Lord apologized. After all, it was my negligence that led to this big mistake. He said it sincerely and from the bottom of his heart. Everyone seemed to be moved. But what everyone was thinking in their hearts was unknown. Secondly, Lingshan Pass was breached, and reconstruction must be put on the agenda immediately to prevent the demon army from attacking again. After reminiscing about the past, the top priority now is the present. This is within everyone's expectations. The Lord of Lingshan City said righteously, all resources for the reconstruction of Lingshan Pass this time will be provided by our Mingyan sect. Fellow Taoists, you don't need to spend a single spiritual stone. After hearing this, Luo Chen and others looked at each other in surprise. There is such a good thing? But then they reacted and realized that this was meant to be. When Lingshan Pass was built, the resources used were all the savings of various sects, and even the land was divided from the 5 domains of Fenghu Palace and Mu Mansion. In name, the ownership of Lingshan Pass belongs to all forces in Donghuang. The reason why it was named Lingshan at that time was just to give face to Mingyan sect, and the other party provided a complete city construction plan and city defense formation. But now, Mingyan sect has invested in rebuilding Lingshan Pass and added the original name. So what will happen to Lingshan Pass in the future? Should it belong to all the forces in Donghuang, or Mingyan sect? Luo Chen was shocked. Has it already started? Lingshan City Lord continued. Of course, although each family does not need to provide materials and resources, they still have to help with manpower. In addition, suddenly, he raised his voice. From the conspiracy of the demon clan to sneak attack the rear, they are not aiming at a city or a region, but the entire East Wasteland, which is the soil for the survival of our human race. If we cannot completely defeat the demon clan army and retake the old mountains and rivers, then we will have no place to stand. Your clans and families will not be able to continue to pass on for thousands of generations. Therefore, this city lord proposes that all the clans in the rear send people to strengthen Lingshan Pass and the 5 nearby regions. At the same time, all the well-established giant and clans are recruited to participate in the next war. This war is not a matter of one family or one clan, but a matter of the rise and fall of the entire East Wasteland human race. For the first time, Luo Chen felt that the generous Lingshan City Lord was so hypocritical. Those words may have come from the heart of Lingshan City Lord. But how many sect interests are mixed in it? They, the Yuanying true persons who have lived for hundreds of years, know it clearly. But under the high-sounding words, it is the general trend and no one can go against it. It was the righteousness that pressed people, and no one could refute it. Even after leaving the city lord's mansion, Luo Chen still felt a bit of a breathless depression. This was the first time since he achieved the nascent soul realm. For the rise and fall of the human race in the Eastern Wasteland. Haha. I'm afraid that after the demon race is really driven away, the major sects will wither and decline. After a major reshuffle, the strongest Mingyan Holy Land can learn from the Xianitan Dao sect and completely control the Eastern Wasteland in its own hands. Recalling the content of the meeting, Luo Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. In order to dispel the depressed mood, he took the initiative to visit the seriously injured Fu Lao, accompanied by Yulan after the meeting. The content of the city lord's mansion meeting was spread by people with ulterior motives and soon reached everyone's ears. There are not only righteousness, not only interests, but also various incidental benefits. Rebuilding Lingshan Pass, regrouping, exhausting the strength of the human race in the Eastern Wasteland, and launching a counterattack. After repelling the demon race, those ownerless spiritual lands will be the best reward. This alone was enough to attract many people. Coupled with the previous experience of the Demon King's wanton invasion of the rear, the forces in the 16 regions that had been sitting still could no longer sit still. After a sharp decline, the number of cultivators in Lingshan Pass began to replenish. Not only that, the number of strong men in the nearby Lingshan 5 regions was also increasing. Luo Chen had been paying attention to these things, but he did not take them too seriously. Instead, he closed the door and refused visitors on the grounds that he was injured in the previous battle. It was not until a friend returned that he opened a door to welcome guests. Go Chen, did you take him down? Luo Chen asked the first time he saw Fairy Fenghu. No. Fairy Fenghu shook her head decisively, and then said solemnly, that guy is not simple. Luo Chen was not surprised. Of course he is not simple. Although this demon has frequent attacks, the threat to our nascent soul is rare in the world, so his footsteps must be strange. Not just that. Fairy Fenghu took a deep breath and told the story of what she had encountered before. After leaving Xiandu territory, I followed the cultivators of Mingyan sect to hunt down Jinxi Uxin and other demon kings. During this process, I always had the upper hand. With the help of the cultivators of Mingyan sect, I even destroyed Wang Feng's physical body. Lei Daozi also demonstrated his great strength under his reputation. Even Jinxi Uxin could not compete with him. But, at this point, she showed some fear in her eyes. But when facing Gao Jin, who was completely restrained, he kept chasing but not killing. At first I thought he was hesitant, and later when the other demon kings of the commander level came to rescue, it seemed to confirm my thoughts. But it was not until Gao Jin, under siege, released a powerful killing move that was absolutely not something that Yuanying could master that I realized something was wrong. With just that move, he killed 5 Yuanying true immortals of Mingyan sect. Luo Chen's face changed drastically. Gao Jin also had such a method that could kill 5 Yuanying true immortals instantly? And he was a Yuanying powerhouse from the Holy Land? At that time, I began to back off and was not prepared to continue participating in this hunt. I thought the Mingyan sect cultivators would do the same, but Fairy Fenghu said word by word, but despite such tragic casualties, Lei Daozi still did not give up, and even summoned more Yuanying powerhouses to surround and kill Gao Chang. I realized that they were determined to capture Gao Chang, and after repeated attempts, they chased but did not kill, and used human lives to pile up, as if they wanted to lure someone out. Luo Chen tentatively said, surround and attack the reinforcements. Yes, I have such a feeling. Fairy Fenghu nodded, but there was a look of doubt in her eyes. But Gao Chang's threat is already big enough, and the demon kings at the command level that have been attracted include Wang Man and Nia Gui, who are extremely powerful, but they don't seem to be Lei Daozi's main target. Who else could it be? There are indeed people stronger than Wang Man and Nia Gui in the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan. For example, Ao Kwang. For example, Qing Shuang. But intuitively, Luo Chen and Fairy Fenghu deny this possibility. You said that Gao Cheng once released a killing move that was absolutely beyond the control of a Yuanying cultivator at the critical moment of life and death? Doesn't that mean that it is a divine power? Facing Luo Chen's question, Fairy Fenghua nodded subconsciously, and then her eyes widened. Do you suspect that Lei Daozi and others want to use Gao Chen to lure out the ancient demon Emperor Tian? Luo Chen hummed, took a deep breath and said, it is rumored that the ancient demon Emperor Tian is the white tiger of the eastern wasteland who has attained the Tao, so he pacified millions of mountains, commanded all the demons, and was called Pingshan Jun. He has a favorite concubine Jinxi Uxin, the general Wang Man, and even the old generation strong men like Aoku were subdued by him. That Gao Chen might be someone he values, otherwise it cannot be explained why he has the means of transforming into God. You may not know that in order to break through Lingshan Pass, Wang Man also used the means of transforming into God. Gao Chen can have the same treatment as Wang Man, which shows his importance. The Mingyang cultivators headed by Lei Daozi, with such actions, their intentions are obvious. Fairy Fenghua is puzzled, even if the ancient demon Emperor Yan is lured out, what can happen? Killing him, won't it solve the current dilemma in the eastern wasteland? Luo Chen asked back. Fairy Fenghua shook her head. Ancient demons and gods are at the same level, so how can they be killed so easily? Besides, isn't it said that gods can't fight? Can't fight? Luo Chen seemed to recall some scenes and couldn't help but snort. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 843, Danzong's Wisdom, Post-War Harvest, That Corpse. If Luo Chen was at a low level, he would have believed the rumor that a great master of the spirit transformation could not take action. But after the battle at Kangwu Mountain, he no longer believed the rumor. At the time, the King Shuang Demon Emperor was in charge of Kangwu Mountain, and even the three great masters of the Yuanhao sect could not do anything. It was the great master of the Mingyang sect who personally took action and forced Kangwu Mountain to escape into the void. This example is enough to show that a great master of the spirit transformation can take action. And there are actually many such examples. How did the Bihai Yuanmo sect fall? The two ancestors of the Yuanmo sect were also great masters of the spirit transformation, and they were not strong in the same realm. Who could kill them? The great master of the formation, Li Kanghe, also took action to take the Lingshan of the Bingji sect to refine spiritual treasures in full view of the public. All these prove that the rumor was wrong. Of course, maybe it was not wrong, but it was not completely correct. Since he mastered the true meaning of withering and flourishing, Luo Chen vaguely felt that he had a certain inexplicable sense of fit with this world. Very slight, but it does exist. Initially, Luo Chen thought it was the influence of the assimilation of the Yuanying by the heaven and earth, and his unstable realm, so he didn't dare to practice too much during that period, and only focused on consolidating his realm. Later, as his realm was completely stable, he found that the sense of fit still existed. At this time, Luo Chen realized that it was not the assimilation of heaven and earth, but that he had a certain authority that was similar to heaven and earth, so he had that kind of paradoxical feeling. The true meaning of the law. The reason lies in the true meaning of the law. Luo Chen guessed that once a cultivator comprehended the true meaning of a certain law, it was equivalent to mastering part of the world's authority. In this case, even if he was not assimilated by this world, he was almost the same as this world. After all, there are only a few Yuanying cultivators who can master the true meaning of the law. Even the Xianitan Dao sect needs 500 years to produce 2 or 3 people. Those who truly master this mystery appear in the group of cultivators at the level of Huishan. They are like heaven and earth, and their magic power is limited, but as long as they have the primordial spirit and comprehend the true meaning of the law, they can draw the vitality of heaven and earth at any time to fight, so their energy is endless. The best way to describe them is to be powerful and have great supernatural powers. Once such beings start a war between each other recklessly, the destructive power they can cause is extremely terrifying. They will never be limited to a mountain or a region, thousands of miles of land like the nascent soul cultivators. The biggest possibility is the horrible scene of the continent sinking and the mountains and seas overturning. However, the spirits of heaven and earth, how can they sit and watch the parasites in their bodies destroy their bodies at will? Therefore, There must be some restrictions on the power of the god of transformation. This is the source of the rumor that the power of the god of transformation cannot be easily taken action. This conclusion is the guess made by the knowledgeable Luo Chen based on his specific situation. Maybe some of it is not correct, but it is enough to explain why during the race war, the powerful beings with decisive military power, such as the ancient demon Emperor Yan and the Abyss Mighty, did not take action directly, but instead let their creatures kill each other and compete indirectly. It's not that they don't want to fight directly, but there are restrictions in some places, which prevents them from taking action easily. But if they are really angry, what's the harm in tearing those restrictions apart? In the current situation, has the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan made the Abyss sect angry? Luo Chen judged in his heart and came to the answer that it seems not urgent, but it is actually anxious. What does it mean to seem not urgent? The strength of the Abyss sect itself has hardly been affected, and it is still sitting high in the clouds. They are giving orders leisurely, and they don't look anxious. But previously, the 8 commanders took action at the same time, commanding hundreds of millions of demons to invade the 36 domains, and even fought to the rear. In some places, it can be described as a disaster. The intensity of this war has exceeded the expectations of the Abyss sect. If this continues, the entire East Wasteland will be destroyed. If there are few more places like the Absolute Spirit Realm, I am afraid that in the future, when the Mingyun sect unifies the East Wasteland, it will only be a mess. Therefore, they began to get restless. The fact that the Mingyun sect sent out 6 great Yuanhao monks and nearly 40 Yuanyings Henren in one breath can be seen. So, as long as the leader of the East Wasteland Demon Clan, Guyaori Yan, is killed, the current Demon Clan army can be completely disintegrated. Faced with Luo Chen's speculation, Fairy Fenghu did not agree. How can a divine being be killed so easily? Luo Chen smiled dumbly. Even if they can't kill him, as long as they force Guyaori Yan to take action first, won't the Mingyun Great Power have the upper hands in the situation? At that time, whether it is war or peace, the initiative is in their hands. Sometimes, the reputation of righteousness is very important. Fairy Fenghu frowned. The reputation of righteousness? Luo Chen put his hands behind his back and paced on the quiet path of Danluo Mountain, telling his views on this war. After the ancient times, the human and demon races signed a truce agreement and were not allowed to launch large-scale ethnic wars. Only small-scale battles such as the Opening Up War were allowed, and they were often limited to the scale of a sect or a faction. But in the Opening Up War of the Howling Moon Mountains, the human race was the first to violate the agreement. Han Zhan invited 4 powerful men from other sects to surround and kill the proud Howling Demon Emperor. Not only that, the powerful Huan sect also got involved, trying to open up the 2 domains together with the Luan sect. These are all betrayals of the original truce agreement. The most important point is that the powerful Mingyun appeared in the Kangwu Mountain, the holy land of the Feather Clan, and took action personally. Precisely because he occupied the righteous cause, the ancient demon emperor had reason to rouse the anger of the demon clan's strong men, and took the opportunity to unify the demon clan in the millions of mountains. And under his call, countless strong men ran for him and were driven by him, including Wolf Lord Ao Kwang, who had competed with the ancient demon emperor Yan, and could not disobey him. These are all the benefits brought by the name of righteousness. And the result is also obvious. Of the 36 regions, 15 were lost. Even the 21 regions in the rear suffered heavy losses. Fenghu Palace was broken, Kidden Mountain was destroyed, Dian sect was beaten to dust, and even the strong Xiantu sect was visibly declining. This is what we saw with our own eyes. Other places will only be more tragic than this. Zhuhong sect, Taishan sect, Wanjian Pavilion, Beishao sect, Mu Mansion. If this war is compared to a chess game. At this point, Luo Chen inexplicably thought of Xiantu Dao sect. But it was only for a moment. He shook his head and continued to speak eloquently. All of us are chess pieces, and the incarnation beings of the human and demon tribes in the eastern wasteland are the chess players. The outcome of the game between the chess pieces represents the outcome of this war. But if the chess player is not happy and personally prepares to kill some chess pieces, that means he is going to overturn the chessboard, and the other party will naturally not abide by the rules. Do you think that the ancient demon emperor Yan can defeat the 3 ancestors of the Mingyun sect? Fairy Fenghu frowned. It is rumored that there are also 3 ancient demons in the demon tribe of the eastern wasteland. It is not necessarily that they are afraid of the three ancestors of the Mingguan sect. Luo Chen laughed. He had heard of the names of the three ancient demons in the eastern wasteland. The most prominent one was undoubtedly Emperor Yan, the Lord of Pingshan. The other two were Qiqia Yuanjin, the Lord of Kangwu Mountain, and a mysterious being named King Hexen. It was with the support of these two beings, coupled with the right time and place, that Emperor Yan dared to start a war. But as of now, the support of one of them seems to be somewhat incomplete. Qiqia Yuanjin. Thinking of this powerful man whose name he had heard countless times, Luo Chen's smile seemed a little forced. But the heaviness in his heart did not affect his judgment of the situation. 8 of the 9 commanders have taken action. Only the Qingshuang Demon Emperor, who represents the Kangwu Mountain lineage, has not taken any substantial action except rescuing the Thunder Prison Divine Pen. Does she really fully support the ancient demon Emperor Tian? Faced with this rhetorical question, Fairy Fenghu hesitated. You mean, the demon clan is not as united as it seems? Luo Chen continued to talk. At least Qiqia Yuanjin's support for this war is not enough. Otherwise, once the Qingshuang Demon King under her command joins the war, who can stop her? Is it the famous Lei Daozi, or Cheyenne Duzi holding the 12 Dushan God flags, or those hard-working people in Mingguan sect? And that King Immortal has been practicing alone in the Million Mountains for thousands of years, and his reputation is not well known. It is not necessarily that he is really keen on fighting for territory. So, in my opinion, Tian has been playing with the name of righteousness from beginning to end, taking risks with a foundation accumulated by the Million Mountains for thousands of years. Once he can't sit still and takes action himself, this war means that it will start to come to an end. The chess player enters the game with his body, either winning half a piece against the sky, or dying on the chessboard. Luo Chen is not optimistic about Tian, just like he was not optimistic about this battle between humans and demons from beginning to end. The winner will not be these small sects, nor will it be those monster tribes, but only the Mingguan Holy Land. The only unexpected factor may be Qiqia Yuanjin, who may be the mastermind behind the destruction of the North Sea Yuanmo. After listening to Luo Chen's analysis, Fairy Fenghu stood there in a daze. After a long while, she looked at Luo Chen's profile with a complicated expression, and her tone was faint. I don't know what the future will be like, but Brother Luo, your high-level remarks are definitely not something that ordinary people can come up with. Fenghu has learned a lesson today. From the way you address a person, you can often see your attitude towards a person. At first, she called Luo Chen fellow Taoist Luo out of courtesy. Later, she called him Dan Zong to respect his ability in Dan Dao and to please him. Now, she calls Luo Chen Brother Luo like Jiling Yuanjin and others, which is to take the initiative to get close and want to get closer. And this process of relationship transformation lasted for a long time, until today Luo Chen's words really convinced the other party. Luo Chen smiled, feeling very happy. In fact, it was not that the likes of Fairy Fenghu were stupid, but that they had been in the game from the beginning, and their thinking was limited. Luo Chen was also in the game at this moment, but at the beginning, he was outside the game. Especially the travels in Bihai and Hangzhou, which allowed him to have a comprehensive consideration of the largest war in the East Wilderness since ancient times, so he could make so many judgments. But he also knew that he was not a great power of transformation, and could not really stand at that height to see the overall situation. What he thought might be wrong. Grand Palace Master, you are too kind. Fairy Fenghu stroked her messy hair due to running around for many days, and her tone was bleak. My junior sister is dead, and Fenghu Palace only has me, a Yuanying's Henren, so there is no distinction between the Grand Palace Master and the Second Palace Master. Brother Luo, just call me Fenghu as you did just now. Luo Chen opened his mouth, and the other party's expression was so similar to his a few days ago. He could only comfort Cheyenne Duzi as he had comforted him before, saying, Fenghu Palace still has a solid foundation, and there are also outstanding people like Fengaiyu and Xiaolan. If they are well trained, it won't be difficult to produce 1 or 2 Yuanying's Henren. As for them, Fairy Fenghu shook her head and said subconsciously, if they were really outstanding, they wouldn't be stuck in the late Jinden stage for 300 or 400 years, and the formation of a nascent soul would be even more distant. To be honest, the one who has the hope of becoming a nascent soul among the younger generation is Menkainer, who was abducted to Luo Chen sect by your good disciple. As she said that, she looked at Luo Chen with a smile, implying something. Luo Chen coughed twice. The two children are deeply in love, So let's not separate them. We'll see in the future, we'll see in the future. He laughed and let the matter go. But he had already kept an eye on Menkainer. This woman has excellent aptitude. She was promoted to the Jinden stage in less than 100 years, and now she has reached the middle Jinden stage at a young age. Although she was helped by Chu Lingjin's elixir in the process, being able to digest a large amount of elixir without being affected by the elixir poison is also a talent. If she can stay in Luo Chen sect, it will be a great help in the future. After Fairy Fenghu left, Luo Chen muttered. Speaking of which, I should go see my useless disciple. The reconstruction of Lingshan passes the top priority at the moment. Mingyan sent out materials and resources, and other sects were responsible for providing manpower. The whole city was in a state of full swing. All cultivators with some talent were reused. Luo Chen even met a giant cultivator from Alao Mountain in Yuding Domain by chance during a patrol. Unfortunately, they were not acquaintances, so he did not say hello to the other party, but secretly watched the man excitedly being picked up by a Yuanying Zhenren from Mingyan sect. Luo Chen was quite sad about this. In his eyes, the 6 Jinden sects in Yuding Domain were so unattainable. But times have changed. The Yan League was destroyed, the Luan sect was torn apart, the Ice Castle existed in name only, the Beihou Palace was long gone, and now it seems that only 2 or 3 cats and kittens are left in the Alao Mountain, which is famous for its spiritual buildings. What about Kingdom Valley? Luo Chen inadvertently thought of the small sect with which he had a close relationship. I think the last sect master was Tawan, who he had pushed to the top with great effort. I don't know if there are any disciples of Kingdom Valley alive, and if there is anyone to inherit the sect's heritage. With these random thoughts, Luo Chen went to the city lord's mansion and asked for leave from the city lord Lingshan. It's okay. We suffered heavy losses in the last battle at Lingshan Pass, and the demon clan was also in a bad situation. There will be no more disputes in the short term. If you have any private matters, go and deal with them first. The city lord Lingshan was as tolerant as ever. He also asked about Luo Chen's injuries. Luo Chen didn't have any injuries, it was just an excuse to refuse other people's invitations. When he was free, he left Lingshan Pass and quietly returned to Luo Chen sect. Have you reached the 8th level of foundation building? Luo Chen stood in a quiet courtyard, looking at a mountain wall with his eyes dimly, as if he could see the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged in meditation through the thick mountain wall. Meng Kainer, dressed as a young woman, stood respectfully behind him. Hearing the murmur, she boldly defended her husband. Lingjin has worked very hard. In just over 10 years, he has crossed 2 realms. Indeed, when Luo Chen first returned to the East Wilderness, Chu Lingjin's realm was about the latter part of the 6th level of foundation building. Now, after more than 10 years, he has ignored any worldly affairs, put aside all his worries, and concentrated on practicing. He has finally entered the late stage of foundation building and has barely broken through to the 8th level of foundation building. Hearing the worry in the woman's words, Luo Chen smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not blaming you, but I'm relieved. He can understand my painstaking efforts and concentrate on practicing, which shows that his Tao heart has not been completely covered with dust. Meng Kainer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but soon held her breath again. What a pity. Luo Chen sighed, it's still too slow. Chu Lingjin has not fought many battles in his life, and there is no serious injury on his body, so he should be able to reach the theoretical limit of his lifespan. But no matter how long a foundation building cultivator can live, he can only live for 250 or 260 years. The other party only has 20 to 30 years left. With 4 spiritual roots, it is difficult to cultivate from the 8th level of foundation building to the 9th level, and even to the state of great perfection to impact the golden elixir stage in 20 to 30 years. You have to know that it took Luo Chen 30 years to take the last step. He has 5 spiritual roots, and Chu Lingjin has 4 spiritual roots, both of them are like disabled people. Meng Kainer gnashed her teeth and said, no matter how slow it is, we must give it a try. My husband said that he does not seek the state of great perfection. Even if he is only at the 9th level of foundation building by then, he will try to reach the golden core stage before his life ends. Your heart of Tao is commendable. Luo Chen praised, and then said proudly, however, how can my disciple be so shabby? Then, to Meng Kainer's surprise, he handed over a storage bag. Inside are the auxiliary resources I prepared for Lingjin. There are the 3rd level Maya Shin leaves of Piao sect. Burn them in the furnace to absorb them, which can keep your mind clear and your mind relaxed. There is the ice silkworm cushion of Ice Castle, which is at the level of a magic weapon. Sitting on it, the external spiritual energy can be refined by ice, no longer so violent, and more suitable for absorption. That ointment is a specialty of Taishan sect. Remember to let him apply it all over his body when practicing. The effect is miraculous. The Zongmiao Pill should be useless to him, but I have refined the third-level spiritual medicine Anhan powder of Yao Wang sect, which is more effective than the Zongmiao Pill. Finally, in these jade bottles, there are the star pills I refined. Containing the 5 elements of spiritual energy, it is suitable for cultivators of any attributes. It is a great tonic for Lingjin. Considering the difference in realm, I deliberately adjusted the medicinal strength. Take 1 pill every half a month, refine it in your mouth, and absorb it slowly. Mengkiner's hands trembled a little when listening to Luo Chen's introduction. This whole set of resources to assist in cultivation is precious even for giant cultivators. But Luo Chen gave it generously, and even seemed to have prepared it in advance. For a moment, she couldn't stop thinking about the words her husband had said to her. Master has always treated him well. It was indeed true. But the strange thing was, since he cared so much about Chu Lingjin, why didn't Luo Chen give these things earlier? She didn't dare to ask this question. She just bowed to Luo Chen, disciple, on behalf of Lingjin, thanked Master for his great kindness. Luo Chen smiled and held his hand. No need to do that. Then, he suddenly took out another storage bag. You have been guarding Lingjin all these years, and it's hard. Here are some resources left over from my giant period. If you don't mind, take them. Mengkiner was stunned. Who is Luo Chen? Yuanying's Henren, a generation of Danzong. The resources he used in the giant period are good things that any giant cultivator would dream of. How could he mind? As expected, after Luo Chen left, she carefully took out a jade bottle. At a glance, her eyes lit up. A third-grade top-grade elixir. Holding the jade bottle, the young woman murmured, Master, do you love me so much? After leaving Chu Lingjin's training place, Luo Chen did not go back to the palace on the top of the mountain directly, but went to Xia Shiping first. This was originally Sima Huniang's place of cultivation. After she went to Lingshan Pass, she gave this place full of spiritual energy to her disciple Yao Mingyu. After all, she was the second-generation leader in the history of Luo Chen sect, so Luo Chen would not ignore her when he returned. After a spiritual sense investigation, Luo Chen showed a satisfied look. Yao Mingyu's aptitude was not bad, but she was just burdened by worldly affairs in her early years. After these years of leisure, her realm has steadily improved, and she is one step away from the great perfection of the foundation building period. To condense the golden elixir, all she lacks is hard work and proficiency in the Luo Chen sect's secret method of condensing the elixir, microdust yuanshu. I hope everything goes well for her. Luo Chen just said a blessing, and did not leave many cultivation resources like he did to Chu Lingjin. The sect had already given Yao Mingyu what she should have, including the third-level condensing liquid elixir required for condensing the elixir. After all, he is a meritorious minister, and the sect will not treat him unfairly. The reason why Chu Lingjin was treated differently was actually intentional. As the only disciple, he had never been enthusiastic about cultivation due to his limited qualifications. After years of training, his determination to seek the truth was even weaker. Luo Chen had deliberately ignored him before, which was also intended to sharpen his temper. Now that Chu Lingjin had come to his senses, he would naturally not be stingy with his reward. With the full support of a Yuanying's Henren, a mere foundation-building cultivator seeking to form a pill would most likely succeed as long as his luck was not too bad. The departure of the two elders, Fu Jiasheng and Chu Kui, was a big blow to Luo Xianzong. If Lingjin and Mingyu could make up for it, it would also boost the morale of one or two sects. Luo Chen sighed and then leisurely went up the mountain. Arriving at the long deserted mountaintop palace, Luo Chen used a cleaning technique on the residence that had been cleaned every day, making it look brand new. Then, he patted the armrest of the chair. Come out. As if sensing something, the ground shook slightly. Many cultivators of Luo Xianzong lowered their eyebrows and looked at the ground, but they were not surprised. After the previous battle with the Demon King, they all knew that their sect also had mountain-guarding spirit beasts. And unlike other sects, their own mountain-guarding spirit beasts were extremely powerful. According to the sect master, Their strength was no less than that of a Yuanying's Henrun. This weak earthquake was most likely caused by the Black King turning over in his sleep. Get used to it. But unlike what they thought, this time it was not the Black King turning over, but waking up. A figure emerged from the ground and saluted Luo Chen respectfully. Master, what do you want to do with his Hey? Luo Chen smiled slightly. Spit out what you swallowed before. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the Black King's abdomen bulged and kept moving upwards, and then in the rushing mucus, things were softly vomited out one by one. As far as the eye could see, the hall was full of neatly arranged old jars filled with various thousand-year-old fine wines. And a corpse that had long been lifeless. Chapter 844, Immortal wine nourishes the 5 internal organs, and the enemy refines puppets. First glance. Luo Chen did not look at the wine jars, but instead set his eyes on the corpse. There was a big hole in his chest, he was completely dead, and his pale face still had a trace of shock before his death. It was Jinling's corpse. Huh? There seemed to be a breeze in the hall. Jinling's corpse slowly flew up. Luo Chen wiped away the eyes that were still open in death, and then cast a series of spells at the corpse while He Wang was puzzled. What is the master going to do? He Wang looked at this scene and did not understand what it meant. It was not until Luo Chen suddenly paused and a certain breath that made him tremble emerged from his body that he realized Luo Chen's intention. No way. The next moment, he saw that the rhythm of Luo Chen's magic power fluctuations became rhythmic, and the whole person seemed to be echoing with the heaven and earth. A blue and white light slowly flew out from Luo Chen's body and landed carefully on Jinling's corpse. Swish. Those eyes opened again. Black King trembled all over and exclaimed in his heart, Master, are you going to turn him into a puppet? With a plop. The corpse that seemed to come alive just now suddenly fell to the ground, as if nothing had happened. Luo Chen looked at the corpse, his eyes deep, and fell into deep thought. Black King didn't dare to breathe, and lay respectfully on the side. It was not until Luo Chen spoke that he suddenly woke up. What? Luo Chen stopped looking at the corpse and pointed to the densely packed jars under his feet. Have you tried these spiritual wines? Black King nodded. Basically, I have tried them all. There are a total of 7 kinds of spiritual wines. Except for the wine with the strip, which I dare not try, the other 6 are beneficial to cultivation and do not contain any toxins. At a glance, Luo Chen saw the... With a wave of his hand, the small jar fell into his hand. What's so strange about this wine that even you dare not drink it? The original Black King came from the black-scaled python clan. Later, his potential was stimulated and he transformed into a black-scaled dragon. He has thick skin and flesh, and is immune to all poisons. After practicing for these years, his resistance to toxins is unmatched. When he was sent to explore Xiling Island, he showed a high resistance to poisons. That's why Luo Chen gave him this small task to try whether these spiritual wines are highly toxic. But he didn't expect that there really is a poisonous wine that he dare not touch. The Black King looked at the wine jar with a trace of fear in his eyes. I don't know what poison this wine is made of. It smells very fragrant and tempting, but it is extremely corrosive to my flesh and blood. If it weren't for you, the master, who said hello before, I'm afraid I would have drunk it. Later, in order to resist the temptation, I was forced to seal it with gastric juice, and it got much better. Listening to this description, Luo Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Slightly lifting a little of the seal, a scent of wine immediately floated out, making one's throat tremble and want to drink. In front of the Black King, Luo Chen took out a drop and sipped it into his mouth. Master, don't. Nothing unusual. The poisonous wine went down his abdomen, and just when Luo Chen felt nothing, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. His expression remained unchanged, and he opened his mouth and spit it out. Tisk. The drop of undigested spirit wine was spit out wrapped in a white flame and burned in midair. Luo Chen stared at the wine jar, with fear in his eyes. What kind of wine is this? Even my 4th stage middle stage ancient body has no resistance, and it's just a drop. Not daring to try again, Luo Chen carefully put the wine jar into his storage belt alone. This thing can't be drunk, but it doesn't hurt to keep it. Maybe it will be useful someday. Then, his eyes fell on the remaining 80 jars of spirit wine. Ganli, Kairungaiwei, Yan Shaoquan, Jinfangaiulu, Tumahuake, Wumeoxianiang. There are 6 kinds of spirit wines in total, all of which have been stored in the cellars of Dian sect for countless years. After the explanation of the Black King, Luo Chen also knew the approximate uses of each spirit wine. Ganli is a bitter wine, bitter at the entrance, and a sip is even more bitter than the bitterness that Zongmiao has tasted in his life. But after entering the throat, a large amount of sweetness is produced, lingering for several days, and it is the most unforgettable existence among all spirit wines. Is your life very bitter? Continue. Okay, Kyunggai has a very heavy yin energy and is not suitable for males like us. It should be a fine wine brewed specifically for women. Master, you have to find another female cultivator to experiment with its specific effects. Xiangxun is good. Yan Shaoquan, as the name suggests, should have the effect of prolonging life. But Zongmiao has no idea how many years it can prolong life. Luo Chen's eyes fell on the Yan Shaoquan, which had only one jar, and his eyes showed a thoughtful look. If it really has the effect of prolonging life, it may be given to those who have made contributions in the sect but are about to die, such as Chu Lingjun. But don't send it now. Without pressure, the kid may not be able to maintain his courage and diligence. Just use it for emergencies. Golden Wind Jade should be very useful to the master. This wine contains terrifying spiritual energy. Drinking a sip can instantly restore a lot of mana. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he reached out to summon a jar and tasted a small sip carefully. As expected, it really contains a lot of pure and incomparable spiritual energy. And it has all 5 elements, which is very close to the so-called vitality. But this wine has been stored in the cellar for thousands of years, making it more mellow and full of spiritual energy. Just a small sip can almost provide 1,000th or 120% of its mana. What if it is a big sip? A whole jar. And there are as many as 10 jars of such golden wind jade. In other words, as long as Luo Chen does not consume all his mana in one breath, relying on these wines, he can almost have endless mana for a certain period of time. It is true that when the golden wind and jade meet, it is better than countless things in the world. The effect of the 5 temples immortal brew. No need to introduce this, I know. What Luo Chen values most is the 5 temples immortal brew, which is the largest in number. He has drunk this wine before. It is 100 years old and has a good nourishing effect on the 5 internal organs in the body. And the effect will only be better after 1,000 years of cellaring. With the help of this batch of 5 temples immortal brew, perhaps he can improve his body refining realm that has been stagnant for many years. Why don't you introduce this tea flower? Luo Chen suddenly asked. The Black King showed an embarrassed look on his face, and he said shyly, "This wine is very mean. Is it poisonous?" "It's not poisonous, it's just that. Anyway, I missed that thing after drinking it." Luo Chen was stunned, looking at an ordinary wine jar, and slowly reacted. "You mean, this jar is used to add to the fun?" "Yes." The Black King nodded repeatedly. God knows that he has been turning over frequently in the underground recently because he drank some of this wine, which made him restless. The Luo Chen sect cultivators thought he was just turning over in his sleep. Luo Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he reacted immediately. The blooming tea flower that could make the 4th level wild beasts have desires was definitely not an ordinary wine. He started out by refining the wonderful pills, and he knew the wonders of this spiritual object. In a sense, this Dian sect can be said to have a profound foundation, and it can be said to have reached the pinnacle in the art of brewing wine. No wonder it is valued by the Mingguan sect. While muttering, Luo Chen carefully sorted out the several types of wine. The most dangerous poisonous millet and the most important longevity spring were placed together, and they must not be used until the critical moment. The sweet wine that satisfies the appetite, the jade liquid that may be useful to female cultivators, and the blooming tea flower used to help with excitement were placed together. These spiritual wines were of no great use to him, so he just kept them as collections. As for the golden wind jade and the 5 temples immortal wine, Luo Chen had to put them in the place where they were easiest to collect. "You go down first." Luo Chen waved his hand, and the Black King disappeared obediently. After he left, Luo Chen took out a jar of 5 temples immortal brew, and drank a big mouthful without hesitation. Then he operated a confluence of 10,000 paths to direct the refined alcohol to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The feeling of being tipsy was vague. The 5 internal organs were churning, and the fire was boiling oil. In just a moment, Luo Chen felt that his body was churning, as if the 5 internal organs had intelligence and were about to run out of his body. Mistake. Drank too much? Luo Chen thought to himself that it was not good. He used his previous experience of drinking the 100-year-old Five Temples Immortal Brew to drink this 1,000-year-old cellar, but he subconsciously ignored the essential difference. Perhaps it was not ignoring, but having enough confidence in the strength of his own body. But he didn't expect that the surging blood and ki contained in this 1,000-year-old Five Temples Immortal Brew would be so terrifying. I don't know what method the Dian sect used to brew these spiritual wines. If there's a chance, it would be nice to collect some recipes. It's a pity that Chu Kui is gone. He liked this cup. Luo Chen likes wine but is not addicted to it. He drank a lot of fine wine when he was young. The yellow pear wine of the old man Yuan, the monkey wine of the Guian Mountains, the Taipei wine of Taipei Fang City, and even some special water wines from the North Sea. If you drink too much, even if you can't brew, you can taste it. With just one sip, he realized the extraordinariness of the 1,000-year-old Five Temples Immortal Brew. But the degree of pain was still within his tolerance, so he had time to daydream. Concentrating his mind, Luo Chen began to concentrate on refining the Immortal Brew. 3 days later, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes. The tumbling 5 internal organs have calmed down. And it brought a brand new feeling. Between breaths, the air inhales and exhales, the blood circulates, and the heart beats, full of energy. Luo Chen subconsciously stroked his stomach, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. His body is extremely powerful. First, he followed the orthodox method of body refining, then borrowed the demon-like body refining technique to cross the 3rd level, and later relied on the Black Emperor ointment for puppets to climb to the peak. But over the years, I always felt that something was wrong. Until this moment, he suddenly realized, everything is outside, not inside. My strength comes from lightning and fire refining, so it is extremely strong and yang, and it grows on the surface of the body. Those who are not as good as me will break at the first touch. But if I meet a truly strong body refiner, even if my limbs can withstand it, my internal organs are still extremely fragile. The killing techniques mastered by powerful body refiners are not simple external attacks. Just like Wang Yuan, he created a blood-transforming magic finger a long time ago, which can inject energy into the enemy's body and then detonate it instantly. This is just the most intuitive example. There are countless methods such as hitting the bull across the mountain and breaking the heart and lungs. Therefore, after laying a good foundation, the body refiner no longer pursues blindly being strong, but turns to internal skills. This is the case with the 2 realms of Honglu and Wuluo. Luo Chen did not understand the changes in his blood and ki. The internal energy came from the origin of his body, and it was not as changeable as the energy and ki. Therefore, his internal body was not as strong as the external body that had been tempered by the Black Emperor paste for hundreds of years. Too hard is easy to break, too soft is weak. Only when hardness and softness are combined can things be accomplished. If I can use the 5 Temples Immortal Brew to nourish my internal organs, I can make up for this defect. After thinking it through, Luo Chen was very happy. Considering that the 1,000-year-old 5 Temples Immortal Brew was too strong, he took a clean purple gold gourd, filled it with a jar, and then hung it around his waist. In this way, he can drink it at any time. And he would not drink too much in one breath, causing severe pain in his body. Step by step, nourishing the 5 internal organs little by little, there will be a day of great success. After doing all this, Luo Chen did not continue to practice. Instead, he focused his attention on the corpse. The remains of a Yuanying's Henren, even if the purple mansion was broken and the Yuanying did not exist, it was still the body of the Yuanying. It would be a pity to waste such materials. Luo Chen has always respected the strong. But Jinling is not only a strong man, but also his enemy, so he should make the best use of it. It just so happens that the puppetry I have studied for these years should be put into practice. I'll use you to practice. Luo Chen muttered, and then patted his head, and a faint light flew out. It was his 3rd soul. Over the years, he has been studying the way of puppets, trying to master the white tiger puppet that is comparable to the late nascent soul. As far as the current puppet attainments are concerned, he is not qualified to refine the white tiger puppet. But Luo Chen is confident that he has some skills in making ordinary puppets. As for how to prepare Jinling's corpse, Luo Chen already has a plan. There are many types of puppets, divided by shape, material, spirit, and control methods. Generally speaking, they can be roughly divided into 2 types, namely mechanical puppets and flesh puppets. Mechanical puppets are made of various precious materials, wood, and mineral materials. This is also a relatively difficult one, which requires a high level of puppeteer. Flesh puppets are relatively simple, but also relatively taboo. As long as there are suitable raw materials, you can start refining. As for what the raw materials are, there is no need to say more. Isn't it now? The Xiang Xingzi of Luo sect, who is honored as an elder after his death at the foundation building stage, once refined Mi Shuhu's body into a flesh puppet. I once scolded him for being cruel. Now I have also embarked on this path, but the boomerang hit me. There was a bit of shame in his words, but there was no fluctuation on his face. Luo Chen pointed his fingertips. An array of white flames flew out from his fingertips, covering Jinling's body. In the burning of the blazing flames, the smell of burning immediately spread throughout the hall. The third soul next to him was not idle either, and began to look for the corresponding auxiliary materials from the Jilai ring that was specially used to store materials. Even flesh puppets need auxiliary materials. With 2 approaches, time passed quickly. It took Luo Chen 7 days and 7 nights to refine the corpse of the nascent soul completely. At this time, Jinling's corpse had shrunk by nearly 70%, and it was as dry as human skin. Luo Chen was very satisfied with the result. Next, it was time to fill the materials. Luo Chen's mind moved. He took out the Hununding, and put the various minerals he had prepared into it, and the withered true fire responded. After completely refining a basin of gold and stone liquid, Luo Chen stopped. He did not fill the materials directly, but his eyes fell on the big hole in the chest of Jinling's corpse. After hesitating for a while, Luo Chen made up his mind. Remove the armor. Zhuan Chen's armor fell off, revealing his strong upper body. Luo Chen moved his right hand, and the Yuan Tu sword emerged, slowly cutting off the chest. There was blood flowing, and the Yuan Tu sword actually trembled and made a trembling sound. What are you so happy about? Be quiet. Luo Chen shouted in a low voice. The Yuan Tu sword whimpered unwillingly, but could only be driven by Luo Chen obediently. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. After he practiced swordsmanship and was full of demon blood, the Yuan Tu sword spirit has increasingly recognized him. This is a good thing. But it is also an undisguised fact that the sword spirit wants to drink his blood. Luo Chen will not let the other party do it. He would rather use the blood of the Demon King to feed the sword spirit than feed the sword with his body. That will only encourage the evil nature of the sword spirit, and it will be difficult to tell who is the master and who is the servant. After suppressing the sword spirit, Luo Chen endured the discomfort of self-mutilation and cut off a large piece of flesh and blood from his extremely hard chest bit by bit. With a muffled groan, Luo Chen immediately threw the piece of chest meat onto Jinling's corpse. And on his body, a large amount of source blood gathered, and the flesh and blood began to develop as if it had spirituality. It is the ancient physical talent of reconnecting broken limbs. Although it is not as good as the immortal body of the Black King, it is also quite useful. Luo Chen ignored his discomfort and carefully covered the big hole in Jinling's body with his chest meat. After it was completely embedded, he put all the gold and stone liquids he had prepared into it. Not only that, but the magic power drove the golden threads one after another, drilling into the meridians and blood vessels of the corpse like insects. When everything was ready, the withered and flourishing divine fire reappeared, wrapped up the entire body of Jinling, and began to temper it together. In fact, during this process, Luo Chen occasionally used the true meaning of withered and flourishing that he had comprehended to stimulate the vitality brought by his flesh and blood on the corpse little by little, making it more agile. And the third soul sat next to him, watching all this silently. A whole month passed leisurely. In the Luotian hall, a low shout came. A majestic momentum burst out. But after a moment, this momentum disappeared instantly. In the hall, Luo Chen looked at the puppet that had been refined, and his eyes showed satisfaction. Go in. The third soul went into the puppet without any hesitation, and took out a golden spirit stone and embedded it in the chest. Not enough. At this moment, this puppet is not even half as strong as Jinling at his peak. Luo Chen observed for a moment and knew where the shortcomings were. Without Yuan Ying, he could not connect the heaven and earth and control the free spiritual energy. Without the magic treasure, he lacked the power to fight. But these shortcomings can be made up. Luo Chen raised his hand, and 2 golden feathers fell into the hands of the puppet. The puppet succeeded and waved without any hindrance, and the hall suddenly became terrifying and sharp. It was originally Jinling's life magic weapon, and there would be no obstacles if the soul mark was removed. Not only that, Luo Chen slapped the armrest. "Come out." The Black King appeared again, looking at Luo Chen with resentment. He had just fallen asleep and was woken up again. "Take him to the place with the most spiritual energy and Bailey King Chuan to nourish him." The Black King looked at the puppet and swallowed his saliva. His previous guess had really come true. The master had really trained this guy into a puppet. He quickly said, "Fenghe Palace was breached, and the formation that confined the spiritual veins had a flaw. I absorbed a lot of spiritual energy. A small 4th-level spiritual cave has been condensed at the bottom of the Daking Mountain, which is most suitable for the master's puppet to nourish." Luo Chen was stunned. There was such an unexpected surprise? Chapter 845, Danzong restarts Shaoang discussion. Deep in the Daking Mountain, Luo Chen stood in a cave with a faint look of joy on his face. The Black King did not lie to him. There was indeed a spirit cave here. It was a coincidence that Fenghe Palace was broken, and the magic array that confined the spirit vein had a gap. Although the spiritual energy did not escape, it did lack the restraining force. In addition, the Black King's spiritual talent gathered a 4th-level spirit cave at this node of the earth vein. If it is well nurtured in the future, supplemented by the relevant spirit-gathering magic array, Bailey King Chuan may evolve a 4th-level spirit vein in 100 or 10 years. If it were in the past, Luo Chen would be extremely ecstatic. But now, he was only happy for a moment. Bailey King Chuan is too small after all. Let alone founding a sect, it is not enough to support my practice alone, even if there is an extra 4th-level spirit cave. The smile on Luo Chen's face gradually faded. He glanced at the puppet standing behind him, which was completely covered by a black robe. Jin Ling. Luo Chen shook his head. This name was offensive. "I'll call you Jin Sam from now on." After thinking of the name, Jin San jumped into the spirit cave and sat cross-legged. A large amount of spiritual energy was attracted and began to gather towards his body. Puppets need to be refined and nurtured. This was the case with a puppet made from Mishuho's flesh. Tian Xingzi found a 2nd-level spiritual vein for it and nurtured it for many years. Later, a junior came to collect it. Luo Chen's puppet has more profound foundation and more precious materials. In particular, Luo Chen also integrated his own flesh and blood into it, combining the Luo sect and the ancient puppet way to refine it by himself. The required nurturing conditions are more demanding. The 4th-level spirit cave is just right. Nurture it well and deepen your understanding of the way of puppets. Luo Chen gave an order and walked out. Next, he had to go back to Lingshan Pass. Whoosh! A shuttle broke through the clouds and flew at high speed. The Taoist in white robe was in it, and he kept casting spells at a ring floating in the air. Suddenly, he wiped it with one hand, and the ring instantly glowed with golden light, and then disappeared without a trace. Finally unlocked it. This ring is Jin Ling's stored ring. If it were in the past, it would take Luo Chen half a year or even several years to unlock the stored ring of a cultivator of the same level. But with his attainment in formation promoted to the 4th level, and his soul foundation becoming stronger and stronger, it has become quite easy to unlock the remaining restrictions. This time, it only took a month to unlock the restrictions left by Jin Ling. With a thought, his consciousness probed into it. After a long time, Luo Chen slowly withdrew his consciousness, and there were a few more books in his hand. 3 Golden Feathers of Life, 5 Elements Divine Pill, Golden Escape Technique. Jin Ling's legacy is much more shabby than imagined. Whether it was spirit stones or elixirs, there were very few of them. This was actually in line with the current situation of most cultivators after more than 100 years of fighting. The resources that could be directly used for cultivation were becoming less and less. What he collected the most were various ores. That was also the most valuable legacy. If Luo Chen wanted to refine some magic weapon in the future, that batch of ores would be useful. And now, what he was more interested in were the cultivation manuals from the 5 Elements Divine Sect. Why is there still a recipe? Luo Chen picked up the recipe of the 5 Elements Divine Pill and flipped through it. Luo Chen knew about this famous elixir. When he was forming the elixir, Jin Bu sent him one. He had taken it. Also refined in accordance with the concept of the balance of the 5 elements, the 5 Elements Divine Pill was far better than the Starry Pill. But as his knowledge grew, although Luo Chen still praised the 5 Elements Pill, he also felt that the Divine Pill was a bit overrated. But at this moment, after Luo Chen flipped through the recipe, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. It's actually a partial recipe. He never expected that the most famous 5 elements divine pill of the divine sect was actually derived from a partial recipe. This recipe was obviously copied, and it recorded the general situation. The complete 5 elements divine pill should be at the 5th level after being refined. It lives up to the name of the divine pill. The reason why the 5 elements divine sect could refine it was that there were too many missing relevant contents. There were only relevant pharmacology and some material names. If we really divide it according to the degree of completeness, it is estimated that there are only 1/10 or 1/12, which is more incomplete than the recipe of the divine pill. There are too many missing, even I can't complete it. After just a quick glance, Luo Chen gave up the idea of completing the recipe. There were too many missing specific names of the materials. At most, he could build a framework according to the pharmacology, but the specific direction of the medicinal properties was completely uncontrollable. I'm afraid that even if I put in hundreds of years, there might not be any results. Putting away the 5 elements divine pill recipe, Luo Chen glanced at the other books. Some unimportant ones were skipped directly, and they could be regarded as the low-level inheritance of Luo Xianzong in the future. Finally, his attention fell on the 2 highest-grade classics. The 3 deadly golden feathers should be the main practice method of Jingling, and it is also the origin of his Taoist name. After roughly reading it, Luo Chen understood that this is a very complete set of 4th-level gold-based practices. Not only does it record the corresponding practice methods, but it also comes with 3 4th-level gold-based spells and the method of refining the natal golden feather. Take the brocade pheasant feather, and add a large amount of Jengjin. If there is 9 yang Jengjin, it is best. Brocade pheasant feather. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew this monster. The Jinxi Uxin he met before was rumored to be a brocade pheasant. This kind of monster, except for its beautiful appearance and gorgeous feathers, is mediocre in all aspects. It is not easy for Jinxi Uxin to achieve the realm of the Great Demon King with the body of a brocade pheasant. But I didn't expect that the feathers on their bodies, after special refining, would have such a powerful killing power. Jengjin? Luo Chen remembered that he still had a piece of top-grade 9 yang Jengjin on him that had been idle. If I use my piece of 9 yang Jengjin and Jinxi Uxin's feather to refine the fatal golden feather, I'm afraid it will be even more powerful. Luo Chen smiled and put down the technique. But suddenly he picked it up and looked at it for a moment. The 5 Elements Divine Sect, as the name suggests, is a sect that follows the path of the 5 elements. At its peak, the sect not only had the Supreme Elder Shinun Tenrin, but also the 5 Peaks Elders. It can be said to be the most powerful existence among the newly promoted Yuanying upper sects in the East Wilderness. Even compared with the Dongyang sect and Xiandu sect, it is not inferior at all. Luo Chen has not seen the cultivation methods of the Divine Fire's Henrin and the Linmu's Henrin, but judging from the Jinling's method, it is clearly a single attribute that goes to extremes. In this way, not only is the cultivation speed extremely fast, but the combat power is also not weak. Like him, Luo Chen, he also realized this truth later and put all his energy into the fire system. Then the question is, how strong is the old thief who cultivates all 5 elements? Although he was defeated by King Shuang, he was the only survivor of the 3 great cultivators who survived from Kangwu Mountain. And such a being dared not go to Decking Mountain just because he joined forces with Zhiling Yuanjin? Holding the book, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the injuries he suffered in Kangwu Mountain are more serious than I thought. Muttering, Luo Chen picked up the remaining golden escape technique casually. As soon as he returned to Lingshan Pass, Luo Chen felt the abnormality of the atmosphere. The nascent soul cultivators in the city were not as idle as usual, but were quite active and patrolling everywhere. As if they were guarding against something. Luo Chen immediately found Lin Qingxun, who was closest to him, and asked about the relevant situation. What happened? Lin Qingxun shook his head. I don't know. It's just that half a month ago, Lei Daozi from Mingyun sect came. After that, the Lord of Lingshan City asked us to be careful and alert and patrol everywhere. When he heard the 3 words Lei Daozi, Luo Chen's face changed slightly. Why did he come back? And when he came back, he acted like this. Did he really catch that Gao Chan? If it was true, why didn't he bring him back to Mingyun sect, or kill him directly? What's the point of bringing him to Lingshan Pass? Countless doubts arose. Lin Qingxun didn't understand why he was so pale, so he asked about another thing. Pavilion Master Li is dead, So the Jade Emperor clear eyes liquid. Luo Chen came back to his senses and forced a smile. The original deal was led by him and me, but you were also involved. Now that he's dead, do you want to continue the deal? Lin Qingxuan couldn't help but look happy. Is the Dan sect still willing to continue the deal? Luo Chen controlled his emotions and calmed down. You and I are friends, and the recipe for the pill also comes from the Yuding Sword sect. If you want to continue, our sect will not refuse. However, the medicinal materials that were once provided by the Wanjian Pavilion will have to be provided by you. That's not a problem. Lin Qingxuan answered without hesitation. Luo Chen nodded. As for the distribution plan, in view of the unfortunate death of Pavilion Master Li, we have to redistribute it. Lin Qingxuan also nodded. Lin is not ignorant of advance and retreat. How about a 50-50 split as you originally said? In the details of the original deal, Luo Chen proposed a 50-50 split at the beginning, with him taking half. Later, Luo Chen gave in and changed it to 40-60, with him taking 40, and the Wanjian Pavilion and the Yuding Sword sect taking 60%. As for how the Wanjian Pavilion and Yuding Sword sect divide it, it is their own business. Now Lin Qingxuan feels that the strength of the two sides is not equal, so he just relaxes. However, 80-20, I'll take 80, you take 20. Luo Chen said lightly. Lin Qingxuan's pupils shrank, a little unbelievable. If you agree, then continue to cooperate. If you don't want to, our sect doesn't mind spending more time to send people to collect those low-level materials. Under the light words, there's an undisguised strong attitude. Lin Qingxuan subconsciously clenched his fists, and his nails almost pierced into his flesh. But soon, he let go of his hands dejectedly, and even forced a smile on his face. Let's just split it 80-20. Luo Chen chuckled. You can take it and let it go. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Our sect's alchemy skills are improving day by day, and the Jade Emperor King Tong liquid we refine will only get better and better. Lin Qingxuan forced a smile. Our sect plans to take some time to invite fellow Taoists together at Shaoyang Mountain. Fellow Taoist Lin can come and show his support then. After leaving this sentence, Luo Chen left. Only Lin Qingxuan was left standing there, his forced smile faded, and he looked dejected. The gap between him and Luo Chen was getting bigger and bigger. Not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of status. Especially without Pavilion Master Li, he no longer had the qualifications to bargain in front of Luo Chen. But he couldn't give up the Jade Emperor King Tong liquid. After experiencing the effect of the spiritual liquid, he knew that this was the only thing that could improve his strength the fastest in a short period of time. At present, only Luo Chen could refine it. And before, he could only get 20%, and now it's the same. There's nothing wrong. But, I still feel a little bit unwilling. Luo Chen didn't care what the other party was thinking. For him, this matter was actually soft-hearted. Without Pavilion Master Li, he didn't have to continue the cooperation and transaction. But considering the character he had created before, it was easy for people to talk about him if he turned his face so ruthlessly. In addition, Luo Tian's sect is short of manpower now, and it is not enough to collect those materials. Therefore, he chose to continue trading with Lin Qingxuan. What he is most concerned about now is the situation of Lei Daozi of Mingguan sect. As soon as he returned to Dangluo Mountain, Luo Chen began to write invitations himself. Recalling the past, Shaoyang discussed Taoism, toasted and chatted, and the guests were happy. However, after Lingshan was defeated, we were separated and missed the chance to meet. I still remember that before Shaoyang Mountain left, he wanted to meet Shaoyang again after the war. He splashed ink with his brush, and the words appeared after the ink dried. After signing his name, Luo Chen handed it to a disciple. Send it to the Grand Palace Master of Fenhu Palace. Then, he wrote again. This one is for Jiaoling Yuanjin. This one is for. In a short time, more than a dozen invitations were sent out from Luo Chen's hands. There were not only people who had a good relationship with him, but also some casual acquaintances. Later, Luo Chen even sent invitations to some Yuanying's Hunren who he had only heard of but never met. In the dead of night, Luo Chen sat alone, his face thoughtful. After the war, we should have kept a low profile. However, if my previous guess is true, I'm afraid the situation will reach its peak in an instant, and even the great power of the God of Transformation may take action. Under such circumstances, the Mingguan sect is still hiding, and their hearts are worthy of death. We must unite together to force them to express their position. Shaoang discussion of Taoism is their territory. Now that I have initiated it again in my name, they will not remain indifferent. After thinking through all this, Luo Chen was still uneasy. This time, he initiated a Shaoang discussion of Taoism in his own name, not only to force the Mingyuan sect to tell the truth, but also to take the opportunity to see what their attitude towards him is. Over the years, the residences of other Yuanying's Henren have been changing. Only he, who is favored by the Lord of Lingshan City, lives alone in Danluo Mountain, which is rich in spiritual energy. Just this point, there is a clue. As long as he can find out the attitude of Mingyuan sect towards him, Luo Chen will be more targeted in his future actions. I hope he won't let me down. While muttering, Luo Chen picked up the Buck Golden Escape technique again. The 5 elements escape technique is definitely the most exquisite of the 5 elements magic, covering the range from the 2nd level to the 4th level. For so many years, Luo Chen has never mastered a certain type of escape technique. Although it is because he is extremely fast and does not need such escape techniques, it is also because he has no fate. Now, in this golden escape technique, he has a vague inspiration from other people's stones. At the same time, Luo Chen sent someone to send the invitation to the new Yuanying's Henren from Dongyang sect to the city lord's mansion. Fellow Taoist Jiao, you go back first. Elder Jiao of Dongyang sect bowed and retreated respectfully. Lingshan city lord looked at the invitation in his hand and fell into deep thought. There were footsteps outside the hall. Without even looking up, he said, "Junior brother Zhang, you're here." Figures swayed, and a handsome and tall figure appeared in front of the lord of Lingshan city, picking up the invitation. "How, we just issued an order to patrol Lingshan and impose martial law in the whole city, and Luo Chen privately invited fellow practitioners to a gathering. He is really fearless." The lord of Lingshan city raised his head and looked at his junior brother, who was becoming increasingly powerful, and even he was afraid of. Danzong Luo Chen is a talent that the sect has specifically requested, so he should be fearless. Zhang Che raised his eyebrows and put the invitation directly into his pocket. "That's perfect, Lei Daozi, will attend the meeting when the time comes." Chapter 846 The Collision of Thunder and Fire. Shaoang Mountain. One of the few 4th-level sacred mountains in Lingshan Pass. It used to be the place where Elder Lu of Dongyang sect practiced Taoism. Under his leadership, some of the strict rules of Lingshan Pass were relaxed, and the transactions between cultivators became more open and above board. Shaoang Mountain was once extremely prosperous. Elder Lu was even honored as the Shaoang Mountain Man because of this. Unfortunately, after a battle, Shaoang Mountain Man was seriously injured and had to return to Dongyang sect to heal his wounds. Even though Dongyang sect later sent a Yuanying elder, Shaoang Mountain still became uncontrollably deserted. But recently, Shaoang Mountain has begun to become lively again. It was only because Dan sect invited Dong Huang's Henren to restart the Shaoang discussion. One day, Elder Jiao of Dongyang sect stood on a hilltop, looking at the low-level cultivators running around in the mountain. A Dongyang sect disciple said dissatisfiedly, "What is his Dan sect? Why did he invite all the great masters in the name of Master Lu? Isn't Danluo Mountain that big?" Elder Jiao pulled the corner of his mouth. "Danluo Mountain is spacious enough, but it is not as loud as Shaoang Mountain and my Dongyang sect." The disciples were puzzled. Are we really going to hand over the Shaoang discussion meeting sign that Master Lu worked so hard to build? Elder Jiao's face sank, as if he thought of something, and his face looked a little better. Let them make a fuss for the time being, after all, they are just jumping clowns. Then, he waved his hand and disappeared into the mountain. Different people have different attitudes towards Luo Chen. After all, he can't make everyone like him. But at least in this invitation, the reputation of Dan sect has received a great response. The 9th day of the 9th month of the 3627th year of the Shanhai calendar. Autumn chrysanthemums fill the garden, and dogwoods are planted everywhere. Shaoang Mountain is crowded with people, and the escape light is like a thread. Figures appeared at the discussion meeting at the agreed time. Not only did they come by themselves, but they also brought their favorite students. Stay outside and communicate with others. Fengyao, Fenghu Palace will be in your charge in the future, and making connections is the first thing. Fairy Fenghu advised. Fengyao nodded heavily, and her mature face was full of responsibility. After the master entered the central hall, she looked around, and finally took a step and walked towards a somewhat unfamiliar cultivator. But his fellow Taoist Yu in person. Not to mention the exchanges between the younger generation. Fairy Fenghu noticed the specifications of this Shaoang discussion the first time she entered the hall. Compared with the past, the number of participants is less, but the forces involved are by no means inferior. Next to her are Lin Qingxun of the Yuding Sword sect and Yilan of the Divine Talisman sect who are communicating. The one who crossed her line of sight was Ling Fengzi of the Piaomiao sect, a lonely man with a bleak look. Xian's Henrin of Bei sect and Huang walked together and just stepped into the hall. There was also a Taoist priest Kyrxiang of Beilu Cave sitting alone in a corner. It is said that Taoist priest Kyrxiang is the senior brother of Taoist priest Tiguan. He is very powerful and actually accepted Luo Chen's invitation. Taiyu's Henrin of Taishan sect was whispering with Jiling Yuanjin of Jiling sect. His lips moved, but no sound could be heard. I guess they set up an isolation spell. Even Mr. Kid Shenayao, who was said to have a bad relationship with Luo Chen, was among them at this moment. The only thing missing was probably the monks of Mingguan sect. When Fairy Fenghu was watching the whole scene, she suddenly realized that two eyes fell on her. She raised her head and saw Luo Chen and Xian Duzi above her smiling at her, as if inviting her. Without thinking, Fairy Fenghu moved her steps lightly and walked up. "Fairy, you are here." "Tian Duzi, Dan Zong." After a simple greeting, Fairy Fenghu asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" Luo Chen smiled slightly, but the words he said made her face change slightly. "Talking about Gao Chan." Fairy Fenghu was surprised and said, "Could it be that you have already heard about this monster?" Luo Chen looked calm and asked back, "Lingshan Pass is obviously being rebuilt now, and it should be open to the public, but it is on high alert. This is so abnormal, just because of Lei Daozi's arrival. Do you think it is possible that he has captured Gao Chan and trapped him in the city?" Fairy Fenghu opened her mouth, obviously realizing this possibility. Luo Chen said to Tianduzi, "Fenghu knows more about this monster Gao Chan than I do. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Tianduzi was not polite and took the initiative to ask Fairy Fenghu about the situation. Fairy Fenghu was generous and told Luo Chen the information she had told him at the beginning. But Tianduzi was clearly prepared, and the questions he asked were more targeted. "No real body." "Yes, at the beginning he was parasitic on another demon king named Bailan, which made us misjudge and harmed 3 fellow Taoists from your sect. Not only that, on the way of escape, when he was attacked by Lei Daozi's killing move, he once parasitized Wang Feng and escaped death. Is the means of attack really that simple? Although it is strange and unusual, he is straightforward and just flies over. In particular, he can ignore the protective air shield, and ordinary defensive magic weapons cannot stop him. In addition, he seems to be able to penetrate the purple mansion barrier of cultivators like us, treat it as nothing, and directly attack the nascent soul. Does he have the ability of hallucination?" Hey, it seems that he has that ability. A fellow Taoist from the Mingguan sect seized the opportunity and almost killed him, but stopped at the critical moment. Not only that, but he also hurt his fellow disciple, allowing him to escape again. After one question after another, Xianduzi's eyes became brighter, but his expression became more solemn. Luo Chen looked at this scene and couldn't help asking, "You are always well informed, do you know the origin of this monster?" Tianduzi pondered for a long time and finally nodded. "According to your description, this monster is exactly the same as the ghost in the legend." "Ghost?" Luo Chen was stunned. "The ghost in the novel?" "Yes." Tianduzi nodded. "In the secular ghost stories, most tiger monsters have the means to collect the souls of the dead as ghosts, so there is a term of being a tiger's ghost. But in fact, this is a misunderstanding. It's like ordinary people think that all of us cultivators have the power to move mountains and overturn seas, but everyone knows that only the top strong ones have the power to move seas. And the means to collect ghosts is definitely not something that ordinary tiger monsters can do." Luo Chen frowned. He believed in Tianduzi's comparison. Moving mountains and overturning seas is simple to say, but only Yuan Ying's Henrin can do it easily, and ordinary giant and people often need many people to join forces. As for the so-called power of the sea, even Luo Chen has not mastered it yet. Therefore, the means of collecting ghosts is just like the Black King's spiritual talent, which is definitely not so ordinary. The ancient demon Emperor Yan, whose Taoist name is Pingshan Jun, is a tiger demon. Moreover, he must be the strongest tiger demon in the entire East Wilderness and even the mountain and sea realm. Xianduzi said heavily, his face extremely solemn. And such an existence, Ordinary creatures are not worth him using such means. That Gao Chen, I'm afraid his original body is extremely extraordinary, so he was collected as a ghost, and let the commander-level Great Demon King protect him. Fairy Feng Ho showed a look of surprise. Gao Chen might be the ghost of the ancient demon Emperor Yan, which is shocking enough. And Xianduzi also said that his original body might be even more extraordinary, which is even more worrying. Then according to what you said, Gao Chen was captured by Lady Ozi. Will it attract the ancient demon Emperor Yan to take action? Xianduzi took a deep breath. Now the whole city is under martial law. Why do you think it is? What should we do? The thought of an ancient demon possibly taking action, even the fairy Feng Hua, who was at the nascent soul stage, could not help but turn pale. Luo Chen sighed quietly, his eyes swept across the bustling hall. Under an overturned nest, no eggs will be left intact. Since Mingyuan sect dared to do such a risky thing, it must have a basis. And today we gathered together just to see where their confidence comes from. I will tell all of you about this later. Xianduzi hesitated and said, Dan sect, will this move offend Mingyuan sect? Luo Chen grinned, who knows? As more and more nascent soul true immortals entered the hall, and even the 5 elements divine sects divine fire true immortal and the dying old ghost motion arrived, Luo Chen announced that the discussion meeting officially began. Unlike usual, Luo Chen directly skipped some of the previous bartering and cultivation experience sharing sessions and took the initiative to stand up. Under the gaze of the crowd, he said in a heavy tone, the Double Ninth Festival should be a time for good friends to gather together. However, after more than 100 years of war, we are deeply trapped in the quagmire of war, and fellow Taoists are constantly dying. I remember the last time we got together, Shaoyang Mountain Master hosted the discussion, Pavilion Master Li, Hua Xianqi, and Muse Henren vaguely remembered. After another 100 years, I wonder how many fellow Taoists will be here. As soon as these words came out, the originally lively atmosphere could not help but become heavy. Pavilion Master Li, Hua Xianqi, the 3 great masters of Dian sect. Which one of them is not a long-standing existence? Shaoyang Mountain Master and Tiquan Taoist are definitely not people who have gained fame in vain. But under the torrent, their Taoism was also damaged and had to retreat to the back of the war. If this war continues to spread, how many people present can ensure that they are safe? Someone said, Danzong, what you said is too pessimistic and sensational. Now that Mingyuan sect has taken action, the end of the war is just around the corner. Luo Chen glanced at the man, who is the Mianoyan Palace Master of Shenin Palace. Shenin Palace has a very good relationship with Mingyuan sect, second only to Dongyang sect and Mingyuan sect. Luo Chen was not angry, but asked, may I ask, Mianoyan Palace Master, how many real people and how many disciples did Shenin Palace send to support Lingshan Pass this time? Mianoyan Palace Master frowned, there is only one real person, and 3,000 disciples. Luo Chen laughed, I heard that Shenin Palace has 3 real people and 80,000 disciples. Since you are so optimistic about this battle, why don't you send all your strength? Could it be that you don't trust Mingyuan sect? You. Luo Chen shook his head and didn't argue with her. We are different from you. We have no mountain gate to rely on and no home to return to. We can only rely on Lingshan Pass for a desperate battle, so we try our best. For this battle, how many disciples and descendants of the bloodline have sacrificed their lives and fought one after another? Yes, the Mingyuan sect has joined the war now. But they are still high and mighty, but they have plans and are too arrogant to tell us in detail. It is hard for our sect to imagine whether they will regard us as cannon fodder when the war is about to start. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. The head of Mianoyan Palace was even more livid. Dan sect, this is a heartbreaking statement. Heartbreaking. Luo Chen seemed to smile and swept his eyes across the audience. Mr. Shen Yao of Qin pursed his lips, the fairy Feng Hu of Feng Hu Palace looked sad, and Qin Beixiang of Beishao sect clenched his fists tightly, and his joints made crackling sounds. Even Xianduzi beside him couldn't help but sigh. Their sects were all deeply affected. And this is just the surviving sects. Counting back, the destroyed Tyrant Blade, Blue Sky, Fire Ridge, Tehu Palace, and even the recent Zhuang sect, Dian sect, etc., no one has spoken for them. Luo Chen waved his hand, let's not talk about this. This sect has something to say right now. I hope someone can give me an answer. In the midst of everyone's curiosity, he told the story of Gao Chen. In fact, the rumors about Gao Chen had already been revealed in the 100 Years of Human-Demon War. This time, there were only survivors who witnessed it with their own eyes. Combining the two, the authenticity is beyond doubt. Even the true man of divine fire, who had always been at odds with Luo Chen, showed resentment on his face after hearing that his senior brother Jinling was killed by Gao Chen. However, after hearing that Gao Chen might be the ghost of the ancient demon Emperor Yan, all the anger and hatred turned into fear. According to the information I received, the Mingyuan sect has captured Gao Chen. The Way of Thunder is the most effective in restraining evil spirits, so it's not surprising. But what's surprising is why the Mingyuan sect didn't kill this evil spirit, or take him back to the Mingyuan Holy Land, but imprisoned him in Lingshan Pass. What do they want to do? Faced with Luo Chen's question, everyone's heart began to sink. Especially the recent martial law at Lingshan Pass, which further confirmed Luo Chen's statement. What does the Mingyuan sect want to do? Provoke a full-scale attack from the demon army? Or is it the anger of the ancient demon Emperor Tian? If it really comes to that, they don't know what the Mingyuan monks will do. But these forces of their own will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Just when everyone was worried, a domineering voice suddenly came into the hall. Why should I explain to you what I do in Mingyuan? Boom. The tightly closed door opened with a bang. A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Luo Chen sat on the high platform, without getting up, just staring at the man. His face looked familiar. With just one glance, he recognized this person. It was the strong man who practiced with the help of heavenly thunder that he saw in Qingming when he returned to the East Wilderness. If nothing unexpected happened, this person was Lei Daozi, the most powerful person in Mingyuan sect. Luo Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and slowly said, I need an explanation. These words seemed to touch everyone's heart. For a moment, the momentum that was suppressed by Lei Daozi's appearance began to rebound gradually, and even had a sense of common hatred and hatred. Lei Daozi frowned and his eyes fell directly on Luo Chen. You want to explain? Yes. Okay, let me see if you are qualified. While everyone was puzzled, Lei Daozi suddenly raised his hand, and a lightning burst out from his palm, hitting Luo Chen directly. This move was too abrupt, so no one reacted. No one expected that this person would be so arrogant and overbearing, and attack the famous Dan sect. For a moment, no one came to help. Only Xianduzi, who is very close to Luo Chen, had been on guard. With a light sigh, magic power surged out. But just when Xianduzi was about to make a move, he suddenly exclaimed. In his sight, Luo Chen slowly pushed out a palm, with terrifying magic power contained in it. It was his most iconic Qingyang handprint. But what was different from usual was that in this palm, there were also wisps of strange blue and white flames. Thunder and fire collided in an instant. Then they disappeared out of thin air and became silent. Only Luo Chen's faint voice sounded again. Now, can your sect give us an explanation? Chapter 847, Mingyuan's Connivance, Xiandi Peak where you can't return. Danzong Luo Chen took the attack from Mingyuan Lei Daozi. This sudden and swift fight caught everyone's imagination. And the result was even more incredible. Who is Lei Daozi? He is the most famous and powerful person under the level of transformation of the spirit in Mingyuan Holy Land. He is also the person who is most likely to be promoted to the level of transformation of the spirit in the East Wilderness. Since his debut, he has almost never lost. It is rumored that he is the peerless genius who can comprehend the true meaning of the law in the nascent soul realm. And his recent achievements have all proved his ability. Hunting down Jinxi Uxin, defeating Bijing and Jian Kuang, and capturing Gao Chang alive among all the monsters. Such achievements are almost like the style of the King Shuang Demon King in the rumors. Even faintly, some people have given him the reputation of being invincible under the level of transformation of the spirit in the East Wilderness. Such an existence can only be fought by cultivators of the same level. Even if it is just a casual attack, it is definitely not something that the weak can take. But right in front of them, Luo Chen, the alchemist who was famous for his alchemy, blocked the attack without showing any signs of weakness. Who wouldn't be shocked? Xianduzi was amazed and murmured in his heart, although Lei Daozi didn't use his full strength, Luo Chen's response was beyond my expectation. Jiling Yuanjin looked solemn and looked at Luo Chen deeply, as if he was meeting this friend for the first time. Lin Qingxuan pursed his lips, glad that he didn't bargain with Luo Chen before. Feng Ho Fairy was quite surprised. She was sure that the strength Luo Chen showed just now was still above the Shanti domain war. Is it hidden, or an improvement in a short period of time? Shenhou Zhenren and Motion Old Ghost looked at each other and nodded secretly. It was that strange flame again. One by one, the lines of sight contained different meanings. But after all of them were cast on Luo Chen, it was as if the stars were surrounding the moon, and the people were counting on him, which made his sitting figure like a mountain look much taller. With this momentum added, the words Luo Chen asked again became more important. Now, can your sect give us an explanation? Lei Daozi slowly withdrew his hand and looked at Luo Chen with interest, as if he was a little surprised. He was not as concerned about this question as before. This battle has dragged on for too long. If Ming Yuan does not move, it will be fine. If it moves, it will have to quell the demon rebellion. Instead of continuing to drag it out, it is better to kill it in one battle. That ghost is the best bait. Luo Chen frowned. Are you sure the demons will attack with all their strength? Lei Daozi smiled confidently. That ghost is so powerful. Its original body is a wild beast, a different species of Yuan devouring beast, born to devour the Yuan key of heaven and earth, especially the Dao fruits of cultivators, and even feed on them. It wanted to sneak attack when the ancient demon Emperor Yan transformed into Thunder Tribulation, but its body was destroyed instead and it became a ghost. For many years, the ancient demon Emperor Tian has been looking for a way to cultivate this ghost. Later, he finally found it, that is, to devour the Yuan Ying of human cultivators, so that it can advance. Once this monster breaks through the realm of transformation, Emperor Tian will have a ghost of the level of transformation. He couldn't stand this temptation, so even though there was an unspoken rule in the war between humans and demons that the powerful gods could not take action, he secretly sent out his ghosts to secretly attack our Yuan Ying's Henrun. This secret was revealed, and everyone looked at each other in surprise. Wild beasts have already declined in this era, and even if there are, they are mostly in the wilderness. Now there is actually a ghost whose body is a wild beast? Moreover, it is born to devour the vitality of heaven and earth, and even feeds on the Dao fruit of practitioners? What is the Dao fruit of practitioners? The foundation of cultivation, the golden elixir of the Great Way, the Yuan Ying of the Three Treasures, and even the Yuan Shen, can all be said to be the condensation of the Dao fruit of a practitioner's life. In other words, the so-called Yuan devouring beast was born with great malice towards practitioners. According to my research, after this beast turned into a ghost, it lost its body and its vitality was once greatly damaged. But now, it has been rebuilt to the late stage of the Yuan Ying, and is only one step away from the transformation of the gods. Lei Daozi talked freely and really gave everyone a careful explanation. Then, he waved his hand. So, the ancient demon Emperor Yan will never give up the ghost he has cultivated for thousands of years. Even if he has to use all the power of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan, he will definitely take it back. And this is the opportunity for the decisive battle to come. Everyone, do you understand what I said? No one said anything. Everyone was digesting the shocking news they had received in a short period of time. No wonder Lingshan Pass has been heavily guarded recently. No wonder a large number of cultivators from the Mingyuan sect have entered the city, and even the number of Yuan Ying's Henren has increased from more than 10 people at the beginning to 30. Even the great cultivators, including the Lord of Lingshan City, have a total of 6. It turns out that they are preparing for the final decisive battle. Dong. There was a sound of knocking on the table. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that it was Luo Chen of the Dam sect. They suddenly realized that it was fortunate that the Dam sect took the lead and initiated this gathering, forcing the Mingyuan sect to give an explanation. Otherwise, when they suddenly faced the decisive battle between the two clans, they may not be mentally prepared and may suffer heavy losses. Luo Chen looked directly at Lei Daozi and spoke slowly. That ghost is so important that it may even force the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan to fight with all their strength. If they cannot take Lingshan Pass, will the leader, the ancient demon Emperor Yan, no longer care about the unspoken rule that the great gods of transformation cannot take action and personally take action against us? In this case, how will your sect end? He asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Facing the nervous faces, Lei Daozi laughed loudly. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. It's simple. The great Mingyuan, will take action against him. Everyone, that's all I have to say. Prepare for the battle in the near future. After speaking, Lei Daozi left and no longer cared about the cultivators in the hall who were surprised and happy. After he left, A heated discussion broke out in the hall around this matter. Slowly, everyone's attention was focused on Luo Chen, who had stood up for them earlier. Danzong, what do you think we should do? Facing the anxious faces, Luo Chen sighed. As Lei Daozi said, this war, which is like a quagmire, has dragged us on for too long. It would be best if it could be resolved quickly. Before the decisive battle, we should prepare as much as possible. Today's discussion meeting cannot be held in vain. If fellow Taoists have any resources that they don't need, you can trade them to enhance each other's strength. Everyone nodded and said that Danzong was right. Although they were afraid of the decisive battle, everyone was actually looking forward to it. Because it really dragged on for too long. Even if it was only 100 years, the pressure of being in danger every day and hanging over their heads at all times was still suffocating. Only by truly ending this war can everyone and every force be relieved. Shenhuo Zhenren sat in the corner, watching Luo Chen talking freely, with a bit of fear in his eyes. When did this guy get to sit on top and issue orders, and what he said was recognized by everyone? Is his prestige so high? City Lord's mansion. City Lord Lingshan looked at Lei Daozi, who had just returned, and asked directly, have you told them all? Yes, it was my senior brother who should have announced it, but I overstepped my bounds this time. Lei Daozi replied with a smile. City Lord Lingshan shook his head. There is no such thing as overstepping one's bounds, it's just a matter of sooner or later. But I heard that you had a conflict with Luo Chen. It's not a conflict, it's just a test of hands. Lei Daozi waved his hand, and suddenly showed an interested look. It would have been better if we didn't try. After the test, I found that this person is very capable and is indeed worthy of our Mingyun sect's attention. City Lord Lingshan smiled and said, after all, he disrupted the 500 years of competition of Xianitun Dao sect, and after returning to Donghuang, he successively broke out the two major names of Dan sect and Demon Slayer. How could he be a person who got his reputation in vain? However, no. Lei Daozi shook his head and said solemnly, when I say hidden, I mean that he may have realized the true meaning of the law. Lingshan City Lord was stunned. Lei Daozi paced in the courtyard, muttering to himself. Junior brother Chongming has received an imperial decree to go to Zhongzhou to observe Chu Yan's ascension ceremony. Chu Yan did not forget the old friendship and gave junior brother Chongming a Xianji pill. According to him, there were a total of 5 Xianji pills at that time, 3 of which were kept in Xianitun Taoist sect, and the last one was given to Luo Chen, whose Taoist name at that time was still Huangxinren. The ancestor ordered Luo Chen to be brought back to Mingyun sect after the battle. At first, he was going for the Xianji pill. Later, he was attracted by his alchemy skills and hoped that he would replace Chu Yan and become the new generation of alchemy saint of our Mingyun sect. But now it seems that Luo Chen has probably already taken the Xianji pill and realized the true meaning of the law. Otherwise, with his mid-nascent soul realm alone, he would not be able to withstand my attack. City Lord Lingshan swallowed his saliva, with a bit of disbelief and envy in his eyes. Do you know what the true meaning he realized is? Lei Daozi frowned. I can't tell. It should be the true meaning of fire. But when I saw him attack, there was no corresponding increase in his magic power. Lingshan City Lord hesitated and said, could it be that you saw it wrong? Lei Daozi waved his sleeves. I will never make a wrong judgment. His palm must contain something higher than ordinary magic power. It looks like the original true fire, but it is actually higher than the true fire that any nascent soul cultivator can master. Only the true meaning of the law can explain it. Lingshan City Lord fell silent. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene when Luo Chen first appeared. With one move, he refined the real weapon motion cliff of the old ghost motion. Junior brother, you may have really made a mistake. Luo Chen does have an extremely powerful original true fire. Lei Daozi was stunned for a moment, and said in disbelief, the true meaning of thunder that I have comprehended is the most domineering true meaning of the law in the world. What kind of true fire can resist it? 5th order divine fire? Haha, Luo Chen is just a Yuanying cultivator, how could he master the 5th order divine fire? Lei Daozi still insisted on his own opinion, thinking that Luo Chen had comprehended some extraordinary true meaning of the law. Seeing that he could not convince the Lord of Lingshan City, he no longer insisted, and only said you don't understand turned the topic. The 3 words you don't understand made the Lord of Lingshan City look gloomy. Lei Daozi didn't care about the emotions of the senior brother at all, but talked about another topic. Luo Chen's prestige in the East Wild seems a little too high. Lingbian City Lord echoed indifferently. He has always had a good reputation and is well connected, so it's natural that his prestige is higher. No. Lei Daozi frowned and said, it's too high. Today, all the cultivators follow his lead, including some people who don't have a good relationship with him. If we let it develop like this, we may not be able to forcibly bring him back to Mingyuan sect. Lingbian City Lord showed surprise. He was not present at the Shaoang discussion today, and the information he received was also passed back by others, so it was a little incomplete. It can make the junior brother so solemn. It seems that something has really happened during the period. The Shaoang discussion did not last for several days as before. It only lasted one day and one night, and it ended hastily. After all, the current background is that the whole city is under martial law to prevent the monster clan from attacking with all their strength. But all the attendees returned with great fun. Whether it is insider information or trading resources, everyone has gained something. In this regard, Luo Chen is undoubtedly the most dazzling one. This can be seen from the fact that almost everyone took the initiative to say goodbye to him when the meeting was over. Gu Kai and Wang Yuan attended the discussion meeting with Luo Chen. They had been communicating with others outside before, and only discovered this abnormality when the meeting was over. Husband, why do I feel that those Yuanying Zhenren respect you so much? Luo Chen drove the Dharma cloud and flew the two of them towards Danluo Mountain. He asked calmly, isn't it always like this? Gu Kai shook her head, it's still a little different from usual. Brother Wang, don't you think so? Wang Yuan hummed, and he also found the difference. In the past, those Yuanying Zhenren may have respected Luo Chen, but it was often only superficial. Unlike today, there is quite a bit of heartfelt meaning. In response, Luo Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, but he didn't explain too much. He has come to this point after all. Since returning to the East Wilderness, he has made connections with people from all directions with the ability of Dandao. In the previous battles, he killed countless monsters and his strength was recognized by others. If he continued like this, he would at most be flattered by others, not respected, or even led by him. But after several battles, the pattern among the strong men in the East Wasteland changed. A large number of people with the same realm as him either died or were injured. As for those who were higher than him, the old thief Shen Yuan ignored worldly affairs and only showed up during wars. Xianduzi was originally highly respected and spoke for various sects many times, implicitly shouldering the responsibility of representing the major forces in negotiations with the Mingyuan sect. But after the Xiandu sect suffered a heavy blow and the Lingshan Pass formation was destroyed, his personal spirit and personal reputation declined uncontrollably. In addition to the great monks of the Mingyuan sect, there is another great monk in the East Wasteland, that is the Grand Elder of the Dongyang sect. But this person not only does not leave the Dongyang sect, even if he does, he will definitely stand on the side of the Mingyuan sect. In this situation, no one dares to stand out. Even though Deng Tai'er was at the 6th level of Yuanying, and even though Zhouling Yuanjun was said to be comparable to a great cultivator, his personal prestige was still insufficient. Luo Chen seized this opportunity, and in the name of Danzong, he stood up for everyone, and forced Mingyuan sect to take the lead with the support of the public. In particular, he also used the power of the withered and flourishing divine fire to take on Lei Daozi's move. In this way, with a combination of reputation and strength, coupled with his style of doing things, he has replaced Xianduzi and has become the most prestigious person in Lingshan Pass, except for the Mingyuan sect cultivators. This is what Xianduzi once had, and what the people of Shaoang Mountain once desired, and now it has fallen on Luo Chen's shoulders. Most importantly, he took advantage of the discussion meeting yesterday to spy on the attitude of Mingyuan sect towards him. Tolerance, even indulgence. Invisibly, the intention to win him over has never been cut off. When they reached Danluo Mountain, after Gu Wang and the others were ordered to leave, Luo Chen stood alone on the top of the mountain, and his smile gradually faded. With such a show of goodwill, I'm afraid I won't be able to return to Xiandi Peak. Chapter 848 Mingyuan Chongsun, let Danluo go. After Shaoang's discussion, the entire Lingshan Pass was plunged into a frenzy. The decisive battle is coming. For this reason alone, no one dared to slack off. The strong men of the surviving sects in the rear led countless low-level cultivators to Lingshan Pass continuously. Not only the Yuanying upper sect, but also a large number of giant sects and even some foundation establishment forces that were not on the stage were included in the scope of conscription. The number of cultivators in Lingshan Pass and even the 5 Lingshan domains had originally dropped to less than 10 million after the last battle to break the city. But with tens of thousands of daily supplements, it expanded like an inflated ball. Even in the Mingyan sect, the low-level cultivators below the Yuanying realm have unknowingly reached 100,000. So many cultivators were placed in Lingshan Pass and the 5 nearby domains, and began to build fortifications and set up formation fortresses, quietly waiting for the attack of the demon army. The reason why they waited for defense instead of actively attacking is actually easy to understand. In terms of numbers, the human race is at an absolute disadvantage. Once the battlefield spreads too wide, it will fall into a situation of fighting a large number with a small number, which is too dangerous. However, after the Mingyan faction joined the war, the number of high-end combat power, especially the Yuanying Zhenren, has begun to surpass the demon race. In addition, with a powerful weapon of formation in hand, waiting for the enemy to come to the door on their own initiative is undoubtedly the best choice. Crane King, you are too polite. It doesn't matter. It's just a white feather that I shed when I transformed. It only contains a Yuanying attack. Compared with your help in my complete transformation, it is nothing. If you don't accept it, you look down on me. Yes, Danzong, you should accept it. Even if you don't need it, it's also good to give it to the disciples and younger generations you like. And stepping on the void step, I heard that you have been collecting such body refining methods. Although it is incomplete, it may be inspiring to you. Facing the singing of Zion's Henren and Crane King, Luo Chen smiled and accepted the white feather and the incomplete stepping on the void step generously. Speaking of which, the Crane King of the White Crane sect had been saying that he wanted to visit him since he had successfully transformed. But after so many years, the two had no chance to meet. Instead, after the discussion in Shaoyang, the other party took the initiative to come to his door and gave him a very valuable gift. From this point of view, it was undoubtedly stimulated by the increase in Luo Chen's prestige. The war is imminent, and the city lord's mansion has decided to let us return to the White Crane territory, hoping that we can fully exert the power of the White Crane territory that has been operating for thousands of years. I am afraid that I will not meet fellow Taoists in the next short period of time. Zion's Henren revealed a piece of news. Luo Chen thought about it. This is as it should be. A large number of cultivators from the rear forces have been added to Lingshan Pass, and there are many high-level Yuanying Henren sitting in. Zion's Henren and Crane King seem less important. Arranging them back to the White Crane territory is undoubtedly the most correct decision. Then, he smiled and said, compared to Lingshan Pass, implicate 5 regions is also an attack target, but it is relatively safer. It will be easier for you to go this time. Zion's Henren nodded slightly, stroked his beard and smiled. That's true, it's just that the Taoist fellow's strength is too strong. Lingshan Pass is reluctant to let you go, and we can't go to the rear. Luo Chen shrugged and said helplessly, there is nowhere to go. Bailey Qingchuan is originally a place of residence. Where can our sect retreat to? As he spoke, his helpless look gradually became full of fighting spirit. The last time Lingshan Pass fought, I was not there, and I could only hear the news of the death of Taoist fellows such as Xiao Xinyang and Mu Zhenren. This time, my sect is here, and the demon clan will have to pay a sufficient price if they want to enter the city. Zion's Henren and Helhuang looked at each other, and both showed recognition in their eyes. Luo Chen's reputation as a demon slayer is still very loud. The 4th-level demon king who died at his hands was the best of his level. As long as he didn't meet the great demon king of the commander level. No, judging from the fact that Luo Chen of Shaoyang Mountain took a blow from Lady Ozi, I'm afraid that the great demon king couldn't kill Luo Chen easily. The 3 chatted for a while until Luo Chen personally sent the 2 out of Danluo Mountain, ending this private meeting. Luo Chen stood in the mountains, watching his old friend gradually go away, with a look of emotion. Although the White Crane domain is safe, it is only relative. After the decisive battle, whether we can meet again depends on luck. However, Luo Chen is still optimistic about this decisive battle as a whole. With the Mingyan sect taking the initiative to step forward to twist the rope, the strength of the East Wasteland has been integrated together, which is much better than the scattered North Sea immortal cultivation world. Dozens of Yuanying true immortals, this alone is not comparable to the current North Sea immortal cultivation world. Although he is very optimistic about this battle, after comparing it with the Xiantian Dao sect, Luo Chen couldn't help shaking his head. Xiantian Dao sect has ruled Hongzhou for 3,000 years, and managed it like an iron plate. One continent can produce more than 200 Yuanying Zhenren, which overwhelms the other 4 continents. Now it has sent out elite troops to conquer the North Sea in full swing. Unlike Mingyan sect, it is forced to defend. Forget it. Instead of thinking too much, it is better to do your best. Recently, many people have come to visit me on their own initiative, which has gradually increased my prestige. This is a good thing. In the future, I will be more confident when facing the recruitment of Mingyan sect. But this will take up some of my practice time. There are gains and losses, and Luo Chen couldn't complain for a while. He could only take advantage of his free time to improve his strength as much as possible. In terms of realm, even with the help of the top-grade Hongyan Den, he could not cross the 5th level of Yuanying in a short time. Therefore, Luo Chen focused on improving his shortcomings. The Yubu, which was previously trapped at the perfect level, is climbing madly towards the master level under his recent continuous practice. If he could master a grandmaster level combat method before the decisive battle, it would definitely be a great help. Not only that, he also took out some spare time to study with Wang Yuan to complete the wind leg, trying to master another physical skill. This stepping on the void step came at the right time. One day, the Luotian monks on Danluo Mountain gathered together, waiting for Luo Chen to appear. After a while, Luo Chen walked out. What's going on? Aren't you supposed to be assigned to patrol the west city of Lingshan Pass? Why are you all back? Facing Luo Chen's inquiry, Zheng Yilan took the initiative to stand up. It was the Mingyan monk who pulled us out. Huh? Luo Chen was puzzled. Zheng Yilan continued, our affairs have been taken over by the group of female cultivators in Shan'an Mansion. They are numerous and powerful, and we don't need to work hard. What does it mean to not let the Luotian monks do anything? The Juking fairy beside him whispered, Lingshan Pass is preparing for war. All shops have been ordered to close. Pavilion Master Sima Wei Niang and Elder Gu are also bringing their disciples to Danluo Mountain. This is not surprising. Those shops are built in the main road. Once the war starts, if there are monsters rushing into the city, they are very suitable for defensive fortifications to block them. The Oceanbao Pavilion has also been included in the scope of conscription. But when all these things are connected, Luo Chen feels that something is wrong. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and walked out of the Parliament Hall, his eyes looking into the sky. Everyone was puzzled, but as a huge flying boat flew from the direction of the city lord's mansion, they realized something. Someone is coming from the city lord's mansion. Luo Chen signaled, and his subordinate Zheng Yilan took the initiative to fly up. Junior Xiaolongzi, may I ask which senior is in front of you? I am Mingyan Chongsun, let your master come up to talk. Zheng Yilan was stunned. But after Luo Chen's voice transmission, he immediately retreated obediently. A figure leaped into the sky, and walked towards a palace in the center of the flying boat, under the curious gazes of the low-level cultivators of Mingyan sect. As soon as he entered, several eyes were cast at him. There were 6 people, all in the nascent soul stage. Especially the one at the top, the powerful momentum of the late nascent soul stage was not concealed at all. Chongsun Zhenren. Luo Chen knew this person's name. It was the Mingyan reinforcements that Zhiling Yuanzhen encountered along the way. This great cultivator led 5 Mingyan sect Zhenren and personally expelled Bijeng and other demon kings from the Zhuang Great Domain. Chongsun Zhenren had white hair, but his face was majestic without anger. He stared at Luo Chen and said coldly, are you Luo Chen from Dan sect? Luo Chen looked calm, it's our sect. Chongsun Zhenren said in a loud voice, I heard that you took a blow from junior brother Zhang and were unharmed. Junior brother Zhang? Luo Chen reacted instantly. The junior brother Zhang mentioned by the other party was Lei Daozi. His real name is Zhang Che. Although he is the most famous disciple of Mingyan sect, he has not practiced Taoism for a long time. Therefore, even though his realm is high, his seniority in Mingyan sect is not very high. For example, Lingshan City Lord and Chongsun Zhenren can be regarded as his senior brothers. Luo Chen said in a deep voice, it is true. Why, Chongsun Daoist also wants to try it. As soon as he said this, the curious eyes of the other 5 Yuanying Zhenren instantly became fierce. The atmosphere in the field was quite tense because of Luo Chen's boldness. Chong Zhenren narrowed his eyes and stared at Luo Chen for a long time. Suddenly, he shook his head. There may be opportunities for fellow disciples in the future, and fighting now will hurt the harmony. I came here today just to tell you one thing. Danluo Mountain must be given to us. Huh? Luo Chen made a heavy sound of doubt. Chong Zhenren explained, I believe you have seen clearly the upcoming war. Not only Lingshan Pass, but also the 5 nearby regions are within the attack range of the demon army. There are many strong people in the pass now, and there is no shortage of 1 or 2 Yuanying Zhenren. Instead, the other 5 regions are lacking. So, you can take the Luo Chen sect cultivators back to Bailey Qingchuan to deploy defenses. Is that what the city lord's mansion meant? Yes. Don't have any ideas. I don't take Emir Dan Luoshan seriously. On the contrary, the rear is relatively safe and can avoid the first wave of attacks. Luo Chen fell into silence. He was telling people not long ago that he would guard Lingshan Pass and make those demon kings pay the price. Seeing that Luo Chen didn't speak, Chong Zhenren's tone slowed down and persuaded him. Danzong, you may be very capable, but what about your disciples? If you don't consider yourself, you should at least consider them. This arrangement is good enough for your Luo Chen sect. Someone next to him echoed, yes, Danzong, I heard that your Luo Chen sect's disciples are declining. I'm afraid you can't stand too much trouble. It's undoubtedly a good thing to retreat to the rear. Facing this echo, Luo Chen suddenly smiled. Since it is the intention of Mingyan sect, this Danluo Mountain is also due to the many years of preferential treatment of Lingshan City Lord, so Luo can live here for a long time. In this case, let's give it up. Please wait for a while. After saying that, Luo Chen waved his sleeves and left. After he left, Chong Zhenren frowned. He didn't say it was the intention of Mingyan sect, but what he said before was the intention of the city lord's mansion. But it doesn't matter. A cloud chariot that looks gorgeous but not very grand slowly rises from Danluo Mountain. It flies to a high altitude and crosses with a huge Mingyan ship. Luo Chen stood on the deck of the Yunyan, smiling, and nodded to Chong Zhenren who was looking down at Danluo Mountain. From then on, Danluo Mountain had little to do with him, Luo Chen, except for its name. After the Yunyan flying boat passed by, the smile on Luo Chen's face gradually disappeared. Master, are we going back to Bailey Qingchuan directly next? Zhang Yiling asked. Go pick up your 2 ants first. Luo Chen said lightly. Zhang Yiling nodded, and immediately went down to tell the monks to turn around. Wang Yuan walked to Luo Chen and whispered, are you okay? Luo Chen asked back, what could happen? Isn't it a good thing for us to withdraw to the back? Wang Yuan shook his head, it's a good thing for Luo Xianzong, but it must not be so good for you. Luo Chen opened his mouth, but did not object. If the war starts, with his ability, as long as his luck is not too bad, he will be able to kill the demon again and become famous. With the prestige accumulated before, he can definitely go to the next level. Especially now that except for the Mingyan sect, all other forces in the East Wasteland have declined a lot, he can take advantage of the situation and have a higher reputation. By then, even if the Mingyan sect wants to recruit him by force, it will have to pay a sufficient price. But now, in the name of responding to the decisive battle, he has been transferred away from the front line of the battle. In this way, how can he accumulate military merits and even become more famous? He didn't know whether this was a deliberate arrangement by the Mingyan sect or an accident? Or was it intentional and careless? But he couldn't object. Wang Yuan sighed, we are a burden to you. Luo Chen waved his hand, don't say these words, without you, there would be no me now. Wang Yuan's expression was low, but now, we have indeed become a burden to you. When Luo Chen was the weakest, relying on the warmth of the group, Luo Xianzong protected him all the way to grow up. But as Luo Chen's realm advanced by leaps and bounds, it has indeed become a burden now. Why can Xianduzi represent all the sects to negotiate with the Lord of Lingshan City, and even let Mingyan sect help all the sects? Not only does he have the strength of a great cultivator, but he also has a powerful Xiandu sect behind him. How did Xiaoyang Shenren initiate the Xiaoyang discussion and even lift the commercial restrictions of Lingshan Pass to gain great prestige? Isn't it also relying on the Dongyang sect behind him? But in Luo Chen's case, when he wanted to go further, the weak Luo Chen sect held him back. Seeing Wang Yuan, who always wanted to be strong and never gave up, showing such a depressed look, Luo Chen pursed his lips. No. It is a fact that Luo Chen sect is weak, but it is also a fact that I am not strong enough. If I am strong enough, I alone can surpass all the cultivators. Wang Yuan looked at Luo Chen in a daze. At this moment, he did not see the complacency of the young man's face a few days ago, but only the dissatisfaction when he was at a low level back then. Let's go. After we go back, we will complete the wind leg together. I have a new understanding of the stepping on the void step. Combined with the 3 styles of the wind god of the Piao sect, maybe we can deduce a new wind leg. Luo Chen said loudly. There was no trace of the depression of being transferred away from Lingshan Pass in his words. Instead, he was ambitious and had the posture of doing something big. Haha, it's just to complete a technique. Wang Yuan smiled. Then let's do it together. Chapter 849, Walking in the air, the wind god disappears, the 3 souls return to their places, in their prime. Bailey Qingchuan once again welcomed its master. All the monks of Luo Chen sect returned. However, compared with more than 300 people at the peak, there are only about 200 people now. 1/3 of the loss. From the small to the big, looking at the entire East Wilderness, the loss in this war is probably even greater than this. But no one has time to mourn. Everyone's mind is on building fortifications and arranging various offensive and defensive formations. Luo Chen handed over all the defenses of Luo Chen sect to Min Longgao, and the sect leader Li Yingzhang led all the sect members to assist him. Everything is in preparation for the next decisive battle. As for Luo Chen, he and Wang Yuan began to deduce and complete the wind leg move in wind, moon, thunder and cloud stepping into the immortal path. Wind, moon, thunder and cloud stepping into the immortal path, strictly speaking, is a complete set of body training exercises, focusing on the lower limbs of the human body. Among them, the 4 moves of wind kick, moon step, cloud shoes, and thunder kick correspond to 4 aspects: fast attack, combat movement, long distance travel, and instant burst. It's a pity that when Luo Chen got this skill, only the thunder kick was complete, and the other 3 were incomplete. Later, under Wang Yuan's deduction, the moon step was completed. Luo Chen practiced the moon step and was quite satisfied with its effect. Unless there is a formation restriction during the battle, once it is performed, it will be difficult to follow even the consciousness of a Yuanying strong man. As a result, Luo Chen is more looking forward to the wind kick. He has a strong physique and has repeatedly made great achievements in countless battles. However, Luo Chen's development and application of this physical body has never been perfect. The 7 scattered hands of the Demon Lord that he integrated with the strengths of hundreds of schools also focused more on the development of upper body skills. If the powerful lower limb skills can also be developed, it will definitely be a great improvement in the battle against the enemy. Horizontal ellipsis. The Piao sect's 3 styles of the wind god is extremely fast and powerful, and can be described as overbearing and cruel. Once it is performed, it is as fierce as a storm. But this technique has shortcomings. It focuses on form rather than intention, and can be released but not retracted. In terms of the upper limit of power, it is not as good as the original thunder kick. It cannot be retracted in battle, but it is easy to threaten the body. Therefore, this technique is quite useless. On the contrary, the stepping on the void step you got from the White Crane sect focuses on intention rather than form, and emphasizes self-control of the body and mind. The 2 are indeed complementary. If you can use the general outline of the wind leg and integrate the 2 physical techniques, perhaps you can really complete this ancient physical technique. On a plane in Bailey Qingchuan, Wang Yuan talked to Luo Chen. As a martial arts master, Wang Yuan may have been surpassed by Luo Chen in the realm of physical training, but in terms of understanding martial arts skills, he is still above Luo Chen, a take-it-all. Over the past 200 years, Wang Yuan, without the guidance of his predecessors, relied on his own knowledge and understanding to create many techniques. The giant spirit transformation is a comprehensive technique for physical transformation. The blood god tribulation finger, the immortal return to Pengying, and the blood transformation demon finger, these 3 fingers of god, demon, and immortal are superb utilizations of the changes in ki and blood. After reaching the furnace realm, he integrated 36 strands of divine wind and 36 earthly evil spirits, and created an attack technique called Shangang Dao Qi. At the beginning, on the Lingshan Pass battle stage, Wang Yuan used the divine fighting spirit to forcibly break the 4 symbols realm of Yin 6 Yang of the 5 elements divine sect. You know, The four symbols realm is quite similar to the Sinluo fire prison that Luo Chen studied during the Jiandan period, both of which imitated the power of the Yuanying cultivator's domain. Once it was deployed, few people below the Yuanying could resist it. But even so, it was forcibly broken by Wang Yuan, forcing Yin Sixiang to use the motion cliff of the motion old ghost. This shows how powerful the Shengang Dao Qi is. It can be said that Wang Yuan's strong understanding has contributed greatly to his current position. Unlike Luo Chen, the so-called body refining is more of a crazy accumulation of resources. At this moment, the two of them are deducing the wind leg together, and Wang Yuan is the main one. But Luo Chen is not without any effect. For example, infuse all your source power into your left leg, standing like a pillar of heaven, and the source power of your right leg passes through the liver meridian of the foot Juayan and the kidney meridian of the foot Xiaoyan, focusing on stimulating the Taixi, Jiaoxin, Zhao. These dozen accurate points, twist your waist and swing your feet, and hit them 12 times in a row. Try it, Wang Yuan said, and Luo Chen started the experiment without hesitation. All practitioners have a good understanding of the meridians and acupoints of the body, especially Luo Chen is a good doctor, and his understanding of the human body is better than ordinary people. But in an instant, he understood what Wang Yuan meant. Use source power instead of a qi and blood, and infuse them into the left and right legs respectively, and then, snap, snap, snap. After 9 consecutive kicks, Luo Chen's face suddenly changed when he kicked the 10th time. Boom! A puff of blood mist burst out from his right leg that was swinging wildly. Then there was a cracking sound, which made the people who heard it tremble in their hearts. Luo Chen fell to the ground, standing on one leg. His right leg was bloody and hanging there limply. Broken. Luo Chen's flesh and blood were strong, his tendons were tough, and his bones were hard, all of which were rare in the world, but he broke them alive during the experiment. Such a horrible scene was commonplace to Wang Yuan. He quickly moved closer and began to examine Luo Chen's broken right leg. Taixi acupoint cannot withstand huge energy. This is the key to your right leg not being able to support it. Zhao acupoint has to take on more functions. This meridian should be fine. The source of power should go through this channel. That's what I think. Luo Chen, tell me how you feel. Luo Chen nodded and said what he felt just now with a calm expression. The physical conflict represents the contradiction between form and intention. There is a problem with the fusion of the stepping void step and the wind god leg. One side must be chosen as the dominant one, otherwise similar situations may occur again. Wang Yuan stroked his chin, revealing a thoughtful look. Seeing him thinking, Luo Chen did not delay. With a thought, his own flesh and blood began to slowly heal, and in just a moment, his right leg was restored to its original state. Wang Yuan glimpsed this scene from the corner of his eye. Even though he had seen it many times recently, he still couldn't help shaking his head with envy. Flesh and blood reborn, broken limbs reattached. This kind of ability is what the body cultivator dreams of most. Even if they practice to the state of no leakage later, few people can have it. In his calculations, at least the orthodox body cultivators have reached the 5th realm to master this method. But Luo Chen, who also practices physical skills, can do this. It's really annoying to compare people. But fortunately, this method is the most suitable for them to study the skills now. This is one of Luo Chen's current functions. Relying on the ability to regenerate flesh and blood and reattach broken limbs, he could recklessly experiment with all kinds of hypotheses and conjectures proposed by Wang Yuan. He didn't have to worry about the damage to his body when experimenting with his skills. He tried again and again, eliminated the wrong answers again and again, and walked towards the end of success step by step. The progress of deriving the wind leg was advancing at an unimaginable speed under the close cooperation of the two. 1 month later. Still on the plane, 2 figures flew up and down, moved left and right, and the shadows of their legs were swung out like raindrops. They were fighting and trying out moves. From time to time, the terrifying sound of legs and feet colliding came from the void, like thunder. The rolling airwaves pressed the grass and trees on the plains down. Especially on Wang Yuan's side, when he kicked out, the shadow of his leg condensed by the strong energy could even appear in the void, and a huge deep pit would fall on the ground. On the contrary, Luo Chen's side was mediocre and showed no signs of strength. Suddenly, after a violent collision, the 2 figures separated and fell on the ground. Wang Yuan stepped back, his feet leaving deep footprints on the ground, his face flushed. Luo Chen raised his hand and threw a gourd over. Wang Yuan forced himself to stay still, took the gourd and opened it to take a sip of the spirit wine. His flushed face was relieved. He couldn't help but shout, "It's great." After saying that, he was about to throw the gourd back. Luo Chen waved his hand, indicating that he had another purple gold gourd on his waist. "Keep that gourd for yourself, I have a better one here." After taking a sip of the 1,000-year-old Five Temples immortal wine, Luo Chen also showed a satisfied smile. Wang Yuan stamped his numb legs and asked, "You didn't use your full strength just now, did you?" Luo Chen smiled and said, "Indeed, I didn't, I was holding back." Wang Yuan sighed. "I remember that when we were practicing together before, I often had to hold back, but now you want to hold back, and in my most proud body training." Tisk tisk. Although he sighed, he didn't mean to be jealous. Luo Chen put down the gourd and walked over lazily. Finally succeeded, stepping on the void, the wind god is nowhere to be found. Stepping on the void, the wind god is nowhere to be found. These 8 simple words are the best summary of the completed wind leg. Once it is performed, it is as fast as a storm, as strong as a raging sea, less fierce and domineering, but the offensive is more intensive, and can attack from various angles, and can even use the source of energy and blood to condense footprints for long-range attacks. Not only that, in the crazy experiment after Luo Chen exploded his thigh dozens of times, this move can also be perfectly connected with a moon step and thunder kick. It is full of infinite changes and unpredictable power. "Do you want to complete the remaining cloud shoes?" Wang Yuan asked. Luo Chen waved his hand, "Not for the time being. The 90,000 miles we learned before is a very good means of long-distance travel. Of course, after we survive this war, we can also study new skills together like we are now when we have time." Wang Yuan nodded, smacked his lips, and was very satisfied with the recent cooperative research. His high comprehension in martial arts, combined with Luo Chen's terrifying body that can be tossed around at will, is really a perfect match for studying martial arts. The fact that he deduced the incomplete wind leg in just a few months is proof of this. If there were no war, he would have wanted to continue living like this, and maybe he could have figured out an opportunity to cross the 4th level of body refining. Wang Yuan sighed, "I don't know when the decisive battle will come." "Soon," Luo Chen replied. Wang Yuan looked over, and Luo Chen repeated it solemnly. "Soon." Unlike Wang Yuan, who put all his thoughts on studying martial arts, Luo Chen was also paying attention to the situation at Lingshan Pass while experimenting. Ling Fengzi also sent him intelligence from time to time, so he also had some understanding of the movements of the demon army. It has been a year since Lingshan Pass was broken in the battle. During this year, Lingshan Pass has been constantly replenishing monks, and the same is true for the demon clan. The 8 commanders gathered. Dozens of 4th-level demon kings are eyeing them covetously. The number of low-level monsters under his command is innumerable, and it is no longer possible to summarize it in millions. The 9 major domains around are crowded with monsters of all sizes, like waves in the ocean. Such a terrifying force, although powerful, cannot last forever. Even the ancient demon Emperor Yuan cannot continue to maintain it. Therefore, the arrival of the day of the decisive battle is already at hand. Being able to complete the wind leg before the decisive battle is very good news. On the day of completion, Luo Chen had already entered the door. And in many sparring with Wang Yuan, his proficiency has been improved to the mastery level. The main reason why it is faster than the thunder kick and the moon step is that this physical skill was tested on Luo Chen from the beginning, and it fits his body best. Naturally, the speed of practice is beyond imagination. Not only that, Luo Chen also improved the moon step to the master level. This is why he can control it freely in the sparring with Wang Yuan. However, after reaching these 2 realms, the speed slowed down uncontrollably, and more energy was needed to practice. In order to prepare for the battle, Luo Chen had to maintain his condition, so he stopped. On the top of Decking Mountain, in Luotian Hall, an ice castle emitting extreme cold power stood quietly. Luo Chen's consciousness entered it and saw an ice coffin inside, and Kanglong was still sleeping. However, her usual frown had already relaxed under the hazy light emitted by a mottled stone mirror. With a thought, Luo Chen contacted the second soul that had escaped into the stone mirror. Kanglong, I didn't expect your soul to be so strong. I originally wanted to teach you the 10 directions frozen extreme Dao after you reach the Jinden stage. Now it seems that you are qualified to learn this technique in the foundation building stage. The 10 directions frozen extreme Dao? Is it the most powerful technique in my ice castle that is rumored to be? Yes, this technique goes straight to the 4th level and contains the method of forming an infant. Only those with ice and water spiritual roots are qualified to learn it. And you must have a strong soul foundation to avoid obstacles. Now you can try to learn it. Thank you, Master. Kangong took the original technique and left the Master's cave with great joy. Along the way, there were jealous, envious, respectful, or cherishing eyes. She didn't care until she returned to her own cave. Then she carefully opened the 10 directions frozen extreme Dao and studied it carefully. Woof! Suddenly, a dog barked next to her. She looked up and saw a big red dog with golden eyes coming out. Kangong smiled sweetly. Mingzhen, thank you for teaching me the soul-splitting technique, which made my soul strong. Master has just taught me the core technique of the ice castle in advance. Mingzhen is the god of fire. The big red dog called Mingzhen was like a burning flame, walking towards the exit of the cave step by step. Hearing the woman's words, he turned around and took a look. Kangong was stunned for a moment, realized something, and immediately asked, "Are you leaving?" Mingzhen nodded, and then continued to walk out of the cave. The woman was a little anxious and chased after him. Practice the soul-splitting technique well, I will be back. When she chased out of the cave, the big red dog disappeared, and only a dog barking could be heard. The woman stood there in a daze, and walked back to the cave dejectedly for a long time. Swish! A faint light flew out of the ice castle and sank into Luo Chen's head. After a long time, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes. It took many years. With the help of the Chinitun immortal mirror and his second soul, Kangong constructed a complete dream, which was relatively stable. In this way, his soul fragments would not have to stay in it all the time. When he was free in the future, he would go in to help stabilize the dream and guide Kangong to continue practicing the soul-splitting technique. As for now, Luo Chen naturally had to take back all the soul fragments to ensure that he was at the peak of his combat power. Luo Chen sank deep into the Daking Mountain and came to the spirit cave guarded by the Black King. The puppet Jin San was sitting cross-legged in the spirit cave, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Luo Chen observed carefully for a while and showed a satisfied look. It's well nurtured. At this rate, it can be used for combat after 10 years. But that was 10 years later after all. And at the moment, this puppet couldn't help Luo Chen much. With a thought, a faint light flew out of the puppet and sank into Luo Chen's sea of consciousness. The third soul returns. Puppet Jin Sam still sits in the spirit cave. Without the leading soul, the speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth slowed down. However, due to the formation engraved on it, it is still slowly absorbing the spiritual energy around it. The Black King was cruising beside Luo Chen. Seeing this action, he asked curiously, "Master, is something big going to happen?" Recently, the cultivators of Luo Chen sect have frequently extracted the spiritual energy of the earth veins. Now you have taken back the soul again. So solemn, are you going to fight again? Yes. Feeling the fullness in the sea of consciousness, Luo Chen responded casually. After years of nurturing, the strength of the second soul has reached about the third level of the nascent soul. Even the third soul that was separated later has been promoted to about the second level of the nascent soul with the supplement of the Great Soul Pill. The return of the two, combined with the powerful foundation of the main soul, Luo Chen feels that as long as he integrates them all, the strength will not be inferior to that of an ordinary nascent soul at the 6th level. This strength may still not be able to withstand the attack of a great monk who is proficient in soul arts, but it can withstand ordinary soul attacks. And with two souls, I can cast multiple spells while multitasking, making it difficult for the enemy to defend. This is my prime. For the next war, Luo Chen, who is in the rear, is relatively safe. But you have to consider what might happen. If there is a difficult enemy, or even a threat to Luo Xianzong, he must consider killing it quickly. Luo Chen can no longer watch his relatives, friends and disciples die in front of him. He is ready to fight. His eyes fell on the Black King, and Luo Chen suddenly smiled. I forgot about you, come up. With a wave of his hand, the Black King shrank in size, climbed onto his left arm obediently, and turned into a dragon-shaped tattoo, disappearing on his left arm. In this way, after learning the wind leg, the three souls returned to their positions, and the Black King possessed him. Luo Chen completely reached the peak of his combat power in this life. Luo Chen didn't know how strong he was. But he knew that as long as he was not a great cultivator, he had the confidence to kill him. Even if he was a great cultivator, he would be able to escape unscathed. I don't know which unlucky guy will bump into Bailey King Chuan. Luo Chen dusted off his robes and floated back to the Luotian hall. He lit a top-grade Myashan leaf that Ling Fengzi had given him and placed it in the incense burner. Under the faint fragrance, the Taoist in white robe sat cross-legged, quiet and silent. Chapter 850, The Army is Approaching, Luo Tian's Calamity. Fellow Taoist Lin, I haven't seen you for a while. How have you been? Lin Kingsun, who was leaning against the city wall with a bleak look on his face, heard the voice and rolled his eyes slightly. In his sight, the new leader of the Shenfu sect, Master Yilan, was walking towards him, smiling and greeting him. His tone was quite familiar, as if the two of them had a very good relationship. But in fact, they didn't have much contact with each other, except for the last time when Luo Chen held the Shaoyang Forum. If it were usual, Lin Kingsun would not pay much attention to it. After all, Yilan had just formed a nascent soul. How could he compare to himself who had already made a name for himself? But from Master Yilan's somewhat humble and familiar smile, somehow, he seemed to remember his previous self, who also deliberately catered to famous strongmen in this way, just to expand the sect's network of people. Lin Kingsun stood up and nodded to the visitor. Not too good, but not bad either. I heard that the condition of Master Fu of your sect has stabilized. Yilan walked up to him, stopped and said, thanks to the elixirs given by Danzong during that visit, the old master's injury has indeed stabilized and has not continued to deteriorate. But to be honest. Yilan sighed, his expression heavy. Lin Kingsun patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, the older generation has done enough. In the future, we will have to rely on ourselves. Then he asked curiously, does Danzong also refine medicine for injuries? Yilan woke up from the grief of his elder's injuries, and he forced a smile and replied, Danzong's ability is indeed extraordinary. The effect of ordinary medicine refined by him is better than that on the market. I heard that you are quite close to him, you can try to ask for one or two, just in case. I am close to him? Huh. Lin Kingsun laughed at himself in his heart. Yilan looked around and suddenly asked in confusion, speaking of the coming storm, why did Danzong leave Lingshan Pass and go to the rear? Luo Xianzong's departure could not be concealed. Especially in recent years, Luo Chen has been acting quite high profile. Many people thought that he would make a big splash in the next war, but no one expected that he would slip away before the battle started. Lin Kingsun narrowed his eyes and responded casually, maybe he is afraid of any damage in the battle. With his alchemy skills, he can be a guest of honor even in the holy land of the god of transformation. How can such a body worth thousands of gold stand under the dangerous wall? Although he said this, Lin Kingsun was quite fortunate in his heart. Luo Chen's reputation is already great enough. When he trades with him, his status is completely unequal. If he uses his military exploits to advance to a higher level, I am afraid that the gap between him and him will be even greater, and the fragile cooperative relationship may not be able to continue. Yilan frowned, seeming to be dissatisfied with Lin Kingsun's statement. That statement really belittled Danzong. In his heart, Danzong Luo Chen was indeed a man of high moral character and amazing skills. How could he flee from the battlefield? Especially in Shaoyang Daoism Forum, he took the blow from Lei Daozi despite the pressure from Mingyuan sect. Until now, he has never forgotten it. A real man should be like this. Fellow Taoist Lin, you are a little. Just as he was brewing words and slowly speaking, his face suddenly changed. A talisman appeared in his hand, ignited without wind, and turned into ashes. It is the life-saving talisman of my disciple. How could this happen? He was patrolling outside the city. Could it be? Lin Kingsun had no time to answer him. He jumped up, his body turned into rainbow light, and stood upright in the sky. He bit his fingertips with his teeth, then put his fingers together like swords, and wiped his eyes with bloody fingers. His slightly narrowed eyes suddenly widened. A pair of bloodshot eyes suddenly overlooked thousands of miles away. In his sight, a shocking scene was happening. A large number of demon beasts, like a vast ocean wave, are pouring out from the mountains and rushing towards Lingshan Pass. The number of these demon beasts is extremely large. From a distance, they look like swarms of ants. But how can the huge demonic energy that permeates the sky be compared to that of tiny ants? Is it coming? Lin Kingsun took a deep breath, and the next moment, A warning thunder sound was heard. Enemy attack. The roar was like thunder, and after blurting out, it rolled towards Lingshan Pass. As if it had been prepared long ago, waves of Yuan Yingzhenren's magic power began to rise to the sky in various places in the city. Lin Qingxun didn't have time to count the number of strong men in the city, but subconsciously touched his eyes. This pair of blood-red eyes is the result of the final cultivation after taking the Jade Emperor King Tong liquid refined by Luo Chen himself. Its effect is extraordinary, and the current far-sightedness is only one of them. There are many more wonderful things when fighting. If it can be improved, it will help him even more. If he wants to continue to improve, the Jade Emperor Clear Eye Fluid is absolutely indispensable. My previous remarks were a bit out of line. I still have to maintain my relationship with Luo Chen. In the future, I should speak well of him in front of outsiders. Thinking this in his heart, Lin Qingxun glanced at the black wave with demonic energy in the distance. Just one glance, he was surprised. Huh? In his sight, the huge black wave was faintly splitting as it continued to move forward. 4 or 5 small tributaries were separated and rushed to the other directions of Lingshan Pass. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingxun understood it instantly. The cultivators of Mingyuan sect were right. The demon clan really did their best in this battle. Not only did they want to break through Lingshan Pass, but they also had to affect the surrounding large domains. If this is the case, then Luo Chen, who is in Fenghu domain, is not as safe as he imagined. Shaking his head, Lin Qingxun gathered his mind, raised his breath and concentrated his mind to prepare for the next life and death battle. Get through it, rejuvenate, and even rebuild the Jading Sword sect. If you can't make it, then everything is over. Boom. Boom. The sun and the moon change color, and the earth is shaking. Under the rolling smoke and dust, there is an endless tide of beasts. And this is just the Fenghu domain behind Lingshan Pass. It is hard to imagine how many monsters there are on the Lingshan Pass that is being attacked. But the cultivators of Fenghu domain have no time to worry about others. All their energy is focused on resisting the invading monsters. One after another, large formations rise from the ground along the undulating mountains and rivers. But under the huge beast tide, the weaker sects are gone in a flash. Lifang Valley, Peacock Island, Jinshan Temple. It was not until this huge beast tide met Fenghu Palace that it was barely stopped. Fenghu Fairy, who returned to Fenghu Palace earlier than Luo Chen, took action at the first time, pulling the divine wind to tear the countless monsters in the lead into pieces. Then he ordered his disciples to activate the formation and fight with the advantage of the terrain. She herself flew out of Fenghu Palace and came to the 9 heavens. Daoao, stop. This is not the place for you. A figure appeared in the vast clouds and mist. He clasped his fists and saluted to Fairy Fenghu. But Fairy Fenghu, I, the subordinate of Lord Pingshan, am here to show my respect. Fairy Fenghu's face changed slightly. The demon king who called himself Canlao was at the middle stage of the 4th level. The most important thing is that he is not under the command of a certain commander, but under Lord Pingshan. Lord Pingshan. This title really puts a lot of pressure on people. And this means that the demon kings directly under the command of the ancient demon emperor Tian also participated in this battle. Canlao smiled slightly and waved his hand behind him. Leave this woman to me. You quickly go and wipe out the other forces in Fenghu territory, and then surround Lingshan Pass. Yes. As you command. Understood. Several voices came from behind, some of which even made Fairy Fenghu feel familiar. Is it worth investing so many powerful demon kings in a mere Fenghu domain? The huge beast tide that was blocked by Fenghu Palace below seemed to have received an order and began to split again, spreading to other places on the left and right. This posture really wanted to take down the entire Fenghu domain. But Fairy Fenghu had no time to think, and all her attention was on the man in front of her. I heard that Wang Feng's body was destroyed in your hands. Canlao asked with a smile. Fairy Fenghu pulled the corner of her mouth and did not explain. In the battle, Gao Jin parasitized on Wang Feng and turned into a rolling yellow wind to escape the encirclement. It was because of her that she tore Wang Feng's real body apart and forced Gao Jin to reveal himself. The other party said this, obviously already knowing some of her fighting methods. This battle, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Fairy Fenghu's heart began to sink uncontrollably. A small beast tide, along the southwest direction, advanced madly. When I say small, I mean it is compared with the huge beast tides that attack Lingshan Pass and Fenghu Palace. In fact, The number of monsters contained in this beast tide is already over 10,000. The weaker forces are afraid that they will not be able to face it. However, after this beast tide poured into plane, it was greeted by rolling black fog. Before they saw the enemy, the monsters fell one after another just by the harassment of the black fog. One after another, the flesh and blood corpses crawled on the vast land. There was no wailing, no roaring. Swish! A tall figure landed on Bailey King Chuan. Xiangxuan held a large flag that was so deep that it was black, and pinched a spell with his hand. The black fog swept the wronged souls back to the flag. This 10,000 souls banner given by the master is really useful in group battles. Xiangxuan took a quick look and showed joy on his face. She found that this 10,000 souls banner was heading towards the 100,000 fierce souls banner. The only thing it lacked was probably the main soul of the nascent soul level. Suddenly, she frowned and spread her consciousness in all directions. In her perception, there were more monsters attacking Bailey King Chuan. Not just one, but at least 4 beasts. The total number is probably more than 100,000. How can a mere Luo Chen sect attract so many monsters? Xiangxuan didn't have time to think and screamed. The next moment, on the distant decking mountain, a cultivator performed a ritual and activated the formation. A series of earthy yellow light curtains, like water waves, spread over a radius of 10 miles and 50 miles, gradually covering the entire Bailey King Chuan. Those monsters were not afraid of death and plunged into this huge formation without looking back. On the decking mountain, Min Longayu sat cross-legged in a hall. He had 9 foundation building cultivators under his command, controlling the formation eyes for him. Above the hall, there were lifelike water mirrors, reflecting the specific situation outside. The cloud chest water mirror of the Great Elder is a very good supplement to the formation, which can save the burden of spiritual consciousness monitoring. Min Longayu sighed, but his hands did not slow down at all. While pinching the formula to guide the formation and harvesting the low-level monsters entering the formation, he also observed the threatening enemies in the formation. There are more and more monster kings entering the formation. They will destroy the foundation of the formation I have set up, and someone needs to eliminate them one by one. I will tell the specific location and approximate strength, and you will inform the sect master. After he makes a judgment, he will arrange for the elders to eliminate them. The 9 foundation building disciples under his command responded immediately. Min Longayu took a deep breath and began to call out the names one by one. There is a centipede-like monster entrenched on Moonlight Ridge, which is about the early 3rd stage. At the Grey Pond, there is an earth dragon breaking out of the ground, which is about the early 3rd stage. So fast. A big monster king ignored the restrictions of the formation and rushed into the Blackwater River. In the main hall of the sect, Li Yingzhang received a voice transmission and made judgments quickly. Shilongzi, go to Moonlight Ridge and kill the centipede monster king. Yes. Zheng Yilan took the order and left. Elder Gu, you go to the Great Pond. Be careful. Yes. Gu Kai held the long whip in his hand and left the hall eagerly. Elder Wang, the big monster king is in your hands. Wang Yuan nodded silently and jumped out of the hall. Li Yingzhang's orders continued to be issued. No one in the Luo Chen sect disobeyed his words. When there was no one left in the hall to order, Li Yingzhang couldn't help but shake his head. After all, the family business was too small and there were not enough people. The low-level disciples were all sent to guard the nodes of the formation, and there were only a few giant and elders for him to command. In this case, those who are capable should do more work. Facing the enemy information that kept coming from Min Longayu, Li Yingzhang quickly made relatively accurate judgments, and then assigned them to the giant and elders of Luo Chen sect one by one. Wang Yuan was assigned the most tasks and performed the best, often able to quickly eliminate the enemies with thunder. Juking Fairy and Xiangxuan, who had been promoted to the late giant, also had a difficult task. Not only did they have to eliminate the Demon King, but they also had to rush to help everywhere. Even Meng Kainer, who was nominally still a disciple of Fenghu Palace, was used as a thug by Li Yingzhang and was trapped in a bitter battle. But there were too many powerful enemies. The strength of Luo Chen sect has declined sharply in recent years. Chu Kui and Fu Jiasheng, 2 of the Jiandan elders, died in the battle at Lingshan Pass, but there were no new Jiandan to supplement them. At this moment, Li Yingzhang was really a good cook without rice. He wished he could personally join the battle, but he had to sit in the center and take charge of the overall situation. I understand how it felt when Sect Master Sima couldn't use his strength all those years. Li Yingzhang smiled bitterly. However, he was also curious why the Grand Elder hadn't taken action. With a Grand Elder's strength, let alone dozens of demon kings, even the hundreds of thousands of demon beasts that covered the sky and the earth could be easily killed with just a flick of his wrists. What is he waiting for? In the void, 4 figures stood in the clouds, overlooking the vast slaughter below. A strong man with a golden ring sword on his back showed impatience. Attracting hundreds of thousands of men and gathering 28 demon kings, why should we sit and watch? Can't you 3 brothers break the formation below? Lu Chengsheng said flatteringly, don't worry, Lord D2, the formation below is naturally simple, but our target this time is not these weak human races. D2 snorted coldly and did not refute. The other domains only sent 1 or 2 demon kings, but my father put a lot of thought into Fenghe domain. Not only did he let the kid Canlao lead the team, he also sent himself and the 3 brothers of the Lu family. This lineup would be considered luxurious in normal times. Even at this time, it should be a great help in attacking Lingshan Pass. But it was sent to Fenghe domain. What he wanted was naturally the legendary Danzong Luo Chen. That guy has a heaven-level alchemy skill, and it is even said that he has a connection with Kangwu Mountain. If he can capture this person, it will be a great achievement. I don't know whether my eldest brother Wang Man can capture Lingshan Pass, but he must capture Danzong and complete my father's mission. But until now, he has not seen that guy show up. Isn't it enough pressure for 100,000 demon beasts to besiege Bailey Kingchuan? D2 frowned and looked down. His eyes involuntarily fell on a figure who was moving around and stained with countless demon blood. That guy. Suddenly, above the Bailey Kingchuan River, there was a fish-like sword-like silk, and the majestic sword energy cut through the void, cooperating with those giant monks to strangle the 3rd-level demon kings one by one. He finally couldn't sit still. Lu Chengsheng's eyes lit up and he shouted in a low voice. Do it. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.